Welcome, everybody, to day 3, the final day of the October Bugapalooza. I need to get the link to this up in the Discord and stall for it at a time as we go to start herps, snakes, serpentes today. All right, we're gonna just put that there. Add everyone. Bidding resumes in hashtag bid. Big D, bid central. All right, here we are. Thank you, Exotic Wilderness, already with some stuff. Let's see who is here right now. King Campy is in the YouTube in the stream. Charlie said 10 minutes, presumably 10 minutes ago. Dragon Grimroar says, I'm here, but once again working. Morning, everybody, from Joseph Tavir. Jojo says morning. Bahidjiger says morning. Good morning, all. Everybody's saying good morning. Altered Pants. Adam Hawks. Kinky Fungus. Hello, Kinky Fungus. And Diana, I'm just here to lurk today. That's fine. You can lurk all you want. Today, we will wait 1 minute, and I gotta find the pinned rules because I gotta grab the rules for the herps up for grabs. We're gonna just copy that. Okay, I got that copied down and grab my list of the herptiles we have up for grabs, which again is all serpents. That's all we got right now is serpentes. Hopefully one day have some Canyon zebra skinks and some other misc stuff up for grabs too. We're gonna just copy pasty here. We've got plenty of gift spams going on. We like that. We haven't started our bidding yet, so Ellen won't attack you. Okay, and this will probably take about an hour, I would think, to go through and do this, since we're gonna actually see all of the things that are available. Okay, we're gonna do 2 of these, and I gotta give everything a number. I'm gonna give everything an ID number so there's no confusion and no mix-ups. Everybody gets their proper things that you've gotten. Also, we are going to be doing $20 starting bids. So how that's going to do be. And just about does it. So let's see, this is going to be RC. This item, I guess, will be M1, and this will be RCM2. Maybe it'll just be that easy. RC M1, M2, RC. I gotta mix it up though. What's this? ER1, RCER2, and this is again for consistency. Snake RCER3, RCBP, BPD, BP1, RCBP2, and RCBP3. 1-year-old male, 1-year-old male, and 1-year-old female. Okay, and that should do that. I got my sticky notes. I got my permanent marker here. The CA boy, Chris Carpet Bomber. Funny. People asking what's on for today. First up, future goats 2 or goat milk, perhaps in the future. You want really freaky? Listen to Kyle's nothing voice while looking at his evil Sonic meme. Love what Scale says. Good morning, Kyle's morning voice. Thank you, autocorrect. His morning voice. It is different. I am waking up. I bet you could track that. I bet if you track the audio from the auction, you would notice as everything's very different throughout the day. It probably crescendos or does something. I don't know how you would quantify that, but they got to have a way to do that. So we're starting off with reptiles, which is just going to be some snakes, some extra holdbacks and whatnot. Holdbacks, things that I got and have picked my pair from. Blah blah blah. We need to map your voice to bid prices. Now that would be interesting. When it's day 6 of the Bugapalooza and you're still waiting on grain pest hours. I think we have all of those things coming in grain pets this evening. We got a good number of grain pets going on. All right, so let's get started. Let me go grab somebody from over here. We will start with this lovely prairie king snake female here. And what was my, let's see, from Wapello County, Iowa. So let me get this disclaimer copy pasted. We're going to go at a dinosaur. We're going to go at a maybe that's not the best way to say it. We're going to go at snail speed while we go through the serpents and whatnot. We have RCM2, 1.5-year-old Lampropeltis caligaster from Wapello County, Iowa. My male, unfortunately, passed away, and I haven't been able to locate another of this locality. So we start with that. Starting bid of $20. Now we want to see the exact serpent up for grabs here. And so here she is. And we'll get a good feel for her. Hello. Good morning to you too. So you can see ventral pattern here. It's like a headband. We'll get a look at the dorsum if she will allow it. She should calm down as we go through this. Look at the ventral or dorsal pattern here on her. Good appetite, eats frozen, live, whatever. Both mice as well as soft fur pinkies. Everybody's saying nice. So here you go. If you wanted and I picked out of the localities that were available, I picked this one because I thought it was the prettiest of what was available. And again, just a shame that I can't find a male of that locality, but maybe somebody who's less of a locality snob would want to pair her with a random male or something like that. Or maybe you just like an easy snake. One of the strongest feeding responses I've seen in snakes, they just slam stuff that gets put in with them. When I received them, they arrived on a cool late spring morning, and right out of the box, all of them just went right for pinky mice. Just no hesitation. They were probably in the low 60 degrees, and they just went right for the pinky mice right away. All right, Chris Sniper with a starting bid of 20. That's good. That's good. Chris Sniper wants a garbage can snake. Oh, look at the beautiful little stripey on her eye. I love the angry face too. It's very cute. The little angry. You see that? The kind of like the furrowed brow, like, why am I being picked up? But it's just how they look constantly. So that's not Pituophis. It is Lampropeltis caligaster. It is a prairie king snake. I guess also called the yellow belly king snake. And I guess that king snake taxonomy is North American colubrid taxonomy is crazy, and they keep doing more studies, and people have strong opinions about a lot of stuff. So All right, we will put an X here. Mr. Chris Sniper seems to be quite interested, so we'll let him be interested. I would like mole king snakes. Seem pretty nifty. I would like to get into more North American colubrids. I would like to get into more niche things. Still looking for some locality Slowinski corn snakes. Still looking. Perhaps I will continue to look. I will continue to hunt. South Florida mole king snake seems pretty cool. Seems like one of those things you got to know a guy who knows a guy to even have a chance at getting a group of them. Looks like our Pacific gopher snakes. There's probably a lot of convergence. Touchable hat bidding 21. Oh my. All right. Well, we will leave this up here and I'll start the countdown for her. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Love with Scales. Winning bid of 22. To Love with Scales. All right, here she is. Love with Scales. RCM2. Put her back into there. All right. We're going to do... Let me space out my document. I'm doing a separate Word document for all of these things. Love with Scales. Okay, there you go. And October 2025 snakes to the desktop. Perfect. All right. First one down. Maybe this will go faster than anticipated. All right, next we have the first of the Everglades rat snakes, RCER1. RCER1. And let me just go ahead and put this in here. Which is a 1-year-old male het hypo or het albino. I'm not sure what the proper terminology is with these. Pantherophis alleganiensis rosaleni Everglades rat snake. Starting bid of $20. All the snakes are going to have $20 starting bids. So let's see this little fella. So these are actually descended from Kim's stock. I sent a pair to Zurich Bayou, 7 years ago, and he's been keeping them going. I wonder if we got any pictures of these. So these are these are het hypos, so they're still wild typey looking. We have a hypo / albino female coming up for grabs later if you guys have looked at the list. So I believe that this was the subspecies and locality that or strain that Kim had called the male Captain Handcuffs because he was like 6 feet long and he would just like get a grip on you when you picked him up, and you could they're strong. So if you picked him up and he tried to hold your wrists together, you would have a good old time. That monkey says North American colubrids are some of the most interesting in the pet trade. Yes, they are. So I don't know how substantiated the Everglades rat snakes are taxonomically, but they are pretty unique looking, at least. Look at that stinky noodle. Stinky noodle. So again, feeding on live or frozen thawed pinkies. I do give them soft fur sometimes. I try to reserve those for stuff that I think is I don't know. I guess I don't really. I have more mice pinkies, so if I have too many soft fur pinkies, I usually use it for something else. So, but look at the back pattern there. Pretty good, consistent back pattern here. And I feed them about once every 2-ish, 3-ish weeks. Small Gwenny says I have a black rat someone gave me, and I'm interested in crossing it with a Miami tesseracorn I have if it ends up being a femoid. All right, we'll put an X here for the Everglades rat snake male number 1 RCER number 1. We have another male coming up after this as well, and then of course we have the female hypo / albino, what have you, and no bug eyes. You can probably see that there's nothing like that going on here. Does have a nice coral blush. You can't necessarily see it in the light. Actually, you can. Can you guys see? There's that nice coral coloration coming in. So these will be. It's almost like the striping you see on yellow rat snakes. Actually, like the positioning of it, it's almost like where that would be. So, all right, the X was posted. So we're going to start wrapping it up. Going once on the Everglades rat snake, RCER1. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is Love with Scales, with a winning bid of 28. I'll put you back in there, fella. Winning bid of 28. For RCER1. Love with Scales getting some colubrids today. Colubrid Shopping Fest. Love with Scales. Winning bid of 28. Love with Scales got a males. Got one male. Okay. We bold that. And still bold it. Gotta keep things straight here. All right. We will get the next male. The funds from this snake auction will be used for me to purchase something I wanted for a very long time, which is locality Pueblan milk snakes. So that is what this is here for. Small Gwenny says, if I recall correctly, het hypo has a mild visual tell in many rat snakes. A lot of hets and a lot of things seem to be, we call it, again, dominant recessive, but there seems to be a lot of, it's not, what am I trying to say here? I think incomplete dominance is a lot more common than it's been led on to be. You find things to be very binary in, I learned, inheritance was very binary with respect to alleles. But as I have more experience raising things, I'm seeing that a lot of things that are het, it's really not a complete dominance. There's incomplete dominance may be more the norm in a lot of things. You just have to know what to look for, basically. When are the bugs, says Edgy Mac Mariconi, after we get done with the snakes, which we have, I think, 5-ish more things on the fence here. Not sure because I'm the newbie now. Rocking the poppy. Yes, I'm rocking the poppy today, as I was yesterday as well. All right. Here we have RCER2, the other male. Let me write his little tag here. So RCER2. I see a lot of het palmettocorns that are lighter in color. 100%. Kim dropped off a pair of palmettos the other day, and I'm like, you can 100% tell that these are het for something. Oh, come here. All right, copy our little disclaimer here for shipping and get our little description of our Rosalini here with the air quotes. and put our starting bid pricing one-handed, and here we go. We have RCER2, another year-old male het hypo of these guys. And I did not compare the two of them beforehand, but this one it's got less of the stripy coralness like down the back. I can't really tell it as well as I could on the other one, but it looks like the general overall coloration is a bit richer than RCER ones. But again, doesn't seem to have, you may lose out on that little phantom stripe down the back, it seems. So, and again, very good eaters. They only turn down food when they're in shed, and that's not even guaranteed. And again, 2 to 3 week feeding schedule on them. Poppy has stevia, somebody asks. Smugway says, if you're trying to get into snakes, North American colubrids are the easiest, in my opinion. That's been a tried and true statement for many decades now. Milk snakes always have a foul attitude, though it can be handled out of them, but they are very grumpy. The Pueblans, I liked Pueblans. I went on a little talk about Pueblans the other day, and I found that they get stressed easily if their body doesn't feel well supported. So like people want to free handle them like this, and they are not really like rat snakes, I think, where this is very natural for rat snakes, going over branches, climbing up trees, doing that sort of stuff. It seems to be, they're more okay with this. This is a more natural means and way that they explore their environment. But milk snakes, they don't seem to like being that like physically exposed. Like they're not way up in trees necessarily. They're more cursorial, going after snakes and rodent nests and whatnot. So it would seem. And so anyways, with the Pueblans, I found that they just liked, you gotta really grab them. Like they really like the physical sensation of being not, squeezed, but just being supported in their entirety, kind of a full body cuddle. And I thought that was very, very endearing. I found that very endearing about my Pueblans. So that's why I was like, I want these again, and I want to get some good stock, get some locality stuff. So I've been looking for like 7 or 8 years now, and I finally found somebody who's got locality stock. So I'm getting in on that because I've had my heart set on the Pueblans for a very long time. MBKs, I've noticed, are definitely more food driven than others. Mexican Black Kings. That person I'm getting the locality Pueblans from actually has wild locality Mexican Black Kings, and because the ones in captivity have kind of been quietly bred up in the amount of black that they have. The wild ones are a little bit more variable, and some of them have just more of like a splattering of the lighter colors and freckling, kind of more like a speckled king snake underlying coloration. And so this person's stock, not being overly selectively bred for the darkest, has more of that wild mix of features, and I like that. I do like that. My corn snake rams the glass trying to eat fingers. That's like one of my checkered garters. I've been doing like the triple tap to tell them it's feeding time, and the male hasn't learned yet, but the female has. So she just comes right up and just stares at the glass. It doesn't strike, but she's just like right up there, and it's every time I put my face up to it now. What was I gonna say? Oh, with conditioning like that, it's been found that you would think that, oh, you got to feed them every time, you got to reinforce the behavior every time, but kind of like gambling, exactly like gambling actually. It's once that connection is made, it's actually more reinforcing of the behavior to be inconsistent with it. So, like with people who gamble, it's, once they've gotten that thrill, once their brains made that connection, reinforcement for that connection is actually better if they get inconsistent results than it would be if they got consistent results every time. And it seems to be that way with feeding snakes, where once they make the connection with you and food, it's actually it's more reinforcing to give it inconsistently, or for them to at least, not every time they see your face or your hand or your tongs or whatever, to give them something with it. And it's just interesting how that works. Eric Matthews says, not that I recommend it, but colubrids can interbreed to hybrids that may be fertile and capable of producing more offspring. Process involves specific breeding conditions and timing. Small Gwenny says, if you never watched it, Snake Discovery has a video rescuing an escaped released Cali King from a glue trap where it tried to eat a rotting mouse while they were getting it off the trap. Yeah, some colubrids are something else, man. All right, let's put an X here for this Everglades king snake, Everglades rat snake male. Maybe one day I might try to get some locality yellows myself while out in Florida or something. I don't know. I like the idea of finding the things myself. It's part of the story and whatnot. But some cute little eyes. That eyes are very, very red on this guy. There you go. Finally, the camera works for once. Just got cute little eyes. All right, let's type in sold and get ready. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the winner of Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 44. Oh, I gotta put you. Sorry, buddy. I gotta put you down so I can type out that somebody won you. There you go. All right, Chris Sniper, winning bid of 44. And let's just run through all of our formatting here. Well, this isn't going so bad, is it? All right, next up we have maybe what you're looking for, the female hypo/albino. And so, I'll give you a better idea. And I didn't realize just how more fleshed out and bigger she is than the males. Yeah, I know. We gotta get the rigmarole of taking you out. Get the rigmarole of taking you out. And copy paste this. Copy paste that. Paste. All right. Starting bid of $20 for a female hypo/albino. Again, I'm not sure what the proper term is. I've seen both of them going around. Everglades rat snake. Look at that tail go. Well, you guys can't really see. We were having the tail thrashing. I'm not even going to bother washing my hands until we're done with the snakes. So here she is in all of her glory. And the color will only intensify over time. You can see there's a pretty good picture from, I think it's Sunshine Serpents. Maybe has the classic picture of a big ol' hypo/albino Everglades rat snake for those who may be interested. Kinky Fungus says, I keep nausea species. They're notorious for being crazy. I have a couple individuals that are genuinely easy to deal with. I have a specific method of handling, and it helped for sure. My nausea are puppies. I will stick by that. It was it Arachnoboards? No, I think it was the Garter Snake Forum. There was somebody from Southeast Asia somewhere, and the person could have been BSing their whole story, very easily could have been BSing the whole thing, but the way it was written was very compelling that it was real. But it was a story about somebody who lived in a village or knew somebody, had a friend who lived in this village where the person had a pet tiger and a wild king cobra I don't. Those aren't nausea, are they? They're different, but it's still a cobra. So that clade, and they just this they coexisted in this house. Like the person had this whole their whole life was revolved around basically taking care of this tiger that lived in their house. And at some point, this cobra showed up and just hung out and was just kind of had this relationship of, air quotes, silent respect with the tiger, where the cobra would just sort of come and go, and it was fine with the guy living in the house. And it was, again, you would think that this was just complete BS, but this, I remember reading this maybe around like 2008 or 2009, but the way it was written, it was not exaggerated. They weren't, it wasn't like I took this picture of a frog with a turtle with the frog and a scorpion that teamed up to cross a puddle. The way they wrote it, it was very believable. Like it was just the person, the tiger, and the cobra just existing in this same space and developing this kind of routine. And again, you may say, well, that's ridiculous. It's that would never happen. They're clearly making it up. But then I think, when you go to like a national park and you go to the areas where people are constantly, and the animals are just so used to this, and nobody's like shooting them or harassing them, and there's like food and whatever, and everything's just very docile, like Everglades National Park near the visitor center. You just go over to this little cove area, and there's anhingas, and there's spoonbills, and there's Florida soft shells, and there's American alligators, and there's all this stuff just like within an acre of each other, sometimes within like 10 feet of each other, just all hanging out, and just they're so used to people that they just chill. Um anyway, so I just thought that was interesting. And supposedly king cobras are one of the smartest reptiles. So it checks out with the story again. You have a tiger. It sounded like the guy's whole life was based around like taking care of the tiger. Like he'd go to work and work a shift, and he would come home, and then his whole evening was devoted to basically just being around the tiger. And it was very particular when he had people over. He always had to do it a certain way. So, um, but yeah, you have all the reason in the world to say that the story was complete BS, but I'm pretty convinced, based on just how plainly and unexaggeratedly the whole scenario was set up, to give the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, this seems like this is a real thing, and it was just very interesting. So, anyways, well, let's get to wrapping up bids on this beautiful girl here. And Small Gwenny, thank you for that beautiful picture of the adult. You can see very easily how this will turn into that over time as well. The pattern gets more diffused as they grow up. All right, we have the X. We'll give people a minute to ruminate on some things here. Love with Scales and Chris Sniper really getting into the reptiles today, but also Stella Springtails is in here looking around, poking around. All right, let's do the countdown. Going once, going twice, sold. To the victor, which, we got a jump here in pricing. Control R. Let's see who it was. It could be Chris Sniper or Love with Scales. We're going to find out. And it is Love with Scales, which I got to put this lovely lady back so that we can wrap that up. Here you go, little girl. Okay, there you go. Love with Scales. Chris Sniper saying nice win. Yes, it was a nice win. Love with Scales, the winning bid at 81. Love with Scales and Chris Sniper, both of you bulking out your herp collections, it would seem, with some good snakes. It just so happens that also Kim and I tend to have very similar tastes in snakes, so a lot of stuff that he works with or gets into or gets out of or has extras of or something like that, or just decides to work with, I end up getting. So, all right, we'll put I forgot to make my sticky note here. RCER3. RCER3. Well, this will be easy. It might just be one big FedEx box. One or two FedEx boxes. Okay, first up, we're going to do the little guy here. This is going to be RCBP1. RCBP1. This is a male from last year's import of wild hatched ball pythons from Benin. I got a mystery bag, and 7 of them really took well. This was the most finicky of the ones that I had. This male, but he was also seemed to have the prettiest of patterns. But I also was like, if my intention with I don't want to be another ball python breeder. I don't want to, this is my super clown het Mojave. Don't mind the wobble. They all do that. So I thought, if whatever I'm keeping out of this group of ball pythons, I want to try and preserve the diversity of the spectrum of markings and colors and patterns and features just as they are, and not want to pick based on what I think is really pretty. Just like, okay, if the imports ever stop, blah, 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 blah. I want this to be a snapshot of the ball pythons that were coming out of Benin at that time, and not make the super ultra Mojave or whatever. So this guy has a very nice pattern, very good all around. He was one of the hardest to get eating, but now he's just eating mice. He tends to like eating smaller prey items than the other ones did. But you can see a nice crisp pattern here, and we're gonna just put this up here. So has finally gotten consistently onto mice, and if I was keeping to become the next big ball breeder out of the ones that I received, this would have been my pick for something. Like, you got this nice wrapping of the pattern down the sides, etc. We'll try to get the whole pattern in view here. Nice crisp markings and whatnot, but again, my impulse and drive was to pick this because it looked so different from the other stuff. Just kind of a little wild, too wildly different. One might even say from the ones that I was keeping, which it's just okay. We got to make some decisions. I can't end up with 5 billion ball pythons like every person at the reptile show. So here he is, eating live or frozen. I get everything that I have. I'll try to start things on live, and then once in my experience, once something is eating regularly live, if they're hungry, they will start taking frozen very easily. So he's taking whatever. I also think a lot of times when people have ball pythons go off feed or have other problems, I think it's because they're keeping them too dry. I think that I think in general, a lot of people keep their reptiles too dry, and it might explain why the most popular, especially lizards for people to keep, are more arid species. So bearded dragons, leopard geckos, and crested geckos. That island is not a moist tropical paradise. New Caledonia does have seasonality of conditions, and with crested geckos, instead of it being a matter of them not getting enough moisture from being underwatered or whatever, having the diet there, which is very high in liquid, is probably enough for them to stay hydrated, and might also explain why a lot of crested geckos are obese, because they're getting a lot of to get moisture, they eat the diet, and they're taking in calories that they don't necessarily need when they're eating the liquid diet. because they're thirsty. They're eating it and they're getting their hydration from it, but they're also getting the calories that come with it. So, Laura Taylor, the list should be pinned in the Bid Central channel of. It should be pinned in there, but we are down to the ball pythons and then the Tamaulipan milk snake pair, which unfortunately Kim got them to me last year, and the Pueblans have my heart. So I'm going to be moving the Tamaulipan milk snake pair in order to make room for the Pueblans that I'm supposed to get, because they have themselves coiled tightly around my heart, unfortunately. So so yeah, again, he's got a nice looking ball python. If not a Mojave or a desert or a clown or a super deluxe pastel, but this is again representative or to some degree of what they look like straight out of Benin. So let us see if there's been any interest from the stream. No interest at the moment. We'll just put an X here. Also, if anybody, I should also say, if any of these things are still available at the end of the snake auction, you can just claim them for the $20 starting bid. That's just how it goes. Small Boy says the railroad patterning on the belly is fascinating to me because my male ball python has that, and it's a piebald indicator. Railroad patterning on the belly? Oh, down the sides? I mean, maybe some of those indicators are just because the captive bred ball pythons are really inbred, and people, especially the mutants, and people maybe have accidentally selected for things that are more traits indicators of familial relatedness and not necessarily associated with a specific trait. So, but there that is. All right, we put an X, so we'll do a countdown. I'll type sold and I'll edit it to pass if nobody claims. All right, going once on this guy. Going twice. Sold or pass. To nobody. All right. That's fine too. Let me just go ahead and edit it to pass. Pass. Up 4 grabs for starting bid if anyone would like. All right, we're passing on RCBP1. That's fine. The next two are larger. Maybe there'll be some more interest in those, maybe not. And now between these ones that were less finicky and that took easier, it was a long process to pick which ones that I actually wanted to keep, because all of them seemed to have different characters that I thought could be representative. So, there's also part of me that was just like, just keep all of them, but that's not very reasonable. So here we go with RCBP2, another year-old male from the wild-caught Benin imports last year. I'm sorry, I just can't do another ball python, says Zen Monkey. So this guy is significantly bigger and chunkier. And again, I went back and forth on which of these I actually wanted to keep. So out of the ones that got feeding really easily right away, it was a real struggle to figure out exactly which ones that I wanted. I really like just this kind of dirty natural pattern here going on. I liked these little kind of spooky masks. It kind of remind me of the cosmic owl from Adventure Time, actually, if you look at it, like the shape. So, Kyle, if we went to pay a lot, you'll ship bugs FedEx, right? Yeah, we could. I think maybe we'll have to discuss that. Alien heads, yeah, they look kind of like Alamaus going on here. This one definitely looks like the cosmic owl from Adventure Time. I wonder if if I could pull up a picture of that. Thank you, Small Gwenny, for getting a picture. I'm getting a feeling there's not quite as much enthusiasm over the ball pythons, but that's fine. I also was looking into getting. There's that one locality that comes in that people say is like the biggest and produces the most eggs and something something. I don't know enough to comment on that. I can't remember what the locality name was, but sometimes they come in and they're supposedly larger than the ones that came out of Benin and regular ball python industry stock. So, but again, the value for me with these is it's a wild locality of something that is very common and it's more representative. This is what nature has created. This is what this organism looks like in its natural habitat of the villages around Benin, and it has thus been shaped by such things. Here's the belly, if that matters to anybody. Charlie, but there's a big breeder been bragging on producing over 40K ball pythons last year, but where do they go? Where do they go? I did watch. I saw a short on the YouTube, the ball python um, Ponzi scheme or whatever, where it's like the Magikarp salesman from Pokemon, where it's like if you buy this for this much money, and it'll produce 1 billion eggs, and then you can sell each of those eggs for that much money, and then people just sort of end up in this situation where it's like, why do I have all these ball pythons? So I just got these again for fun and because they were wild type. I do like ball pythons. I like how they feel. I like the colors. I'm a big fan of the brown and black snakes. I like the little touches of yellow going on here too. I absolutely take one if my mother was okay with snakes. They're my favorite snake. I'm not a snake keeper. They're neat, just not my thing. They are food. Says Jojo. Food for whom? Be funny if like all the extra ball pythons that the U.S. ball python breeders get like exported back to Benin for them to eat. It'd be hilarious. I agree. If I want a ball python, it would be the natural look with alien heads. Yeah, I like this again. The cosmic owl from Adventure Time. Zen Monkey saying, remember to like the stream. The stream, the wild type is beautiful. Rainbow boas and blood python is in my list too. Like and subscribe. I had a beautiful rainbow boa. Was it Colombians are the colorful ones? And I didn't keep it moist enough. I got it. I was excited to have it and did not keep her moist enough. And she had a bunch of shed complications and eventually died. And I was very distraught over that. So I would like to work with more snakes one day. I just need more space, and the bugs come first. But for now, it's a nice little side hobby type thing. Look at that little face. Like and subscribe. I would like to work with some like Caribbean boas too, like the at-risk, endangered, protected ones, Jamaican boas and whatnot. If they can be, I know that there's people in the U.S. who have stuff like that. That's more my speed. Give me the thing that's found on one island in the Caribbean and it's critically endangered, but some random guy got a pair of them in the '60s somehow, and now a handful of people keep them alive. I like that idea. That's fun. That's what I call fun. All right, here's an X for this mail. If anybody wants. Somebody bid before I bid negative. Oh, I can't do a negative bid on this. I'm not going to pay you to take this. I'd still keep it. And in fact, actually, if none of these go, I'll probably just take them to the expo with me on Saturday and probably again put $20 to $40 on them and just see if there's anybody there. Maybe somebody will want their first snake to just be from the guy who's got only bugs on his table. The two ball pythons I have are a free adult het candy, het pied, het something, het whatever. I got from a friend named Willy Wonka and a baby yellow belly pastel named Rasputin. That's funny. Love with Scale says, I'm going to take all of them if they don't sell to anyone. You are selling me on the wild morph locality bit. Oh, Love with Scales. That's delightful. And you'd end up with two males and a female too. Where are you buying your snakes from? Neverland? That's funny. Um, Yeah, and I tried. It's hard to get more information from the importers about where these actually come from. But a little bit of digging, there's some articles that were written, to evaluate ball pythons on their, conservation, if they needed export quotas and conservation requirements and local uses and stuff like that. And um, it seems a lot of them they come out of, I think it's southwestern Benin. That's where it seems a lot of the villages and whatnot are. And they're very important to the local culture. They're used in all kinds of rituals. They're like a weird, I think there's like a weird thing where they're both a divine thing, but they also like eat them also as part of the rituals. I'd have to understand more of the cultural logic behind that. It might be a kind of like I ate its heart to gain its power, but apparently they're not uncommon in the villages and whatnot, and that's presumably where these come from. They catch a bunch of females right around the time they're supposed to, right around mating breeding season, and then they hatch stuff out and they ship it off right as is. So it'll be 50 to 90 for FedEx overnight, somebody said. More bloodline and genetic potential. That's another way you could look at it. All right. Going once on the RCBP2 ball python from Benin. Going twice. Sold or pass. All right. We got a pass here. That's all right. Pass on RCBP2. Pass. Up for grabs for starting bid if anyone would like. Okay, that's fine. RCBP2. Maybe the female will be different. The sexism is rampant. Now, some other snake projects in the wings that I'm raising up. We got the checkered garter snake pair, Fort Davis, Texas locality, and I have some locality dusty or dusky. I think it's dusty hog noses from. Let me find my documents. Heterodon gloidai from Cimarron, Chimaron, however you pronounce this. It's actually got a GPS point with it too. Cimarron City, Oklahoma. So hopefully in the next 2 years, I'll have some locality dusty hog noses available. And that's that. All right, we put a bolden that right there, and we get ready for our last ball python, but not our last snake. Diana with the gif. It's hilarious. All right, we have 1-year-old female Python regius, wild caught import from Benin. And this girl has a nice yellowy tinge to her. Again, it was difficult. It was very difficult to narrow down to which ones I wanted to keep and which ones I was going to sell. Dude from the Stallion of the Cimarron, is that how it's pronounced? Wait, is that where that took place? Is that where, what was that movie called? Was it Spirit? The horse movie? Was it a Stallion of the Cimarron or whatever? Yeah, is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? Health Fitness is how many shiny gator will be auctioned today? I'm not sure. At least one group though. The Horse Girl movie. So I guess those heterodon gloidai are from where the Spirit movie was supposedly taking place. But Lizard Bean says, I have awoken. Thank you for that image, Small Gwenny, in the Discord. So here she is in all of her splendor. She's got a nice colorful belly too. Nice well-marked belly going on here. Try and get some of that glare off of it. Not quite as much the even spaced markings on the body, although these kind of look like the stereotypical representation of like teeth, like on all those like dentist signs where it's like Roxford Family Dentistry, and it's the smiling tooth, the tooth that has teeth that is also holding like floss and a toothbrush. It looks like that, and they always put the eyes again like on each of the, what do they call those, the cusps or whatever of the tooth is what that reminds me of. Hold gently like hamburger. But he just says I'd probably yoink a zebra skink when they are available. So I have some experience. I can give some experience with the zebra skinks. They are very communal. To a point, it seems like you can pile billions of females together, but males, as soon as they can tell that other males are males, they start to antagonize them. You'll start to get a dominant male, and the other one's going to get bullied. So just be aware of that. You can pile a ton of females together and slap a male in there, and they're fine with the babies too. That's not from my experience, that's from the reading. But once the babies, once the skinks are able to tell who's who, the males become antagonistic to each other. I don't think that all communal skinks are like that. I think Gidgee skinks, they just like pile on the whole family, but I don't have any experience with that, just from what I'm seeing. So, has anyone else noticed that this is the April Bugapalooza? What do you mean by that? Did I write the title wrong? It is. Did I make the title wrong? Did I copy paste the wrong title? It is. This is April 2025 Bugapalooza. Guys, I'm such a fool. Can I edit this? Can I edit the title? Do I have to edit video? Let's see what I can do. Can I edit it right now? October 2025. Nobody told me. All of you could see, and nobody told me up until now. October 2025 Bugapalooza. Let's see. All right, I changed it. I've changed it. The date, the shipping dates, and whatnot are still correct in the description, but I changed the date for this. Let's see. Did it change? You absolute fool. It is the Incredible Pod. It is I, the Incredible Pod, says Sierra Bird. What about skinks, says Edgy Maraconi. Everyone point and laugh. You think most people here can read, says Dragon Grimoire. We cannot. Edit worked. Changed right before our eyes. All right. We are back, everybody. We're so back. We're talking about Kenyan zebra skinks. Was the skinks we were talking about. I'm curious if Peter's banded skinks are kind of similar, if a lot of skinks are similar. So, all right, we'll get one more good look-see over this lady here. Got a nice velvety black back. Again, it was close. It was close, and I will be a little conceited and say that I think if I showed the two pairs that I did keep, I don't think you guys would see the differences. I don't think you'd understand, but it was real to me, everybody. It was real to me. Laura Taylor says, you put shiny things in front of us. We don't care what the title says. Where you vetting the Taylor show this upcoming Saturday, right? Yeah, I will be there. That is where I would take the extra ball pythons should they not sell, and it's going to be it's Tinley weekend. Oh, you'll be there too? Well, hey, save you some money on FedEx shipping. You can come and pick up the stuff that you got from there, and you can see these guys in person too. This is a beautiful female. I'm quite content with how far along I've gotten these guys, from them being little niblets in the bag that they arrived in. So, and I don't know if this is normal for ball pythons, but the end of her tongue is paler than the rest of it. That's usually like an indicator of like het for hypo and colubrids, but I might be reading into things. So, all right, we'll get one more good 3-ish dimensional look at this female. It's like, was it in Karate Kid where he put the band around his head? I think it was. That's an old reference, is what that is. So, all right. A doobie, say less. Sell that ball to a dentist. Teeth on the side. All right, here's an X for the RCBP3 1-year-old female Python regius. Zen Monkey saying that is an absolutely gorgeous snake. Again, the beauty of the wild types, and she has a little bit of a golden glow to her whole body. This is no het pastel clown, blah blah blah. It's just the way that they are, where you find them, which apparently is covered in little teeth gremlins on the sides. Oh man, guys, is this guys before you pass, is that an Amogus? Is that an Amogus reference? Is this an Amogus on the side of this snake? Is that a sussy Amogus going on there? I don't know. You decide if it's a sus Amogus or not. All right, going once on RCBP3. Going twice. Sold. Or pass. All right, pass. And Love with Scales is going to claim them all. All right. So, Love with Scales. All three of them. Perfect. All right. Where am I going to put pass up for? And it claimed Love with Scales. All right. Thank you so much. And you can pick them up in Taylor, so I presume that you're not too far away, which means that breeding projects in the future we could coordinate if we wanted to outbreed our Benins. All right. Claimed Love with Scales. All right. Love with Scales is just getting a bunch of snakes, apparently. This is the Love with Scales part of the auction. Love with Scales. All right. And that brings us to our last thing. Again, something again, I would keep them if I were not about to have a dream come true. If it were not inbound. If I had more space. Can you believe that, everybody? Me saying if I had more space on hand right now? All right, Love with Scales and Chris Sniper are basically our two herpetological enthusiasts here today. We're gonna go ahead and we're taking them right about an hour. That's how that is. All right. I'm gonna just get all this information up here. We have a pair of Lampropeltis annulata Tomolipin milk snakes. I'm going to put this back. And all right, let's look at the male first. Here we have the male Tomolipin milk snake. Stella Springtails didn't even need to see them. Wanted to put a bid on them from the get-go. The male, he definitively prefers to eat frozen thawed over live, and that is how Kim was keeping him. And he does not really like the whole live thing. When I've had extra things and thought I'll just toss some surplus in there, he does not go for that. He does not like live, so prefers to eat frozen thawed. So just keep that in mind with him. Yeah, so here he is. And again, I would keep, but with potentially two pairs of locality Pueblans on the way, I must I must not make unwise decisions. I'm trying to follow my heart. Lizard Bean says, "Ugh, milks are so pretty. I miss my boy." Small Gwen says, "The other day they at a show. I saw some African fishing snakes, and they were so goddamn cute." Let's see, African fishing snake. African brown water snakes. Do you have a Latin to accompany that? So one of those times where it's African brown water snakes, maybe. Afronatrix aniscopus. That's kind of funny that there's natrix and there's Afronatrix. I don't know. I'm very interested. Very find that very funny. There's Grayia snakes. Those look pretty cool. I guess it's kind of cool. I don't know. They had a checkered pattern. Yeah, they were the Egyptian water snakes, maybe, or Egyptian checkered snakes or something. I've seen a couple of importers saying they have captive hatched or captive borns of those available. Seems like they got the adults and they just dumped out a bunch of babies, or maybe the babies were dumped out overseas and then shipped stateside. So, so here is the boy Tomaleepin. You get a good idea for the colors and temperament and pattern. Egyptian false water cobra. So not the false water cobra, but Egyptian false cobras. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, and look at that. They actually do the neck flange thing when they get ticked. What's this? Pseudo-Xenodon. I'm doing a wiki walk. Pseudo-Xenodon bambusicola. That's a cool snake. That is very cool. The bamboo snake or bamboo false cobra. That is cool. This is a nice little wiki walk going on here. Oh yeah, that's a cool snake. Wonder if anybody ever works with those as an alternative to the oh, they're generally considered mild venom. But that's what people say about false water cobras. And Nigel Marvin was bit by one. I think his hand swelled up for a day, and that was it. That doesn't sound so bad. Pseudo-Xenodon macrops. Okay, so it's same genus. Large-eyed bamboo snake or the big-eyed bamboo snake. So, wow, that is very convincingly cobra-like. That's one of the most convincing cobra mimics I think I've seen. Natrix tessellata. Ashley Dezan does. Interesting. Diadem. Clint Reptiles has a video, somebody, Zen Monkey said. All right, I'm going to put the male back and grab the girl, and she is a bit feistier than he is, but she'll probably calm down. All right, and here's the lovely lady. And she does not have the same reservations about eating live that the male does. She is absolutely vicious at eating anything frozen, thawed, live, fingers. All that does not matter to her in the slightest. There's some conversation about diadem rat snakes. I think Kai has a king rat snake. And look at me saying she's going to be feistier and so much more some way or another, but she's just being a little pleasant thing right now. What do you know? Oh, and she's going into shed too. Her eyes are milky. I don't know if you guys can see that. The eyes are milky. So this is not the optimal color she's going to be shedding soon. So keep that in mind. What was I going to say? For other snakes coming up on the horizon, there's a possibility I will be producing Asclepian snakes this coming spring. I think mine are 4 years old now, and I'm going to cool them this winter. Maybe produce some black South African black house snakes. What else do I have that's even breeding coolable size right now? I think that's basically it, is those two. And then maybe a year or two from now, dusky hognoses, Stenophis marcianus, and there's just some other miscellaneous here and there, maybe. Ball pythons, whenever that happens. Diadem rats are great. I have a group and they are super sweet. Diadem rats. I need to look that up. I was interested in all of those high humidity, like bamboo rats and whatnot. They just always seem to be a bit out of price range, and I want to make sure I can give them what they need because they're not quite as pop and play easy as North American colubrids, as I understand it. So, but here she is. Here's her belly. Also love Japanese rat snakes. Yeah, again, I want to get more into localities of colubrids, and that's the nice thing with the palmettos is not only is it a, from what Kim told me, not only is it a a mutation that was found in the wild, it's also the locality, like the locality information. They bred them with snakes from the area to produce the palmetto, so it's also unique from other ones in the U.S. Kunashir Island is a nice locality. I think I've seen those a couple times too. Bamboo rats are easy, but they're nippy little jerks you got to tease feed as babies. Oh, teasing. I'm already not looking forward to the dusky hognose. Well, the ones that I got started pretty easily. They would sometimes they would be a little obstinate about taking pinkies, but um, for the most part, they took pretty well. The males took longer than the female. The female is a hog beast, but the males finally caught up. It's not like they had much growing to do from where they started. So I kind of maybe work with southern hognoses someday, Mexicans, other localities of heterodon. We'll see. So all right, we are going to put an X here for the Tamaulipan milk snake pair. And again, all proceeds from this snake auction will be, assuming there's anything left over, I don't know if there's going to be, is going to go towards me finally getting my locality Pueblan milk snakes. So that's how that is. All right, going once on the Tamaulipan milk snake pair. I don't know if she can be seen. Yeah. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to the winner of, could be Chris Sniper, could be Love with Scales. Let's see, I'm control R-ing right now. Well, I didn't control R, I pressed Shift R. There we go. And it is Love with Scales, with a winning bid that I think most would consider to be a steal for such things of 93. Love with Scales. And Love with Scales is going to be picking up a ton of stuff next weekend, it looks like. 93 to Love with Scales. Okay, and since you're picking everything up, that also means that I don't have to withhold food. I could feed them all. Everybody can get fed tomorrow or the following day. And winning bid of 93. All right. And you're really in a snake mood today. You can say that again. And I had an Eastern rat snake female I was going to put up for auction, but she regurgitated a pinky, and so I don't feel comfortable putting her up for grabs. So we are that will be it for our reptile session at about an hour and 15 minutes long. Go put this lady back and move these guys out of here. Whoops. Sorry. All right, and we are on to our other invertebrates stuff. Now, what I've done here is I've mixed, there's some isopods in with this. There's not a lot. The bulk of the isopods is coming after this, but I have mixed in, I have mixed in a couple of isopods in and through all these other bugs available here. So there's a couple of, again, veins of isopods going on through here to be accounted for. And we've got a good diversity of stuff. We're kind of all over the place. Again, I think we're going to do the isopods in veins, so it'll be kind of clusters of 4, 5-ish species of isopods amidst the other invertebrates, just to give a little bit of flavor, a little bit of zest, a little bit of bam here and there for some things. And that'll be how these things go. Trying to get you all the best experience, the best Bugapalooza experience that I can at the moment. So it is in this section that you are going to find your other invertebrates, any arachnids, gastropods, other insects, etc., are coming up in this very session. So keep that in mind if you were looking or waiting for something that is in this session. It also reminds me I need to go take inventory of some very special fellows in a second here. We're going to put these over here. and I'm going to go take a quick inventory. Right quick. All right, I've got my placeholder cups for our special extra things. You can throw those sticky notes out of here. Placeholder cups are very important sometimes for this line of work, for these sorts of things. Okay, so let's get started then with some invertebrates. And well, first I'll read some YouTube comments. Something Macaroni Man, headphone in at the show. I'm not missing the auction. Nope. I may have $50 or $50 or $80 left in my budget, depending on if orders added to the auction winnings counts for the free shipping. Says Charlie Bug. The answer is yes. Bro has the spy gear on. Stella's is locked and loaded in here. All right. Let's start off with again, we're in the other bugs. We're going to have some isopods splattered in between here and there, but mostly this is the other invertebrates, the other bugs. As I decreed the other day, if it's in Ecdysozoa, no, we went higher than that. What was it? It was the it was the non-chordate lineage that was bugs. What was that again? It was protostomes. The entire taxonomic clade of protostomata is considered a bug to me, basically. All right, here we go. We're gonna do a group of 6. I gotta get the spelling right. Why is this not? There we go. All right, here we go. All right, 6. Dinocyrus arizonensis, Bog Springs Campground, Madeira Canyon, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. All of our Arizonensis and culture from both me and Will come from this population, just so everybody knows for references. So if you ever gotten these, they came from the same place, but I just put the locality information there because and don't usually have that at the forefront for this species. Okay, and you get 6 of them. In fact, there was one out and about in here. Maybe we can see it. It's right below the S, the first S, and he's crawling away. Perfect. Every time I see Dinokairos, I'm like, the dinosaur? I know. No, that's the other Dinokairos. You're thinking of the Dinokairos that isn't spelled like dinosaur. I'm pretty sure the other Dinokairos is DEI, and then the rest of the spelling's the same. Yeah, it's DEI. And I wonder if that's because the pseudoscorpion Dinokairos was... The pseudoscorpion Dinokairos was probably described first. So we've got 2 Dinokairoses. When was it? 1929 for the pseudoscorpion. And 1970 for the dinosaur. So yes, the pseudoscorpion Dinokairos does predate the dinosaur, fascinatingly. All right, here is an X for these, and I'll try to find a picture real quick. Arizonensis. I have my one picture. I can fall back on my one decent picture of these. Oh, other people have already covered it for me with TJ. What I presume is a TJ picture that is... mine's looks pretty all right next to TJ's, but his probably wins out in the end with his natural camera skills. All right, going once on the Dinokairos arizonensis. Going twice. Sold. To the winner of Bobber with a winning bid of 55 to Bobber. And actually, these guys need a little bit of apple for their springtails and for their fruit flies, and they also need a dosage of fruit flies. So I think I'm going to go give them that real quick while I put something else up for grabs here. We'll put up a group of 7 Veronicelidae species. Florida City, Florida, starting bid of $1. There is an image of these on my Instagram. Actually, if anybody saw the video of my handful of slugs, that is what these are from. And Bobber won with a winning bid of 55 to Bobber. All right, so I'm going to go feed these Arizonensis really quick. We have a Bob. I have a label for Bob and a label for Bobber on the table, and they're right next to each other. Exotic Wilderness got some good footage of these guys. I do not think they're Florida leatherleafs, and also they get very big. I would love to handle one, but they make a lot of slime, though not quite as much slime as like leopard slugs and stuff like that. So, how big do these guys get, might you ask? Well, we have my handy dandy ruler still here from 2 days ago. And at the fullest size that I have seen these, they are about, when fully stretched out and moving, they are about 3.5 inches. So you can see how big that is. It is like the size of my thumb down to whatever this little joint is here. So quite large. Small Gwenny says cannot be as much as Carolina mantis slugs. Those things are 90% goop. He's just cold. Give him an extra. Use the slime as skincare, not the dummy thick reaction on the slugs. Douglas Bram saying something. I need 5 moments, please. Thank you. Also, everybody like the stream. Make sure to like the stream, everybody. All right, here is an X on these. We have a couple of species of Varanacelids up for grabs, I might say also. It looks like there's a nursery web spider on my dilapidated screen on the side of my window. Interesting. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Small Gwenny with a winning bid of 20. To Small Gwenny. That's a good deal. What are those? Small Gwenny. Next up, we're going to keep going with the Varanacelids, apparently. 5 Bugapalooza angustipes. Starting bid of $1. The black velvet or black leatherleaf slugs, which we started from either 1 or 2. I think Fort Morgan, Alabama is the locality, although they are introduced. Yeah, it's Fort Morgan, Alabama. I'll add the locality. All the bellicolis for me came from here. Fort Morgan, Alabama. Edit locality. All right, let's see if I can find an image. Bellicolis. There's got to be. Wikipedia's got to have a picture. Ooh, we've got a naughty picture here, actually, on Wikipedia. Let's see if Wikimedia has any more media. Bellicolis. Not Wikipedia, but Wikimedia. No, it's just the coitus picture again. Surely there's another good one. Ooh, that one paints him in a flattering light, unless somebody's beat me to the punch already. Good enough. Wow, Small Gwenny. Great minds think alike, apparently. And also reminding me that this guy probably will give you some pee. Guys, it's the return of the penis joke. We're back to the peas today for some stuff because we're back on that isopod grind set, mindset, what have you. We're isopod. We're other invertebrates maxing today. We're Varanacelid maxing today, guys. How's this looking in here? All right. Oh, another thing that's decided to eat the paper towel. That's cool. We do appreciate that. Hot dog food for you. You guys get a piece of pea as well. All right. Here's an X for the Bellicolis. See what chat's saying here. The penis. I'm such a sucker for solid black critters. Must hold back. I don't like the slime. These are the least slimy. Diana's saying the slime's the best part. That's an interesting opinion. We are slug jockey. Food is food. Food is fuel. Just handle with gloves. I somehow accidentally paused the stream when Kyle left and didn't realize. I've done this, somebody said. All right. Going once in the Bellicolis. Going twice. Sold. To Lydia Bree with a winning bid of 30. To Lydia Bree. Yay, slugs, says Lydia Bree. I agree. Okay, what we got going on here? Ooh, that's special. How are you guys holding up? I do not like pre-packing crickets. Do not like it, but I have done it. They don't seem to do as well when pre-packed, but I had to do it, and I will double check everybody before they go out to make sure everybody's okay. But they also get to taste the penis. There you go, everybody. We have a group of 20 Akita Domestica Roll, Arizona, starting bid of $1. This is a wild locality of Akita Domestica. Also, I gotta write down Lydia's wins 30. Lydia Bree. All right. Roll as just a wild locality of the large house crickets that used to be everywhere before the cricket paralysis virus and all that other stuff got in the way. So these, I collected these in 2022, and I've had them going ever since, and their numbers have gone up and gone down. They're back on their boom. They're back on that boom lifestyle. So if you want to work, if you need the old-fashioned feeder crickets and the ones you get from the store diseased, like the ones that I always get from there, and you can't get them going because they're just wrought with diseases, here you go. Here's a nice starter colony of the classic feeder house cricket up for grabs. Zen Monkey says, yesterday I stopped the app. Somebody said, get edged, losers. Closed it out, and it was fine when I restarted. Mine was being finicky too, but I think it was my connection. It could be my connection too. I only have 3 out of 4 bars right now, it looks like, for some reason. Never thought I'd witness a grown man saying crickets will like the taste of the penis. Smugway says, I got to head off. I got a few hundred bugs to catalog and list for sale to make up for what I spent. Amen, brother. Zen Monkey says, for me, on Android, is being very consistent today. YouTube goes into the background, the video pauses. Interesting. All right, here's an X. You laugh, you put a negative bid, but there is somebody out there who misses the standard feeder crickets and wants to propagate them. And here they are. Jojo thinking about it. I need to get Grylus a Simless again, too. I lost mine, and this is one of the Grylus that I despise having lost. The other one being those ones from halfway to the Toro Weep. I am not going to enjoy trying to get those again if it ever even happens. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Jojo with a winning bid of 15. Jojo, you are, of course, the type of person who would really appreciate those. All right, now we have something special, but it's time for me to say goodbye to them. We have one culture of Usa Zoros in Zorotypus. Habardai, starting bid of $1. This is one of those things that that Alan sent us, and I got going. I was like, yay, I'm back into bugs again after the stressy, depressy, lemon zesty time period. However, Alan lost or forgot the locality info for these. So this spring on our Florida Alabama trip, we collected Will and Alan collected locality of Usasaurus hubbardi. So I do not have a need for this non-locality stock anymore. You can see a couple of them. They're very small in the bottom, as you can see there. So this is, you get this whole established culture, and you can see this culture is so old that it still has the old Latin name Zorotypus on there. It's Usasaurus USA Zoros now. George Soros USA Hubbardi. Then Monkey says, that's interesting. Thanks, folks. Stopping and restarting Discord fixed the issue. Apparently, it still wanted the audio connection. Yeah, seems like we're having some tech things being worked through here. So if you want Usasaurus, here you go. This culture's probably got another 2 years if you top it off with some more rotting wood or just like wood pellets type stuff on the top. You probably got another 2 years out of this culture before you have to split it. You could always just get it and split it right from the get-go too. Here's an X for them. And I think, let me just confirm, Zorotypus long sperm. The giant sperm of Zorotypus impolitus, which might be Usosaurus now, is one of the biggest compared to the body size. The sperm itself is about 3 millimeters long. Pretty crazy. All right, going once for the Usosaurus Zorotypus. Going twice. Sold. To TJ with a winning bid of 15. TJ butting in here. With his vast stacks of cash from his successes last night. What is that sound? I may have a visitor? Oh, hey.
What's up? Some stuff.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you guys got apples and stuff like that. Thanks. You could put those in the fridge. My father is here to drop up rations.
One of them is Macintosh, the other is something else.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful.
Then you got a caramel apple, too.
I got some
Hi,
good
everyone.
snacks
Buy
here.
lots of stuff from Kyle.
There is delivery, eh? You mean from stacks of cash from me, said Lizard Beans, Daddy Kendillian. Hi, Kyle's dad. Everybody says hi, Dad. All right, there we go. That GIF isn't loading. There it goes. All right. Next up, we have one fertilized female and male. If I have another available. Peru Phasma Schultii starting bid of $1. So you get a fertilized adult female, but if I have a spare male, and I probably will, you also get a male with it. It's just if I don't have a male, you don't get one. You just get the gravid female. So Valid Frequa has posited a bid of 2 off the bat. Has posited it. Exotic Wilderness was coveting these to try on some host plants that he has access to. Let me see if there's Confused Squirtle with 35 right off the bat. I don't think I even need an image of a Peru Phasma. You can't do this to me. I just cut down a ton of honeysuckle. That's the way it is on this bug of an earth. Here's an X for the Peru Phasma female plus male if I got another male hanging out, adult male. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is the Confused Squirtle. Winning bid of 35, being on Hawks A1. Squirtle. Okay. I've hit a vein of isopods, so we're going to do some isopods here. This is supposed to be a 20 count of those. We're doing some isopods. We've hit a vein of isopods. A group of 20 Porcellio, Nichols Eye, Rubivin starting bid of $1. Again, we will be getting to more isopods later, perhaps after a break, probably around 1 or 2, our typical break time type thing. It's probably going to be more closer to 2, I would think. And then we will go heavy duty on the isopods. They got some stuff from Austin. Stella Springtails has some stuff that's going to go up when we before we do isopods, and as part of isopods, and we're going to slam through isopods, and before you know it, we're going to be on to grain pets, everybody. Beans mentioned, will we be doing any springtails today? I think we will be, if they're on Austin's Stella's Springtails is list, which I think they are. And I'm going to tell, I need to get that list onto here, onto the computer for my ease of sanity, actually. Assassins anytime soon. Oh, I think that those are on the horizon. That counts as an other bugs, other invertebrates thing. I think we got that on the horizon. Here's an X for the Porcellio Nickel's Eye Rubivin 20 count. Wrapping up them bids. Silverfish, I think we might have some silverfish coming up too. And Jose, we were supposed to have more pseudoscorpions, but Will's got a lot on his plate right now with having moved into a new house and whatnot. He's got quite a bit on his plate, so I did not get a list. All right, going once on the Rubivins. Going twice. Sold. To looks like catch, but could be a lot of bids in at the last second there. So let's see who, when the dust settles. It is Dark Knight with a winning bid of 41. It shows Dark Knight on my screen. Winning bid of 41 to Dark Knight. Knight. Winning bid of 41, beating out Terrariums by Laura just slightly. Dark Knight. And how do I do this? Trying to clear this freaking formatting that I did here. And it won't let me. Oh, this is silly. This is buffoonery on my formatting here. Who's making bark there? Cooking bark. Bro is cooked, literally cooked. All right, we have a group of 20. Porcellio Levis Sunshine. Starting bid of $1. This is Orange X. Caramel. Selectively bred for the brightest orange. All right, so you could look at Sunshine perhaps as an improved orange stock. These I've bred for the brightest possible orange after crossing caramel and orange of Porcellio Levis. Any orthopterans today? I think we will be seeing some orthopterans. Let's see if we can show off some Porcellio Levis Sunshine here. Again, probably would need to see them compared right next to orange to see the difference, but they are, again, just improved oranges. So the color is a bit stronger. They've been outcrossed to the caramel, so they have more of that light background color over the standard gray of wild type Levis. But I've been working on these for, I think, 4 years now. So I'm pretty comfortable with the state that they're in. Not a breakthrough morph, nothing exceptional by several people's metrics, but hey, it's something to do with this life. All right, here's an X. Again, they're just basically brighter orange Levis. That's what they are. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango with a winning bid of 23. Orang, 23. Are you down here as Orang everywhere else? Oh, I have to clear the frickin' formatting. To clear the frickin' good column marked formatting in order to be able to get the lists all coordinated again. Okay. Is it even doing it? Have I been cheated? All right, I think that did it. Control R, that. All right. I'm still a little sussy and mogussy of the formatting I just did, but I think that did it. All right, we're good. We're good. Save the day. And Orang Mango got the orangest of the Levis. I am seeing that is very fitting. Okay. 20 Spherillo species red antenna. This is one of those species that I picked up at the expo, and I was just, I don't know, I didn't know they existed, and I came across them, and I just looked at them and I thought, these are really neat. These are nifty little guys. Are there more phasmids on the docket today? Oh, I believe there are. Spherillo red antenna. Again, I had no idea what I was getting into. I had no idea that I was gonna find something nifty, get something of this sort. And they ended up they're cute. They're pretty prolific. They're on the smaller side. They're about a little bit smaller than white sharks, but they're really cool. I like them. Do you have locality on these? There's 2 lines in culture. I do not. They did not come with any locality information. But if it helps or is more of what you're looking for, the antennae are very red on these. So if one of the localities has pale antennae or paler antennae and the other one has redder, these are the red ones. They came from, I think he's isopete, I believe. And we're going to do all this. Isopete. Whichever locality Edwin's are, they came from him if these came from me. They came from Pete at the expo. So I don't know what's being spelled out here with the letters. Photos sleeping in this morning. Yeah, I guess I could try. I could nab a picture, maybe see if there's. It's difficult. I'm fine with. I get nervous swiping pictures myself, but when other people post it for me, I'm less neurotic about it. I suppose. Oh, we'll let them stand on their own merits. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Aiden S. Thank you, Valid Freck. With a winning bid of 38. Aiden, I assume you'll be picking these up at the Taylor show, I assume, with your winning bid of 38. And that's your first auction win, I think. It looks like, I think, if I'm to believe the thing filling in the names or not here. All right, next up we have 30 Armadillidium. Eddie forgot his locality. 30 Armadillidium Scaberimum. Starting bid of $1. Now, I don't know. I saw some people were selling something called Scaberimum Sandstone, but I didn't know if it was Isopod Hobby Jank, where they were like, this is where they'll put like Armadillidium vulgari something, or like they put as the strain name what they're trying to use as a common name for that species. So I don't know if these Scaberimums and these sandstones are 2 different Peter Rushton, yeah. It's Peter Rushton, sorry. I have his Discord name. It's just I've only within the last couple of months been conversing with him more at the expo, and usually I'm talking to Austin. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know if sandstone and Scaberimum are the same thing, or if sandstone was supposed to be a selection of Scaberimum. I don't know. I did have the ones labeled sandstone before, and they did seem to be a little bit differently colored than these, but I don't know. Does anybody have that information? Okay, I'm not enough, Kyle Papa. You are more than enough. Stella Springtails, aka Austin, aka Docs, you, etc. William Deskey says sandstone is different. Okay, so then apparently I need the sandstones again, but they were labeled as scabarimum, so these must just be straight species stock of scabarimum. So here's an X, and they are very scabrous. They are very rough-looking isopods. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Valid Freck with a winning bid of 25. Valid Freck. Congrats, Valid Freck. That is your first auction win, your first Bugapalooza auction win on day 3. I see. All right, now these. So I didn't have any Armadillidium verneri orange. Mine crashed real hard, and I'm actually concerned if they're going to be able to rebound. I think I'm down to like four adults or 4 big ones, and they stabilize, and they're doing the like growth maxing strategy. So it's possible within the next couple of months that there's just going to be a gush of babies in there, or all the adults are the same sex and the colony is just going to burn out, and I'm going to have to get them back from one of you lovely people who got them from me before. But as a substitute for that, we have 40 Armadillidium frontotriangulum orange, starting bid of $1. Does anybody still have the Albania frontotriangulums? Does anybody still have those? A lot of those first wave Armadillidium imports are kind of going by the wayside. So if anybody has the Albanias, let me know. I'd like them. Yes, Peter Rushton username on Discord. Austin knows who I'm talking about. TJ, you have spotted Albania? I need to get some from you with the TJ box. Please write that down. I really want those again. They are fronted. They're not. I guess they were identified as frontotriangulum and not just species spotted Albania. So it should be. That's the last that I had heard that they were frontotriangulum. So good job. That's good stock. It's in good hands with you, but I want them now. Oh, look at that lovely picture of them there. I think I still like the Armadillidium verneri more, the oranges of those more than these, but that's also that picture makes them look very Halloween-y. That's like some candy corn looking stuff there. That's pretty good. And I would assume this is out of the unlabeled locality stock and not the spotted Albanias. I think they are different from frontotriangulum, but I could be wrong. How's the care on these compared to other Armadillidium? Asked King Campy. It's the same care. Kyle, don't eat the isopods, but they look so delicious there. Here's an X, and they're doing very well. Let's see. There might have been some larger ones that fell into the cup. Let's see if we can show you exactly what you're getting. And it is frontotriangulum, so this is not the full size. They do get larger than that. And we haven't made any penis jokes. We have to make some penis jokes. So there's some scabarinums, a little bit of penis. And the scabarinum container, something in there, the rotting wood or whatever, kind of smells like weed. That's interesting. How are you guys doing? Oh, I see your fish flakes have molded over, but that's no big deal for you guys, considering where you're probably from. So you guys are good. And we want to give our little candy corn fellows a little bit of the penis going on there. All right, there we go. Oh, we haven't written a name on those guys yet. All right. They didn't come with locality though. Says, yeah, that's I have those going as well. All right, going once on the orange frontotriangulum. Going twice. Sold. To Octa King with a winning bid of 40. To Octa King. The king of Octa King, October King. Congrats. All right, we are through the vein of isopods. We are going to go on to some other things here. We're going to do a group of 6 sepia. I need to look this up really quick. Okay, AEA. Sepia nemoralis, Dearborn, Michigan, starting bid of $1. Sepia nemoralis. We're on to Schneier time. And who won that last one? Octa King. Let me try to find a representative picture of Sepia nemoralis. This locality has pretty consistently the extra stripy patterning, not the more solid patterning as is seen on some others. How do I go to Wikimedia? There's pictures of the penile darts. We don't need that. That's not going to help us here. Here we go. Here's a dude who matches in his Sunday best. So this population doesn't have that great variation in coloration. This is the extra stripy guys, not the solid banded one. And it's pretty consistent here as well, which suggests it was from a very small founding population. So Invertebrate Dude says, I think all standard hobby fronted triangulum come from Corfu? ? Yeah, exactly. Unless you get the flame tiger snails, the Michigan native snails from Holly. Oh yeah, show us the penis, lizard bean ass. All right, here's an X for the Sepia nemoralis on these guys, collected from my hometown. Oh shoot, I have to put that these are wild caught. I forgot. I need to emphasize that. Sorry, everybody, they are wild caught. If that changes your opinion, I will allow retraction of bids. If that changes your opinion, I need to edit. Edited to wild caught. All long-term captive, though. I bred them once when I was younger, and I just tossed these on some soil from outside without sterilizing it. So I think a soil centipede or something is eating the eggs. But all the adults are fine. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango with a winning bid of 22. Orangutan. 22. All right. Now we have something special. We've got something from off the promo material. Finally, we have a group of 6 Microtomus Persis Ocala, Florida, starting bid of $1. Captive bred nymphs. The key with Microtomus seems to be that they like to eat darkling beetles. So this is a good time for you if you have a colony of something like Neatus or peanut beetles, which we will have some of those up for grabs in the Grain Pets hours. Let's see if I can find a picture of Microtomus Persis. I hear soft chirping coming from beside me. Let's see if I can find the Ocala ones, because these guys have very orange abdomens, unlike a lot of the other stock. So let's see. We will see if our friend iNet here can be of assistance. Seems like it can. So maybe these will become more common now that we have a better idea how to more easily take care of them. We need a couple more things here. Let's stretch out the range and find one that really matches. Oh, here's a good image of a more freshly molted one. Here we are for an adult. Now this is freshly molted, so the wings usually fade to white. I'm just going to put that there. But you get to see that abdominal coloration, which is the key for this stock here. So these seem to like high air humidity, but low stuff humidity. So you want to give them a little bit of ventilation or some, get it so that the container is not soaking wet and it's just got this nice hanging of humidity in the air, basically, and all the bark and all that other stuff is dry except for maybe where it meets the substrate, etc. But that's what they want. They're under bark on trees, dry, dead dry pine bark. You got this nice protected high air humidity environment, but it's never going to get soaked. It's never going to get soaking wet and just stay saturated. It's going to dry out between rains and over time and all this other stuff. Is Show Goat Super Chat? The goats are out in Holly. I am in Livonia running this because it is where all the bugs are. Invertebrate Dude says, how do you have your breeding enclosure set up? It's I'll have to get you some pictures or something, TJ, but it's not complicated. What's the smallest species of spider beetle you have, says Lizard Beans? That would be Nyptis ventriculus. And somebody asked about African assassins today, and yes, I do think that is on the docket. I do believe. Here's an X. And how big are they? The adult size for these is about 1 1/4 inches. So these are not the size of Platymeris, but they are, I think, our biggest, most colorful, coolest Platymeris-esque assassin in the U.S. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, the victor with a winning bid of 53. 53, wanting these Microtomus. Chris Sniper, watch out, has an appetite for assassin bugs, everybody. Keep that in mind when more assassin bugs go up. You're going to have to watch out for Chris Sniper. He has an insatiable appetite for assassin bugs. Let's see what else we're going to put up while I run to the bathroom. All right, we got some silverfish we have, and they're no longer Thysanura. There's something else now. Zygentoma. You have 30 Zygentoma species. Hurricane, Utah, starting bid of $1. This has been one of the easiest and most dry tolerant silverfish to propagate for me. The other easy one is at times has been fire brats with, again, high air humidity, but low substrate humidity. And let's see do I have a silverfish picture on my website? I know I've talked about these before. Huge success with Utah silverfish. All right. I have a picture from one of my old blogs. These guys. Is the quality just being gutted? I think the quality is probably being gutted on zoom in. Or maybe it just doesn't have enough quality overall. Maybe I can find an image on iNaturalist from near Hurricane, Utah. Oh, there's a Hurricane, West Virginia, too. What do you know? There's people who actually have pictures of these guys from Hurricane. And here's one that seems like it's from the same environment that mine were collected in. So we will use that. And I'm going to run to the bathroom really quickly. I'm back. All right, here we go. We've got that beautiful picture of one of them in there. Microtomus will. Most Africans only when really hungry. Yes, that is true. Eric Matthews asking about assassins cannibalizing. All right, here is an X for the Zygentoma species, Hurricane Utah, the most dry tolerant but still able to breed of the silverfish species that I worked with, short of fire brats. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To KRM2 with a winning bid of 36. Before the next closest people, KRM2 just coming in, perhaps has a need of these for feeders. Perhaps it is their second favorite type of insect, as it is mine, the noble, humble silverfish. Okay, we got something complicated here. We got question mark, glob of webbing of Oligotoma nigra, Bilis, Arizona, starting bid of $1. Black web spinners from Bilis, Arizona. And I don't know how many are in here because I just grabbed a huge glob of their webbing material. And usually that means there's quite a few. Look, you can see there's one of them just hanging out right here. There's presumably an adult male is hanging out right there. And maybe if I open this up and I jostle some things around, I can't. They've webbed up all the stuff in here. Everybody, they webbed up the paper towel and whatnot. Oh, there's a bunch of babies. Let's see if we can get this close enough for you guys to see. Can you see the babies around the piece of dog food there? And there's babies on the paper towel also. So these are a almost eusocial, at least social. I don't know if they're considered eusocial or not. Order of insects, the web spinners. And you can also, if you could toss them in as a bioactive or a cleanup crew for other invertebrates. Just be aware, not that they do any harm, but they can get around. So just be aware of that they're good at moving between containers and whatnot. So if you want to use them as a cleanup crew, just know that you need to have some good containment protocols. If you want to just breed them, propagate them as a culture, just use typical higher security stuff and just watch to make sure they don't start webbing up the sides and then getting underneath things and whatnot. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ectrol with a winning bid of 24. To Ectrol. Okay, enjoy your new Webby boys. Who else we got going on here? I'm gonna mix up what we got here. Okay, we have a group of 12 Pseudophilus Chiricahua Southwest Research. Is it Southwest or Southwestern? Southwestern Research Station. Southwestern Research Station. I guess it's technically in Portal, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. These are from up in the Chiricahua Mountains. It is a Chiricahua Mountain endemic species of cave cricket. And you just sort of find them out on the ground wandering around at night. And we've had them going since, I think, 2021. They've been going. Stella Springtail says, just found a spotted lanternfly on the border of Michigan/Ohio, and IR sad. Yep, they're coming, but at the same time, we're gonna see those Tree of Heaven stocks are gonna go real far down pretty soon. Tree of Heaven stocks stonks are on their way down. Let's see if I can find a Pseudophilus chiricahua image. This is a drier preferring cave cricket. You still need a moist corner for oviposition and whatnot, and you won't get many eggs hatching if the substrate dries out all the way, but it is a definitely a much drier preferring Pseudophilus species in my experience. Let us see what we can do. Here's a reason. TJ might have a picture. Maybe photo gallery's not up yet, but here's a picture of Chiricahua. There you go. So, feeders, says Double Z. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. I can't really think of any cave cricket I've been able to get to feeder level populations consistently. I guess Gracillipes a long time ago, but that was a combined effort of me and the people who helped to take care of the bugs at the interpretive center in between the times that I was there. All right, here is an X for the Chiricahuas. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To control R-ing for Hawks or Ectotherm Enjoyer. It's going to one of y'all. Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 21. Ectotherm Enjoyer is not enjoying that. Sorry, buddy. 21 to Hawks A1. Okay, next up we have, I got to grab the info for this off of TJ's site. Okay, and I get to freely swipe TJ's pictures. We have 12 Platymeris CF. Oh, it's my one. Platymeris CF Radamanthus. Kenya, starting bid of $1. Usually mislabeled, misidentified as Gutatipenis. Penis. Here you are, everybody. A new locality, possibly new species, possibly we're not 100% sure, of Platymeris. And that is an image straight from TJ's website. You can also look up, if you look up Platymeris gutata penis, you will find pictures from elsewhere of these supposedly. They were very common over in Europe for some time until they eventually snuck their way stateside. But it's believed that they are Rhadamanthus, according to TJ. You can read all about it in his blog, or let's read actually. These two strains, referring to another strain, were initially identified as Platymeris cf. gutata penis on account of having yellow wing spots. However, as mentioned previously, true gutata penis have yellow leg bands, whereas these two strains have red leg bands. Adults of these two strains also have spines on the humeral angles of the pronotum, which true gutata penis lack. Additionally, we know that true Rhadamanthus can also have yellow wing spots, and that species is a much closer match for these two strains. They're smaller than the Mambo locality, but the marginal size difference is not enough to suggest these are a different species. Sadly, the Burundi line has apparently died out of culture. And there you go. Here's an X for the Platymeris. Invertebrate Dude said these are also devil spawn. Never got them to do well for me. Boo. The Platymeris, TJ? Really? Are you talking about the Platymeris or the Chiricahuas? And Health Fitness Adventure said they're more Thermobia or silverfish. Are there more Thermobia silverfish going to be up for auction? Yes, I think so. TJ says the Pseudophilus, the Chiricahui. They maybe wanted more ventilation. Maybe, I don't know. To be fair, I did kill them once, and thankfully Tennyson kept them going, and then I got them back, and they're doing pretty well all around now. Eric Matthews asking about water bugs, and no, I don't keep any currently. I really want the Abetus from Arizona, though. I'd like to do like a big 20-gallon long or a 30-gallon to communally keep a bunch of those in. But that's a minute off, I think. I have to first get the water bugs. TJ says I'll stick to my Agassizii and Gracillipes. Oh, Agassizii. Oh, yeah. All right. Going once on the Platymeris CF Rhadamanthus, Kenya. Can you believe it? Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 60. Kinky Fungus, you didn't put a period at the end of your bid. Phil D snatches it up with a winning bid of 60 to Phil D. Okay. Now what do we have here? Oh, we've got a jar of dirt. Oh, a jar of dirt here, everybody. Let me get this right. Hypo. We have a colony. No fighting, just give it to me for 70. Colony of Hypoponura species, starting bid of $1. They just magically appeared in my house one day. So this is a colony of Hypoponura greenhouse tramp ants. Don't know what species. They just showed up one day and some of my bins, and they seem to be moving around and spreading, but they don't go after bugs. They just eat, seems like maybe fungus and bacteria exudates and also sweet stuff. So they'll be on like the pieces of apple and fruit jellies occasionally, but not crazily reliably. So this is just, here's a culture of them. It's a free ant culture here. And again, if they get into your collection, I've said this before, I'm kind of okay with the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And even though Michigan we don't have any vicious ants that cause problems like people in other parts of the world, like California and Florida do with their collections. I like the idea of just having a couple of these ants around because, you know, you look at something that's armed to the gills and you think, oh, this ant has big mandibles and it's super aggressive and it'll come and wipe out my colony. It'll beat up all kinds of other ants. But like ant warfare can be weird like that. Like there's chemical defenses and behavioral defenses and all that stuff. So if I have an ant that's just hanging out and not causing any problems, it's a layer of security against another bad ant moving in should that ever happen. So Exotic Willie says, I have a similar species of ant that has invaded my bins, but I see them eating fruits in such very small numbers. Probably same genus. Somebody's saying I have some tiny ants too that came from outdoor plants, so I want to see how they get along with these. Jojo says, I was so deep in forum tinkering, I missed to leave us. Thank you. You're doing yeoman's work doing that. Jojo doing the forum tinkering to match up all the things. Thank you very much for doing that. Now we can search the megalobladder thing easily. And Chris with the quick workaround earlier today. Have to be thankful for that too. All right, going once on the tramp ants. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango with a winning bid of 23. Orang Mango's picked up some tramps. Hypoponura. And they when I say they appeared in my house, I mean they just popped up in my bug bins. They just mostly stuff that has a woody based substrate, I've noticed. All right, what are we gonna do next? Let's do this. So we have one Chirinus Acosta, starting bid of $1. It was on the promo material, everybody. Chirinus Acosta, starting bid of $1. This is the self-cloning micro whip. Ooh, almost knocked my contact off. That could have been bad. Jose says, I just get attacked by fire ants here. TJ says, by the way, I think the megalobladder report you saw photos of was a Colombian keeper who stress hatched his ooth. None of the offspring survived past L1. Maybe L2. We'll see. Like if I recall correctly, he surgically opened the ooth. Maybe if I had an abundance of them to try it with, but I really think after the failure with Nyctibora, I think it's moisture. I think it's high moisture. I think that the ooths are not resistant to drying out, and they need high moisture. They may even the ooth structure may even be such that it helps to wick up moisture to itself, and maybe even prevent it from becoming overly wet, like saturating inside in a weird way. Altered Pants says, allergic to fire ants, they are the worst. Kinky Fungus says, any more African species? Panicked LMAO. Yep, we got them coming up. Just be careful because the Russian breeders noted that if kept too wet, they will rot. So you don't want soaking wet, but you don't want dry. You want probably what I would think would be ideal humidity for Hormetica. And I think I'm going to keep rolling with that. All right, here's an X for the Chirinus. Our only Chirinus, only one to spare. I have to send one to 2 other people. So we got one to spare here. If you want it, get it while you see it. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Pseudo Scorpions Are Best with a winning bid of 65. This is a very Pseudo Scorpions Are Best kind of thing to get. Winning bid of 65. All right. We're going to do... What is the current Latin situation for red spot assassins? Back to the TJ article. Back to TJ's article. Well done. Well put together. Levi Collis. Platymerus levi-collis. Okay, we've got a group of 20 Platymerus levi-collis red spot assassins. Here's another chance at some Platymerus. And we're going to swipe the pick from TJ, which came from J Boogly. J Boogly Bugs. Got Ghost or Mambos? Oh, I think we might have something like that coming up, perhaps. I thought you were asking about mantids. By the way, everybody, I'll be getting some mantids in sometime this week, and maybe I'll be posting an available list on Sunday. Maybe. We'll see. So. All right, remember periods. Periods, exoskeleton, you're going to lose out on bids. Without the periods there. All right, here is an X. X for these guys. Going once on the red spot assassins. Going twice. Sold. Two doubles. Some people are putting the snipe being on double Z instead of kinky fungus. Let me control R here. It is double Z with a winning bid of 41. Double Z. All right. Let's see who else we got here. And what kind of auction would this be if I didn't include a chunk of this stuff? We have 2 chunks Fuligo Septica, starting bid of $1. We're into the slime mold times. It's not a grain pet though, so it's not in the grain pets section. Will there be more slugs or snails? Oh yes, there will be. There will be more assassins and more slugs and more snails. Here you go. Fuligo Septica, the dog vomit slime mold. You've got dormant chunks of it right here. Double C says, I got to stop bidding. My girl is not going to be happy. So Fuligo Septica. You want to work with slime mold? Here you go, right here. What is that common name? How do you keep the slime mold going? Whenever I try, it ends up dying. I don't actually try. It just moves around, it goes between different bins and does what it wants to, basically. So whenever I find a clump of it, I just grab it on up. Here's an X for the Fuligo Septica. Ectral and Stella's Springtails seem to really want the dog vomit slime mold, apparently. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Control R-ing here. A lot of interest in this, apparently. On my screen, I just did a Control R. It's showing Stella's as the winner. So I have to go with what it says on my screen after the refresh. So it's going to Stella's. Stella's Springtails with a winning bid of 15. Them's the rules. But if there's a, actual, if you want some, just remind me. And I might be able to find another chunk of it before shipping time. Okay. Somebody was asking for gastropods. A group of 7. Veronicelidae species. Coral Gables, Florida. Starting bid of $1. Species. Coral Gables, Florida. Starting bid of $1. Contains genes for pink individuals. All right, we've got these guys, whatever this is. I don't think that these are Ladula floridana. But, oh, look at that. You actually get one of the pinkish individuals in your auction wins here. Look at that. So this is a species that gets larger than Belocallus angustipes, but this does not get nearly as large as the Florida City ones. And these are usually found in limestone stony type habitats in the Florida Keys, Florida mainland coastally, but I have my suspicions they're not L. floridana. They're probably something introduced. So Lord Taylor says, I want to get started with the slime molds. Exotic Wilderness taking no prisoners with a bid of 40. Ectotherm enjoyer coming in here too. If you like gastropods, you're going to be eating good at this auction. I've got a couple of other things coming up from this spring's Florida trip. Projects coming to fruition. It's a beautiful sight. All right, going once on the Coral Gables. Pancakes. Going twice. Sold. To Ectotherm Enjoyer. You got your win, Ectotherm Enjoyer. You got your win with a winning bid of 41. And you get one of the pink guys too. I'm trying to isolate it, but hey, maybe you'll do it before I do. Okay, what else we got here? We got a group of 10 CF Neohelix Major from Huntsville, Alabama. Starting bid of $1. CF Neohelix Major. These are not wild caught. These are captive bred from what I collected. And I believe they are Neohelix Major. Called the Big Tooth White Lip. I believe it's the largest member of the genus. Here's something that listed as the southeastern white lip. But it is a very large native snail, and I believe that this is the identification. However, I am open to correction should anybody figure out otherwise. Is this actually from where these were collected? No, it's from somewhere else. Trying to find a good picture. Let's see if I can find a picture. Maybe even from where they were collected. Okay, here's one actually. From where they were, very close to it. Bam. And they are very well started, feeding on mycelium and wood and a lot of dog food. They love their dog food. A lot of snails I'm finding love their dog food, surprisingly. So very large. The largest native snail to the U.S. I think that I keep. Other than those ortholicus, but those are like longer. They eat paper just fine also. Altered Pants says, are you interested in rosy wolf snails? There's a bunch behind my parents' house. I think I would like a pair. I think I'd like the pair to try and keep, given that I have an abundance of all these other native snails. So Charlie says, if I manage to pick up the maybe potentially hinted at bioluminescent click beetles with the larvae, take mesomaphony. I don't know. You have to ask TJ about that. That's a TJ endeavor. Here's an X for the CF Neohelix Major. Again, they've been very easy for me to get going, like the CF Neohelix albolabris. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like plastic animal, but could be ectotherm enjoyer. Plastic animal with a winning bid of 27. I think that's a really good deal for these. I think if I had some adults, I have one of the adults is alive. This was started from 2 adults. If they were still around and I had them on my hand, more people would like them. But nope, everybody's a size queen. Everybody wants the things that shall not be mentioned in the server. But oh well. Let's do, what's this? Ooh, we'll do a special thing. We'll do a stack of isopods, and then we're gonna go into real snail hours, I think, here. I'm gonna line up a couple of real snail hours. Only the most bastedest and coolest people will like those. All right, we're going to an isopod vein here, everybody. We're going into an isopod vein. And let's see, that goes for F. Okay, isopod vein time. We're a group of 50 rats. We're rats. We're the rats. 50 Cubara species Panda King, starting bid of $1. I just have rats written on the container. That is how I identify them. They are rats. We're rats. Teacher's saying, can I get a pyrophorine? Pyrophorine larvae, probably mesium larvae, but not at the adults. And that TJ feeds his pyrophorine glowing click beetle larvae, mostly dog food. Fish food pellets for young larvae. John Doe says, Charlie, I fed mine peanut beetle larvae and lobster roach nymphs, and that worked fine. Charlie says, okay, cool. Live prey isn't required then. I got some tiny roach nymphs I can use if they do need live food. I was just wondering about the mesium for funsies. And Lizard Bean says, stop insulting rats like that. Are we getting it at the auction? The click beetles? Yep, they are. We'll put them up. Maybe we'll put them up before real snail hours, but it's a TJ auction. So, all right. Anybody need panda rats? Going once. Panda, not painting rats in a bad light. Sorry. Going twice. Sold. Two could be teeth. Could be teeth. And it is teeth with a winning bid of 24. And Valid Freck, fortunately, not putting a period at the end there, although they would have been given the opportunity to forfeit the bid. Winning bid of 24 for the panda rats to teeth. All right, next isopod. Here's something we haven't put up yet. We've got 20 Venezillo, and this is our only locality of these, the only couple of these available at this auction. 20 Venezillo Arizonicus Amado, Arizona, starting bid of $1. $1. Venezillo Arizonicus. If you are lagging in the live stream, refresh it. Reminder to refresh. Also, reminder, like the stream. We've got almost 60 people in here. Let's see some likes. Let's see that likes jump from 24 to at least 30. We can do it. We can do it. I know you can. You have the power. Like the scream. Like the scream, yeah. Come on, let's get some likes going on. Thank you. I see it going up a little bit. And Exotic Wilderness really wants the Venezillo Arizonicus Amados with a decisive bid of 50. We'll put an X here and see if we can spur some other people to action. Seeing such bold, brazen defiance. And let's see. You guys got enough stuff in here. You got mycelium, you got some fish flakes, you got some mold, just like the box, the sprinkler boxes you were collected out of. You feel really at home there. All right, going once on the Venezillo Arizonicus from Amato. Actually, these weren't collecting sprinkler boxes. These were collected at the openings of rodent burrows, I think. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 50. Exotic Wilderness uncontested for these. Maybe because there was no image and maybe because everybody forgot that they fluoresce under black light. That's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Only special people make mistakes at the Bugapalooza. All right, next up we have a group of 50. Armadillidium, CF Frontier, Rostra, Croatian, giant starting bid of $1 for these guys. My whole colony rebounded from 3 individuals that had one baby that then apparently matured up to be a male or something, and then impurgitated its parents, and here we are now. And no mutants have popped up yet, but let's get a look-see if we can at these guys. So yeah, good size. Lots of good size going on in here. Maybe a reasonable cleanup crew. I don't know. Maybe you just got a thing for deep gray isopods. Some of us do. I'm one of those people. Altered Pants says these have been the most resilient isopods for me. Can I cohab these Arizonicus with any of the Arenovagi ones, says Exotic Wilderness? Yeah, we'll have to talk about that, though, which ones you're going to do. John Krasinski says, I haven't bought anything. Haven't bought anything yet. Here's an X for the Croatian giant Frontirostras. And this has been going pretty slow this morning, guys. I don't feel like I have more stuff than before, but I don't know. And with respect to how we're going through things. All right, going once on the Frontirostra, CF Frontirostra. Going twice. Sold. To Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 30. Winning bid of 30. Okay, these we doubled up on a stack here. I'm going to switch these out for something else. We have a group of 100 Elumoides species, Miami, Florida, starting bid of $1. The Miami Pico Picopods. As Ellen would say, Boku no Picopods. That's forbidden. That's forbidden. Charlie said, I want to go crazy so bad, but the financial stability, my mortgage, you and me both, buddy. Alder Pan says, snakes took a lot of the morning, so maybe that's why. I could definitely see that. I could see that. TJ says, my Italian Loboptera decipiens are finally popping off. That's good to hear. Owen John says, I already asked this, but I forgot and feel like an a-hole for double ice. But what isos could go well with Chicoblis? I had Crystal Armadillidium doing well with them. There was a time in the past where I had Rubber Duckies doing well with them. Chicoblis seem to like good ventilation. They don't like to be stuffy. They don't like to be wet. They don't like to have a lot of excess moisture. So you need isopods that are kind of more in that vein. Maybe some of the Armadillidiums. I would advise against anything that shreds the substrate into nothing. So no Trichorhina, maybe no Agabiformes. Maybe not something that's just going to swamp them completely by sheer numbers. Maybe not do like Porcellio afflevis or Dilatatus. But it really depends also. Lucas is waiting for snails, but after I have to uninstall Discord, I'll go destitute. Kyle has dibs on them, but after him, sure, says Exotic Wilderness. Dibs on what? What do I have dibs on? Oh, the Loboptera. Yeah, I don't need many. I do pretty well with Loboptera, so I imagine they'll explode pretty quickly for me. All right, going once on the Elumoides species, Miami, Florida, the Miami Picopods. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is Blatto Beans, with a winning bid of 37. These are going for pretty cheap compared to days long past. 37 to Blatto Beans. 37, 27, 37. What you say? Okay. Next up, we have a group of 20. Porcelio. I also have the Ocala orange ones coming up too. Not in the auction, but like I'm reading them, so they'll be available eventually. Porcelio Ornatus Witch's Brew. Starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for the Witch's Brew. Porcelio Ornatus. One of my faves. You are my most favorite creation. And I finally got some high yellow Porcelio Ornatus back the other day. So those are things now too. Maybe one of these days we'll get Nord again. NordVPN. This video is sponsored by NordVPN, but not really. Not really. YouTube, don't demonetize me or give me extra things to have to freaking worry about when I post a video. All right. Here's an X for the Ornatus Witch's Brew. For the Witch's Brews. How big do the Illinois get? Like 1 or 2 millimeters. They're stupidly tiny. All right, going once on the Witch's Brew. Going twice. Sold. To KRM2 with a winning bid of 56. And how are you guys doing? You guys look like you're a little humid. Ornatus really do not like humidity. Keep that in mind when you keep them. They are a completely dry enclosure. The substrate can and should be moist, especially for the young ones, but for the larger individuals, they do not like humidity. 56 to KRM2. Okay, and that resolves our isopod vein. We're going to go ahead and do another assassin. We got a group of 15 Platymeris bigutatus, starting bid of $1. Your standard white spot assassin bugs that seem to come and go. 1 second you're like, oh, everybody has them, and then the next time you're like, wow, I haven't seen any assassin bugs in a while. Do people still keep those? Zen Monkey says, too late. The YouTube algorithm is going to give Kyle a strike for taking sponsorships. This video is sponsored by Roach Crossing. Charlie Bug says, I like how when I refreshed it, it got further behind. Thanks, YouTube. Make sure to Control R. Give things a nice refreshy so that you don't get stressy depressy from being too far behind. Did I spell bigutatus right? I think it's the first T's that are the double T's. I think. Oh, we have a reasonable quality Roach Crossing image here. Just in time for me to put an S. X. Yeah, the first two T's are the T's. I think I did it wrong. No, I did it right. Good. All right. Going once on the Platymeris bigutatus. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Kinky Fungus might have actually won this round. The Fungus Among Us might have won this. Let's see. And it is Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 44. 44 to Kinky, not 4. 44 to Kinky Fungus. All right. We're going to run another group of Peru Phasma. Let me go copy paste what I had put here about them. Another group of Peru Phasma Schultii, Black Beauty stick bugs. Also, hilarious of note, looking at the Wikipedia right now, and apparently Peru Phasma Schultii is critically endangered in its native habitat. I knew that at some point, but I forgot. And it's from a very small. Lives in a very small area in Peru. They are only known to exist in a region of less than 5 hectares, usually on volcanoes or mountains. But since their discovery, they've become increasingly popular as pets. And they are definitely not difficult to take care of in captivity. With dry honeysuckle seems to be sufficient, especially for the adults. Dry, they like it when you spray it down, though. The critically endangered Peru Phasma, what a meme. Just like Simon Doa, just like so many things. Sometimes these critically endangered things are just super common. Where's this picture from? I'm looking it up. It seems like there's actually a image of them in the wild. Yeah, with the okay, come on, guys. You say they're critically endangered. They're only found in a very small location, and yet on INET you're gonna obscure the record as if somebody could not already know exactly where they are. Here's an X for the Peru Phasma schultii. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 42. To Chris Sniper. I'm just so amused by that. You're obscuring the freaking location when it's like, if you know where they are, you know where they are. You don't have to obscure anything. You know, it's what are you trying to hide? In addition to the fact that, getting locality stock would be pointless because there's only one locality. The locality, they're all from there. It's like asking for locality stock of Simon Noah. Love their bulging eyes. Diana, also, it is an easy species to care for. Let's do the TJ thing. The TJ invertebrate dude. Our last TJ item up for grabs, actually. Refresh your stream also so that you stay on top of things. All right, we have a TJ item here again, and it is a group of 10 tiny larvae of Dialilator Physoterus, George West, Texas. Reading that gave my brain the big hurt. I'm sure TJ's got a picture of the adult. Scroll through his numerous lists here. Dialilator. How do I spell that? Dialilator. DEI. I'm not seeing it. Was it Physoterus? Was it Physoterus? TJ's on it. I did eventually get there. TJ, how are your what is this? Chalcolipidus webbii doing? Those are pretty cool. Maybe one day I'll have the patience to get into click beetles. I don't know. I want to say I always forget that you're so into larger click beetles, TJ. That's really cool. I don't necessarily have the patience to work with them at the moment. Maybe not ever in my life, but I think it's very cool that you have so many click beetles. That's a next level special interest. I think you get a big gold star for that. T said, I just got a new crop of sea webby. I have them available again. Actually, again, I don't want them. Just keep them going until I get to a point in my life where I will get them, I guess. Here's an X for the George West Texas Dilator Physoterus. Going once, or 10 tiny larvae. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Violent Wonton, but it could be Charlie Bug at the last second. I'm control R-ing. It's Charlie Bug with a winning bid of 50. Congrats. Let's see. You did want them, so now you have to suffer through raising them. Oh, I kid. Almost, I kid. Okay, we got a special thing up next. You've all been patient. You've been waiting for it. We have a group of 4 nymphs of Eurycnema Goliath, starting bid of $1. Here we are, feeding on Melaleuca. We have arrived at the Goliath stick bugs. Maybe I can swipe my video off of Instagram and put it on here before Instagram freaks out at me. Sign up to see this post. I don't want to sign up to see this post. I'm not going to sign up to see this post. Actual right off the bat with a bid of 50, coming in strong here. I don't know if we need an introduction to Eurycnema Goliath, as I had the female. Was that way back on Friday, I think? We'll grab a handy dandy Google Images picture of them here. We have a couple of people. Apparently, the person who's raising them is now using Melaleuca as the host over Eucalyptus. But we have several people, it seems, in our server here that are able to collect that plant. All right. Looking at some stuff. So you can always bum around the server and the bugs you want and asking if people are willing to send you the host, etc. If you're doing this as a longer-term commitment. Here is an X for the Eurycnema Goliaths. These beautiful, wonderful creatures that I didn't even know existed until like February, or maybe it was January. Diet is just, you can feed them eucalyptus, but apparently it's Melaleuca might be the better thing. And then I have a friend locally who's raising them on bramble, but it seems like these other hosts may be more reliable. All right, going once on the Eurycnema Goliath nymphs. Going twice. Sold. To confuse Squirtle with a winning bid of 85. That's a steal. That's the best deal of the Bugapalooza, I think, so far. Squirtle getting those. I know the host plants might be a little intimidating to some people, but I think that's the thing. That's the spice right there. We'll do an earwig and then we'll get into snail hours. Let me check and see how these guys are doing. Oh, yeah, you look good. All right. I need to get the Latin name on this right. We have a group of 10 Uborrelia quincticalis, and I got to look up the locality. We have 10 Uborrelia quincticalis, Alabama Insane Hospital. We call it the Insane Asylum. I guess the more formal name is that Bryce Hospital. Anyways, at Tuscaloosa, Alabama, starting bid of $1, all descended from one red wingless female. This is a special stock of these. They are all descended from a wingless, an apterous female type of the Uborrelia quincticalis. Now, unlike the other Uborrelias, these guys are a lot more cannibalistic. You might want to give them more space or different accommodations. You gotta provide them with more fresh material or something like that. Just be aware these are not as easy as annulopies, or not as peaceful as annulopies are. So you know, but it's a special locality, and you have them all descended again from a red phase female, which according to Alan is very rare. So trying to find any pictures on Bug Guide, but hey, if you're here for earwigs, here's an earwig I have not offered yet, and this was a spring Florida Arizona trip find. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of the wingless, the apterous phase female, but I'm not having any luck with that. Trying to see if I can find anything on Bug Guide even. This is kind of close. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you guys. I didn't even know that there was a red phase or any of this stuff until Alan told me about it. So, and that's that for those. But also you've got the extra, the wow factor of the fact that they're from the insane asylum, where I did an Instagram video, and they're seeing the cave crickets that dwell in the lower chambers, in the lower dankness of it all. All right, X, that's enough of the sales pitch. On to the actual sale. Zen Monkey says, your ears are bug. Every single one I bought from you just crawls right out of my ear. Is it supposed to be it's supposed to be the left ear? Slugs are legal everywhere. No slug is illegal. Lovely locality name on them. Yes, they were collected outside of the insane asylum. Surprisingly poor pickings as far as bugs inside the asylum, even though it's falling apart and basically just open to the outside air. But plenty of stuff directly outside of it. So, all right, going once on the African earwigs. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Jesse. And Jesse, because I don't have the container for these labeled, I didn't write down. It is Jesse with a winning bid of 28. I'm going to copy paste the collection information and just send it to you here on Discord, so you have it when yours come in. We're going to just include that there for you. So when you get them, you know exactly where it's from. It's Tenacity. Oh, wait, no, it's Tenacity. Whoops. Error. It's Hatted Tenacity with a winning bid of 30. Sorry. Hatted Tenacity. Let me send you the locality information. Sorry, I'm blind apparently. Hatted tenacity. With a winning bid of 30. Sorry about that. Sorry, everybody. I goofed. I done goofed. But here we are. We are at real snail hours now. We are going to start with... geez, I wish Satchel was here. He told me what these probably were. The genus. I'll know it when I see it. So a lot of snails reported from there. Also, if anybody has globular drop snails from me, I think the key to breeding them is high humidity. Very high humidity. Where is this genus that I'm looking for? All right, these are CF Mesodon / CF Zolotrema species, Tuscaloosa boat ramp launch, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Ask Alan or Satchel for exact locale name. Starting bid of $1, and I need to put the quantity there. Silly Kyle, 10. Edit for quantity. Starting bid of $1. So this is where I touched a copperhead when I first went to go look through the leaf litter there. They're like, look out, there's copperheads here. And of course, the first thing I do is apparently touch one. TJ says, technically, almost everything in the hobby is illegal to own at this point. We ball. You just need to basically be aware of your state's laws is the most important thing. Is it seems from a practical perspective, not legal advice, but your state level laws seem to be the thing you should keep an eye on. And we don't need those because we don't need pictures because we've got some of them right here. And these are immature also. I have to note these are immatures, not fully grown. Fully grown, they're about the size of a quarter, maybe a bit bigger than that. And we just found all kinds of different snails and stuff. It's a north-facing limestone cliffside in Tuscaloosa near this one boat launch. And just a lot of cool stuff there, Urids and stignomas and a bunch of different snails and whatnot. And I think Satchel was saying it's an interesting place because Tuscaloosa is the foothills of the Appalachians. And so this area, because it would be very difficult to develop and because it's so steep and kind of unstable, that it's kind of like a place where there's a lot of relics of Appalachian stuff that you don't really see once you get into more of the coastal plain of Alabama. So it's kind of like that, where it's the very tippy of the Appalachians. So there's some interesting stuff there. So they've been easy wood mycelium dog food, and they've been doing really well, and they will become a feeder for rosy wolf snails for me is what they would become. So here is an X for them. Again, native snails, we love them. All right, going once on these guys. On the species Tuscaloosa boat ramp, Alabama. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2, control R-ing. I can't wait till I get more Michigan native snails available, like those flame tiger snails. If we get more of them, that'll be great. 2, Fimodams, with a winning bid of 24, being out Ectotherm Enjoyer. Fimodams, I think your second winning bid at the Bugapalooza so far. Fimodams, the winning bid of 24. Fimadams. Fimadams family. All right, then we have, I know there were some more here somewhere. Oh, this is a crowd pleaser. We have 7, and these are also all captive bred unless otherwise noticed. Caracollis, Marginella, Homestead, Florida, starting bid of $1. These are, again, captive bred Caracollis Marginella from Homestead, Florida. I think I've been breeding these since 2021 or 2022. This behavior says this has been such an exciting time, like a stay-at-home vacation. Seriously, thank you, Kyle, for the stress relief from life. I'm honored that you find this to be a stress relief for you, and I shudder to think what your day-to-day life is like at the moment for this to be the stress relief, but I'm glad it can be that. So everybody needs a little pick-me-up sometimes. So here we go. We got some captive bred Caracollis Marginella. This is an F2 or F3 for me of these guys, and they've been pretty easy for me. And I also have the dark color phase, which we believe is actually a different species now. But how long until fully grown on these? I'd say maybe a year. They're kind of slow growing, unlike all these neohelix and stuff that seem to be very fast growing, maybe on like a year life cycle. Barnacle says, how do you keep your snails clean? Mine poop all over the walls and ceiling, and then it grows algae. I don't. I just let it happen. And eventually I have to deal with it. Like if I refresh the culture and I just wash it off with Simple Green and dish soap and sometimes bleach and go from there. Lucas asked about care for species Coral Gables. It's all the Veronacelids I've kept so far have had the same care. High ventilation, keep the substrate damp to moist, keep like half of it moist, half of it damp. You're going to want to hit it hard with prilled dolomite or something to buffer the soil pH because they are very wasteful. And then just kind of layer up some organic matter on top of that and feed dog food as a staple. So, and cleanup crew, springtails, isopods, just find something. Double Z says, any more hidden roaches for the day? No, we are out of hidden roaches. Roach machine broke now. Koa with a bid of 20 for the locality from Homestead, Florida. We'll see if anybody else picks up. This is an excellent pet snail, I would say. They're not as active. They're not as active reliably as like my neohelix are, where I can spray and everybody comes out pretty reliably. But they're easy to take care of, and it is a treat. The longer you leave them dormant for, so if I didn't water them if I were to go a month or more without watering them, it's more likely when I actually do that they're going to have a big burst of activity. And I think that that's probably better for a lot of snails, a lot of maybe more drier habitat snails, and to keep them moist all the time, that seems problematic. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 could be ocean, could be love with scales, could be either or, could be or either. Love with scales with a winning bid of 31 to whoa, love with scales. A really good deal, I think. That's why you're here. Okay, this might be our last snail, but I'm not really sure. We have a group of 10 CF Neohelix dentifera from Huntsville, Alabama, starting bid of $1. CF Neohelix dentifera from Huntsville, Alabama. Let's see if I can get a bead on these guys. Again, Huntsville is more Appalachian-y zone proper, so more likely to have actually for sure Appalachian fauna and flora in it. It is a nice place to visit. We'll bum this image here. Or maybe not. Well, I could show a couple of them off. Again, these are just little dudes. They're about dime-ish, penny-ish size. Some of them are more penny-ish. Some of them are more dime-ish in size. And same care as the majors. I've just been feeding them mycelium and wood pellets and dog food. Seems to work for a lot of things. Again, it is the ever food, the everything food. Dog food is, except for dogs. All right, going once. Hey, if you want to keep rosy wolf snails or predatory snails, you might want to look into some of these. Going twice. Sold. 2 Fimodams with a winning bid of 24. Fimodams picking up some snails today. Cool. Some U.S. native snails. Winning bid of 24. All right. We're going to go and we're getting down to our last 20-ish things here. Well, actually, there's a couple on the side here. We're going to do 20 ova of Anisomorpha, Buprostoides, Ocala, Florida, starting bid of $1. The skeleton stick bug. And I've had these going for a hot minute now, feeding on they'll eat forsythia. I usually use honeysuckle because there's tons of it here. Privet does seem preferred over honeysuckle for them, has been my recent experience. Double Z says, if anyone needs my seal, let me know. I got some blocks, he says. He got some blocks. And let's see if we can find skeleton stick bug. Anisomorpha Buprostoides. Where's a good image? The classic, this classic ResearchGate image here. So Anisomorpha, definitely one of the easiest stick bugs to take care of. Same host as Peru phasma. Also, again, I notice they eat honeysuckle. They do fine on it, but they definitely prefer privet and maybe even forsythia. But all right, going once on the. Wait, I didn't put next. How foolish of me! I'm getting ahead of myself. Have they ever sprayed you? Captive ones don't seem to spray like wild ones do. It's just a little observation. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 27. 27 winning bid. 27 to Hawks A1. All right. We're going to do another assassin bug. We have a group of 20 Platymerus bigutatus. Ooh, spooky, just in time for October. Ghost, the ghost assassin bugs. And we will run to TJ's page, and he surely must have a picture. And I gotta say, the coolness of the ghost Platymeris bigotatus is kind of wasted on the adults. It's really the nymphs that are super cool, where you can see how pale they are compared to the nymphs of the standard species. I am not going to put my finger in there, actually. Fate thought otherwise here, everybody. So this one has not fed lately, so you can't really see how pale the abdomen is. But when they are filled up with food, much like how the wild type ones get to be, I'm a little nervous, get to be that reddish color. When these fill up with food, their abdomen turns like a light gray, whitish. So, and definitely cool that we have a mutation of an assassin bug in culture from a hobby mainstay, and it's on my other hand now. Could you like not? Could you please like? How about this? Will you crawl into that? Could you? I really appreciate that. You're not going to do that? No? Your rostrum is very big despite your small body size. Okay, there we go. And yes, that is what just happened. Lucas says quite literally only 15 mollusks in Veronacella is listed by name. That's fascinating. So, and only 10 mollusks that are listed by name in your state to not have. Well, you can always shoot me a message and we can work that out. Chris Sniper jumping in with a bit of 65 for some ghost assassins here. Again, watch out. Maybe Chris Sniper's middle name should be Assassin Bug. Chris Assassin Bug Sniper. He's got double deadliness going on there. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 66. Out sniping the sniper, Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 66 on the Ghost Platymeris bigotatus. All right. Next up, we will do a group of whoopsies. No political bias or anything going on here. We have a group of 30 Tenolopisma species. Israel. This is old lab stock that was collected in Israel. As I have been told, it's pretty easy to keep. We might have some pictures of them somewhere here. I see armadillo species Israel, Stenolopisma Israel. Oh yeah, we got a beautiful picture from JoJo here of these guys. Paste that all the way there and jump to the present. There we go. It seems to be a little bit larger and maybe hairier than the Longicaudatum that I have. Lucas, you can email. You can also shoot me a Discord message. And there's a big fly in the house. That's a little annoying. Owen John says, I loved assassins till I worked at a zoo. Too smelly. Do they need extra heat? The Israels? I think a lot of silverfish do like a little bit of heat. They like to be in the high 80s if possible. To breed, there's plenty of temperate ones that survive the winter down in the negatives and whatnot, but for breeding, that we're getting political up in here. Double Z ready to post the appropriate politically insensitive memes in the meme den. All right, going once on the species Israel silverfish. Going twice. Sold. To Bobber with a winning bid of 30. A snipe from Bobber. Bobber, what you doing here? Bobber was asking for silverfish earlier on. Let's check in on everybody. And they are all without their scales because I packed them up roughly. So that's great. So don't worry, the scales grow back and they molt very frequently. So We're getting into our last of these misc inverts here, guys. We got some isopods left. We got some other miscellaneous stuff. We haven't done a grylus yet, so you know what? I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a grylus here. Some orthops coming up, everybody. Some orthops. We have a group of, see you at Taylor, see you too. A group of, and I ID'd these based on the call. I'm happy about that. 40 grylus personatus, mescalero, sand dunes, New Mexico, with a starting bid of $1. Grylus personatus is this species. It is a large grylus found in the West. I think it's called the Badlands field cricket, as they are found in the eponymous Badlands. So I tossed these in with, I think, Ellipterina davidi, and they went nuts. People asking any more assassins, any more fluorescent stuff, we'll just have to wait and see. Let's have to wait and see how we go here. Let's see if I can find a picture of Grylus personatus. The call is pretty distinct, was the thing. And it's quite a pretty looking cricket as well. This locality is lighter. I'm going to swipe this from INET, as I am wont to do. Grylus enthusiasts, gather around, gather around. And I think I had Grylus Loco Rojo at one point, but I lost them. That's a damn shame. But moving into the future, I would be tossing them in with a hisser species, and that's how we're going to do this from now on. Is just toss the Grylus in with the hissers and let them sort themselves out. All right. Going once on the Grylus personatus, Mescalero Sand Dunes, New Mexico. Going twice. Sold. To Control R, looks like inverterrarium, but we're going to see. We're going to find out. Sold to inverterrarium with a winning bid of 20. You guys, all you other guys, you were too late. You should have hopped on. Inverterrarium with a winning bid of 20. All right, we'll do another. Where'd they go? We'll do another Grylus, actually. The largest Grylus in culture, I think. If I can get the container opened up. Lid is not cooperating. Whoop. And there goes one out and about. And there's a deceased adult male. So we pick you out of there. And we catch this rogue male, rogue one. Come on. Come on. Don't you guys just love crickets? Oh, you guys still have, you guys got a piece of pea in there. Well, I guess I could show off this boy. He seems to have calmed down a minute for a minute. We're gonna just copy paste this, and it's a smaller group of them. We're gonna just edit this with caps off, of course. And he's on top of there. Well, I'll get him in a second. A group of 15 Grylus CF firmus. Their calls are firmus, but morphologically they're different, and I guess these need to be split up. Fort Morgan, Alabama. This is the largest Grylus species I have worked with. This is a good size male. There are females that get much, much, much larger. But we are fortunate to have the stock preserved and ongoing. Will there be more snails? I was too busy checking if I'm breaking the law in your state. I think there might be a couple, actually. All right, Here's an X for the Fort Morgans, the largest grylus in U.S. culture at the moment, if I do believe. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 27. Barnacle with a winning bid of 27 before those other ones. Barnacle. You cad sneaking in there like that with your unassuming profile picture of is that a cute bear? I think it is. I believe it is a cute bear. You may want to stay away from the server's bear enthusiast. Okay. Next up we got, you guys probably want that picked out of there. And just take that and dispose of it in the general sort of wasty zone. And we're going to give you a little bit of food of the dog to snack on. We have a group of bear enthusiasts. My dog is named Bear. That's cute. One adult pair of Pseudophilus. How do I spell this? Pseudophilus agassizii, and TJ has the locality information. Starting bid of $1. TJ has locale info. A single pair of Pseudophilus agassizii. This is one of the most cursorial of the Pseudophilus, so it's adapted to a ground-dwelling lifestyle. Charlie's going to improvise some enclosures. Zen Monkey says, Lucas, no good deed goes unpunished with regard to gastropods. So here we can actually show them off real quickly. It's a smaller Pseudophilus species, the second smallest in culture, but very cool because they're all a nice light straw color. And they do pretty well with a fair amount of ventilation, but just be careful if it's too dry. You don't want them to have too dry and drafty. All right, here's an X for the pair of agassizii. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ectrol, winning bid of 10. That's pretty good. I would have probably gone up to about 20 for this pair, but we got you something good. There we go. Right, just for you, Ectrol. Okay, we're getting down to like the last 15 things. We have a group of 3. I gotta look this up. Three Stenocris Puertoricensis from Key Largo, Florida, starting bid of $1. These like high humidity, very high humidity, low ventilation. They can be fed entirely on dwarf purple isopods and tropical pink springtails. Orang Mango asking if the Taphiliska are still in culture. Yes, mine kind of did a downward trend over the summer, which they seem to do. But usually by late fall, early winter, they start trending back upwards again. So yes, I do still have 2 cultures of them going. I'm probably going to refresh and split them when I get some time in November and bring it up to 3 cultures of them going. I just want to bulk out. I want to have a lot of them because I like them. And try to finally commercialize them after all this time. Here's an X for the Stenocris Puertoricensis, the micro whips, the mini garoons, as we've been calling them, the mini goons. Let's see, this might be Puertoricensis, or it might be. These are from Archbold, but they're very similar. They're probably the same, maybe the same functional population, but you got a picture, a good TJ picture to look at here of at least what a stenocris looks like. Going once, going twice, sold. To JoJo. To JoJo with a winning bid of 55. JoJo beating everybody else out here for the stenocris. I'm surprised. I can't believe. Well, I can. You can get arachnids, but still pseudoscorpions are best. So you guys are too quick. And JoJo says sneaky, sneaky. All right, we're gonna do another group of these 7 Veronicelidae species, Florida City, Florida, starting bid $1. The big unidentified ones from my last trip. There goes the sun. 7 Veronicelidae species, Florida City, Florida. Starting bid of $1. Lucas said these tricked me last time. They're so cool. I wanted to break the law. Let's see. I can't access my Instagram, and I don't have my phone on me. But exotic, no. I think that they're. I want to say that they're probably Cuban leaf slugs. Is my suspicion. I'm gonna grab an INAT picture because they look very similar, but again, we can't. This is we're treading new ground trying to identify Veronicelids at a casual hobbyist level. Ground that has not yet been tread before. Oh, there's in Hawaii, there's solid white individuals sometimes now. That's nifty. That would be cool. And questionable looking if you had a big group of them together. It doesn't seem to be all that uncommon. There's quite a few reports of them here. But here we go. And these are quite large. Again, I had said when they are fully stretched out, they're somewhere between 3 and 4-ish inches in length. So that's a pretty big guy. And unlike all the other Veronicelids I've worked with, when these are disturbed, they start booking it. So they don't just sit there all congealed like Belocaulus or the coral gables, or even what I thought when I had Laedula, the actual Florida pancake slugs. These guys, like the eye stalks come out and they start booking it somewhere. Here's an X for them. Road trip to Hawaii. If you want to re-auction the pink ones while people want them and not deal with legality, you can. But if you want to talk in DMs, what I'll probably do is Lucas we'll work it out in DMs, and I'll probably just put them up for grabs to somebody at the price that you won them at, and just go from there. So, all right, going once on these guys, on these Florida City Veronicelids. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. Plastic Animal with a winning bid of 37. These are definitely not made out of plastic, but they are animals. Winning bid of 37 to Plastic Animal for these guys. You're going to really like them. I fell in love with them when we found one under a log. It was love, or not under a log, under a boulder in a vacant lot. That's true love, isn't it? Falling in love under a boulder at a vacant lot in Florida City, Florida. Okay. Next up, somebody asked for sticks, and we ain't got sticks here. We got leaves. We have 15 Phyllium Philippinicum, starting bid of $1. Oh, wait, don't bid on that. Don't bid. I'm going to delete the message. 15 ova of Phyllium Philippinicum. starting bid of $1. This is the Philippines leaf insect or leaf bug. 15 ova of them. The DNR wants your location. Michigan's DNR, we have a very finite list of things from the DNR, and it's a bunch of weird fish. I know I've gone over this before, but it's a bunch of weird fish, some mammals like nutria, some plants, like a lot of aquatic plants, like Elodia, like the Brazilian Elodia waterweed. Apparently, they don't want that here, but yet every pet store still carries it because everything's not identified well and blah, blah, blah. Lydia, no mantids at all at the Bugapalooza, but I will probably be listing some next Sunday just in the server. Not 100% certain, though. Phyllium philippinicum. And I'm sure there's only one image on Wikipedia. Come on. Well, at least it's a nice image. At least it is a nice image. Foods care, host plant oak and bramble, high humidity. Room temperature is fine. It's supposed to be the easiest of the Phyllium species to propagate. Here is an X for the Phyllium philippinicum. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two could be Smuggler, Confused Squirtle. Looks like it's close and worthy of a refresh. It's Confused Squirtle when the dust settles. With a winning bid of 75. To Squirtle. Last minute quick draw Squirtle there. Squirtle. All right. Again, we're gonna go plow through some assassin bugs here. Actually, we've got 4 groups of assassins left, and we're just gonna knock them out round robin. And I'm gonna try and keep the pace up because I'm hungry and it's almost 2. What I'm probably gonna do is I'll take a big long break, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, when we're done with this stuff. And when I come back, we will just go right through the rest of the night. We will just go right on through with everything, isopods, grain pets, misc, whatever. And that's how that'll be. So, all right. Where's TJ's page pulled up? We're going to snag that image off of here really quick again. Yoink. Comedy sound effects. Woo, and crashing noises and glass breaking, etc. All right. Here's an X for the Kenya, CF Radamanthus Kenya, going once. Can you believe it? Going twice. Sold. To the victor go the spoils. It looks like it's Kinky Fungus. I'm going to start writing it, but I could be wrong. To Kinky Fungus. It is Kinky Fungus getting those assassins you wanted finally. Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 44 for the Kenyans. You'll bid as fast as Kenyans. Oh, no, we don't want to delete that. We do not want to delete that data. A winning bid of 44. Okay. Now on to, again, we're going to round robin. We're going to go through these guys at a brisk pace. We've got another group of Ghosticles. 20 Plyomeris bigutatus Ghost up for grabs. Again, we're going through what we've already gone through in terms of assassin bug species, but there's still more. There are still more up for grabs. Any more isopods? Yes. We have 10 isopods going up after the remainder of this stuff. And then tonight, when I come back, probably around 5, We're going to have a whole bunch more isopods, and then we're going to go into grain pets and miscellaneous whatnot. Stella says, can you ping me when you start my list, please? Headphone out until then. Yes, Stella, please, if you could Discord me your list, actually. Send it on Discord so I can grab from it easier. I really appreciate that. You did not send me a male ghost, TJ. These assassins came from a friend, and I am auctioning them for a friend. So I still need a male ghost for my own stock. I have my 2 females. This is completely separate, and I suppose I could have just yoinked all of these, but I wanted to put them up for grabs. So I still need a male. I'm still holding out for a hero till the end of the night. All right, going once on the Bugapalooza ghost. Going twice. Sold. To Cowboy Bebop with a winning bid of 55. To Bebop. Winning bid of 55. Congrats, Bebop. B-bop. All right. Keeping up the pace. Cause my girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. All right. 15 Platymeris Bugapalooza. Just the standard white spots, starting bid of $1. Let me grab the visual image here. I said let me grab the visual image. Did I just double or triple post it? Copy image, paste the image. It's not letting me do that. That makes me angry, man. Copy image, image copied, jump to present, and then paste the image. It's not working, guys. It's not going. All right, here's an X. That's okay. You guys all know what white spot assassin bugs look like. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning of 49. They went for more than I think, unless my memory's donking out, for more than the ghosts did for a smaller group. You people are tough. You guys are making Chris Snyder sweat here, apparently. That's hard to do. All right, and finally, we have our last assassin. We have a group of 20 Platymeris Levi Collis, a red spot assassins. And we're going to swipe TJ's picture, which was also swiped from Jay Boogly, but with permission. And what was it? Stankosaurus won at 449. 49 and getting. Oh no, they still went for less than the ghost did, but for fewer, for only 15 versus 20. So that still pops the eyes open a bit. If you're me, my eyes popped open a little bit because I am me. So, do you still have those true bugs that eat cactus pads? I got afraid of overfeeding them one winter, and I stopped being generous with the cactus pads, and unfortunately they died out. Actually, I think I tried to give them better care. I tried giving them actual substrate and moving them into something more substantial, and they just petered out from there. And also, I was being stingy with the Opuntias because I didn't want to overexert the ones that I have here. However, I know exactly where to find more of them. I just have to go back to Cave Creek Canyon and pick them off the Choya. So, shiny spider beetles tonight? Oh, you bet your sweet Bippy there will be spider beetles tonight. Hello, Zero Cool Ninja. Good to see you too. All right, here's an X for the red spot assassin bugs. Here's the X. Get ready for your final bids for the red spots. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the winner of Chris Sniper. beating out Kinky Fungus, Evil Fart, and Bug Boy with a winning bid of 60 to Chris Sniper. Chris Sniper really wanting the Reds over the other ones and asserting some dominance here. Winning bid of 60 to Chris Sniper. All right. Solid, says Kinky Fungus. Okay. We're going to do another group of Oligatoma, the Bilus Arizona Black Web Spinners. And we're gonna peek into here and check them out again if we can. Let's see. There's all the webbing. And even though there's some stuff molding up in here, they don't really care. They came from the compost bin in Bilus. Let's see if we can get it to focus on here. Come on, camera, all the actions in the foreground. What are you doing? Oh, that'll work. Maybe if I can figure it out. Always have problems doing things in reverse. There was an adult male sitting out here a second ago. Oh, there's a couple of babies. If your eyes detect motion, that's the babies that are in here. But the male is literally right here. Or maybe it's an adult female. The adult is literally right here of the web spinners. And there could be a dozen in here. I doubt that. There could be a dozen. There could be 100 or more. I don't really know. Once they're in the webbing, it's hard to figure out how many there are. Any katydid tonight, says the tutor. No, we are orthopterined out of things unless things get desperate at the end of the day. Then there might be something. Who knows? All right, going once on the black web spinners. Going twice. Sold. To TJ with a winning bid of 25. TJ wants these guys. Again, fascinating. 25 from TJ. All right, we're not going to say no to that. TJ, they can come your way. All right. And all right, I got an extra special something for you guys for last. It's extra special to me. I don't know how special it'll be to you guys, but it's extra special to me. Thank you. I'd be scooping up the weirdos today. Yeah, that's me. I'm a real certified freak some days of the week. We have another group of our last group of Bugapalooza and Gustapes from Fort Morgan, Alabama. These are, again, the black velvet, black leather leaf, black pancake, slugs, a easy species, maybe a gateway into keeping various Veronicelids. Maybe we're going to copy this image, copy it. We're going to jump to the present, and we're going to paste it. There we go. Now it's working. So, neat little guys. I like them. I got to thank Satchel for, he only found 2 at Fort Morgan, and they were both kind of, I think they were on the smaller side when I got them, and that's where all of our stock comes from now, is from those 2 from Fort Morgan. And maybe if they inbreed enough, we'll get a solid white one. That'd be pretty cool. Solid white one like we see with some of the other Veronicelids out there. Here's an X for the black velvet slugs. Going once. They eat dog food also, by the way, as everything does. Going twice. Sold. To Ectotherm Enjoyer with a winning bid of 35. Ectotherm Enjoyer, I enjoy seeing you getting Ectotherm Enjoyer. I enjoy seeing you getting something that you enjoy. It brings me some joy. Legal slugs. Let me copy paste all this. The winning bid was, of course, 35 to Ectotherm. 35 to Ectotherm Enjoyer. Okay. Again, we will have 10 isopods after the last of these other miscellaneous invertebrates. We have another group of Our last group of sepia collected in my hometown of beautiful Dearborn, Michigan. And they mostly look like this. I left them in their main cage for now. I did not pack them up yet. They will be freshly packed for shipping. But this is what most of these ones look like, the extra stripy form. Eric Matthews says, I need closed captioning. Lucas says, nobody's prepared for how much I'm going to shill on these slugs. And Eric Matthews says, do assassins randomly bite or just when agitated? When agitated, and that could be being handled roughly. I was bit by an assassin bug in Arizona when I went to check the light sheet that we had set up, and I didn't look down where I put my knee, and I put my knee right on top of a about an inch long assassin. I don't remember the genus. Alan also said at the time that there were no reports on how bad the venom was. But I put my knee down on top of it, and I just remember like my knee being on fire after that, and for maybe an hour or two my knee was like burning, and then it turned into just like a nice I guess I did kind of like it. It was like a hypersensitivity of the area, and that was the extent of it the time that I was bit by an assassin bug. But from what Oren said, if you get bit by a platymeris, he was bit by the mambos. He had like physiological trauma where his hands shake every time he went to work in the enclosure because he had been conditioned to be fearful of something bad happening when seeing them. So that's why they have the bright markings, is so that you learn if you mess with them and you don't mess with them again after that. Here's an X for the Sepia nemoralis. The Horde King Assassin has some people claiming that it's less painful than platymeris. I prefer not to free handle them. And they also bite when they're feeding, of course. If your finger comes over the side of the egg carton or something and they think, ooh, lunch, you're going to have a bad time. Charlie Bug says, my handwriting getting gradually worse and worse as I write out labels for all the individual larvae enclosures, all 20 of them. That's hilarious. All right, going once on the Sepia nemoralis. Going twice. Sold. Could be Ectotherm Enjoyer, could be Fimadams. Let's see. It's Fimadams with a winning bid of 43. Fimadams. Getting some locality Sepia nemoralis. I would like to get the other colors. I like the solidy looking ones, but they're just not in my area. Maybe I would go to somewhere in Michigan that has them, but it seems other people find the more solid ones easier than I do in other places. And finally, our last thing, something very special to me, so much so that I am going to bump the count. We have 10 CF Web Helix multilineata from Ypsilanti, Michigan, starting bid of $1. So I collected these, I think it was last year or the year before when I went to the Fen in Ypsilanti, and I got sparing breeding out of them, but didn't take care of them right, didn't have the full understanding of what they needed. This spring went and collected just 2. They recently burned the Fen, to help with the ecological cycle and whatnot. And we were only able to find 2 of them, but they've done very well. I think I've got them figured out. They're pretty easy. They like full top ventilation, but moist substrate-y conditions. And let's see if I can find a picture of one. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good picture. And also, maybe to some people in adjacent states, you might, again, they're tentatively ID'd as Web Helix. They could be something else, but 2 snail people have said Web Helix already, so I'm inclined to trust that. But In some neighboring states, they are protected. Not in Michigan. So, but you might want to just keep an eye out for that. This is pretty representative of what they look like. So just maybe be aware of such things. I think maybe Pennsylvania they're protected in. So they're a snail of fens and moist places and seem to like calcareous soils. And they've been doing well for me. They're slow growing. I could see them reaching adulthood in captivity over the course of a year. And in the wild, it's probably 2 years, or they probably 2 years. So they go through 2 winters. So they're probably late in early summer, late spring, hatch out, grow up over the growing season, go dormant over the winter, grow up to full size their second summer, then go dormant again, and then reproduce on their second winter. So about 2 years of age, but they seem like they're just going to keep growing for me in captivity consistently over the winter time. So probably just more active when they can be, and it just sort of maths out to taking 2 years in the wild, but only 1 year in captivity with consistent conditions. Will we see kings today? Somebody's asking. No, I don't have any Horrida available, unfortunately. Inverted terrarium says the hissers don't eat cricket eggs when you put Grylus with them. No, the Grylus shove them into the substrate and the roaches ignore them. All right, here's an X on my special guys. My special web helix. Again, Will went out with me and we found a pair of them. I couldn't find any of the little hairy slit mouths, unfortunately, which are also there. But if I go back there, maybe in the summer next year, I will give that a little bit more of an earnest look and see what can be found. All right, going once on the web helix. See if web helix. My special guys. Going twice. Sold. To Ectotherm Enjoyer, being out Chris Sniper and Hawks A1 for these guys. Also, I should mention, these are not small snails. They're about the size of a quarter, a little bit bigger than that. So there's also that. It was just nice to get some Michigan native snails. We are definitely lacking for native snails most places you go. With a winning bid of 25 to Ectotherm Enjoyer. Okay. Now we can do some isopods. I can get ready for my break, my nice long break before we get into the real fun festivities this evening. So we're going to go ahead and go through these isopods. And we have a giveaway tucked in here, it looks like. We have a group of... Why can't we have African giant snails? Well, he's not bringing it up in the literally just slugs and snails. I do say post gals. You can talk about them, I guess. You just can't post pictures or anything like that about them. But they are one of the things that are he who must not be named. All right, we have 100 Cubaris species panda rat, panda chump, starting bid of $1. How the turn tides have tabled and towed. I say, yea, I say unto you. TJ said, I got a ton of babies from the new part Grylus you sent me, by the way. Go, yeah, good job. Mine they boomed and then they dipped a little, and now I think they're getting ready to boom again. Charlie says we got Cotinus mutabilis close enough. Double Z says, our N rhombifolia cohab with Cubaris blonde ducky might work now. I kept some crystal wall Cubaris with the Neostylopyga, and they did well for a while until the Neostylopyga ran out of food, and I think that they launched on some of the crystal walls, because I did find one in there later, but most of them seem to have disappeared. So I'd be cautious with that unless you're on top of your feeding regimen. Somebody near Owen John's house is saying they have gals for sale. Doesn't know if it's real or a sting. Honestly, with that sort of thing, it's a real coin toss. So be safe, buddy. Be safe. All right, here's an X for the 100 panda rats. Sorry, panda chumps. I just like saying the word rat. That's the thing. Rats, rats. We are the rats. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Valid Freak. Freck. With a winning bid of 35, I think. Let me control R because Chris Snyder also sneaked in there. Okay, we got actually, guys, we're gonna reduce this down to a little bit less because we have a duplicate of something I want to do with the other stuff tonight. It is Valid Freck with a winning bid of 35 for the Panda Rats. Valid Freck. Winning bid 35. All right, we got another group of Elomoides, picopods. Species Miami, Florida, coming up. Let's see if we can find a picture of Elomoides. Who's got a good picture that I can swipey? Perhaps I borrow from Carlos, or again, we just let them stand on their own merits. Is that a TJ picture? That looks like a TJ picture, which means I can put my greasy mitts all over it. Ah, it's on my nose. Oh, thank you. TJ already posted the picture. All right, here's an X for them. Very tiny. Toss them as a cleanup crew in a giant vivarium and forget they're there until everybody in the world loses them, and then you realize they're in there, and then we have a restart going. Backed up. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 36. To Stanko. Winning bid of 36 to Stankosaurus. Free Shavakadu. Okay, we're going to do this other group of things later. We'll end this section with a giveaway. But now we're going to do a group of 30 Venezillo Pisum Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $1. Stankosaurus is going to put them in a gecko bin and forget about them and rediscover them 2 years from now. That sounds like the appropriate timeline for this kind of thing. I second that notion. All right. Venezillo Pisum, a native U.S. Venezillo from the Keys, wink, wink, and from Florida. Unless we already did the Keys stock of Venezillo Pisum. I can't remember if we did or didn't. TJ says, I got to start charging a royalty for my picks used in auctions. I got to find a way to make money off this. It's simply too good. And Verbidude said something at double Z. Any banana slugs? I wish. I see what species do you think I can put to help with the poop from my Neostylopiga? And TJ's recommending P. prunosus or Proporcelio vulcaneus. It's spelled with a K, TJ. It's vulcaneus with a K. Ooh, that's right. I forgot about the fluoresciness of these guys. Here is an X. Thank you for the Roaches for that beautiful advertisement for them. All right. Let's get a move on. Let's get it going. Let me get them in front and center here, and then we will say going once, going twice, sold. To the victor, which is Catch with a winning bid of 27, and what a catch it is. That's crazy. Hey, yo, you bid at the right time on the right thing. And that's your first win of the Bugapalooza. Congratulations. Little more basic thing, but still very cool. 40 Silisticus convexus Ukraine pied, which are probably Dalmatians and not actually pieds. Just keep that in mind. Starting bid of $1 for Ukraine pied Silisticus convexus. And I think these guys will get some pee. There you go, little fellows. Damn it, he got me, says TJ. You lie to me. It is Vulcanius. That's not what I looked up. Pro Porcellio Vulcanius. You got to look at the marine, the world marine. Wait, it is with a C? What? I swear. Oh, original description. It is with a K. And wait a minute, but now it's saying unjustified emendation. Look at this. I'm going to copy paste this for everybody to see in the Discord. Even though it's the middle, we're in the middle of a bidding thing. Apparently, Vulcanius with a C is not accepted. It's supposed to be with a K. USDA APHIS lists it with a K. So, the World Marine list thing had it as Vulcanius with a K. They had it with a K. And when I looked this up, because I got obsessive as I do about such things, I had seen that it was spelled with a K, and they synonymized Vulcanius with a C to it. So, is Worms up to date? What is Worms? World Oceanic, whatever. Yeah, that's that Worms World Registered Marine Species is saying that Vulcanius with the C is an unaccepted, unjustified amendment, and it's not accepted. That's what I just posted in the Discord. Anyways, here's an X for the Convexus Ukraine pied. So it should be with a K. And again, USDA APHIS lists it with a K. And the last time I looked at Worms, it was spelled with a K. Now they're listing Vulcanius with a C as being unaccepted. It should be K. Some people were calling it Volcanicus and stuff like that too. All right, going once on the Ukraine pied convexus. Going twice. Sold. To Jojo with a winning bid of 25. 25. I kind of think these should have went for more. They are pretty neat, but maybe they're very common now. I'm out of the loop. All right, next up we have a group of 20 Cubaris species. Taper panda. It really seems like it's not a separate species and is a morph of Panda King. Does anybody know any more about that? I can amend it. I received them as species taper panda, but I don't necessarily trust that. And TJ says, interesting. Well, dang, I got to update my spelling. Yes, you better. I worked very hard finding out what the actual spelling of that was. And I am a stickler for that one in particular. I may screw up some other Latins across the board, but for some reason, getting that Vulcanius right was very important to me. Charlie says, enclosures, hole punched, compost in the freezer, going out to get some rotten wood from the forest, and out back, toss in the freezer. I can't get aneurysm. And ready for my critters. Ready. He's excited for dilator. And TJ says, I do believe Taper is a morph of Panda King. I'll have to wait for our photo gallery bot to weigh in on such a thing. See what the consensus is. They really do seem just like a mutant of Panda King. So, but I am lack for experience and things are too crazy for me to figure it out on my own at the moment, so I must rely on what others are saying. Here's an X for those. Let me try to dig up a picture. This seems pretty representative, although also giving credence to them maybe being a morph of Panda King is there does seem to be consistency in the amount of white. Panda morph. Okay, it's a Panda King morph. And they were sold to me as species taper panda, so I'm going to go ahead and update this to species. Oops. Editing to species Panda King, comma, taper. Edit strain clarification. All right, I put the X, so we'll do the countdown. Going once, going twice, sold. Two could be Dark Knight, could be Aiden S. We're going to see. It's Aiden S. with a winning bid of 41. 41 for the species Panda King taper panda, as I have been informed, and we'll have to update my labels. Brouhaha. All right, we have a group of 30 Porcelionides, Virgatus, North Central Florida. The infamous strain where the collector was out collecting while drunk or while drinking and can't remember.
North Central FL $1.
I hit the speak message while trying to highlight and copy the thing, and it scared me. The computer was talking to me, and I didn't know what to do. Yeah, so these are the famous ones where he got drunk while collecting, and thus we don't know where exactly they're from in North Central Florida, but they are a P. virgatus going on here, and over time they have shifted to being more orangish than I remember they were when they were first collected. I don't know exactly why that is. Also, I keep Porcelionides virgatus and Archimandrita have very similar ideal care preferences, so I keep Porcelionides virgatus with both of my Archimandrita species, and they do well. Everybody's happy. Give you a little bit of penis. TJ says, yeah, people just be stupid when it comes to labeling morphs now, especially the panicking morphs. It's more money to say it's a new species. You forget. But how do I make money off depressed people? What movie is that from? I can't seem to find the movie that's from. There was a YouTuber I watched for some time who had it every time he would get a super chat. It would play that. The sound effect that would play was, how do I make money off depressed people? Does anybody know where that quote's from? If anybody can figure out where that quote's from, actually, we'll jump right into. Never mind. Well, we'll give it a second here. Here's an X for the Virgatus, North Central Florida. Going once, I'm all over the place. I need a break. Going twice. Sold. To Catch with a winning bid of 30. Catch, you got another catch. Good job. Maybe good if you have Archimandrita or maybe Bursatria, good livings. All right, before we do a giveaway, we got one last thing. It's a special thing. We have the first ever Cubaris Murina in culture from the U.S. We have 40 Cubaris Murina, Bahia Honda, Florida, starting bid $1. First ever stock of Cubaris Murina and culture in the U.S. Here we are, the historic stock, Cubaris murina, Bahia Honda, Florida, from that little island that, how long is it? It's probably only like 2 miles long. Bahia Honda. 524 acres. Let's look up the length of Bahia Honda. So it says cruise the parks more than 3.5 mile hard surface road that runs the length of Bahia Honda, which makes me think that it is probably that long. So island's probably only about three miles long. If the road that runs it is 3.5, it's probably about that big. Sierra Bird says, I took a nap and I'm back, baby. Good, just in time for us to break soon. You need this to show bugs, says Bobber. Yeah, I'm actually we're working on that. I have a couple of models I've been looking up to do that, and it's in the Ballywick, the bug display like that. It's in the Ballywick. This auction is gathering up some funds, and that'll be good for showing off, especially isopods. Here's an X for the Marina Bahia Honda, the man, the myth, the legend. The first strain, unlimited untapped morph potential. I don't know. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Jade with a winning bid of 26. 26 to Jade. All right, sorry, Odd Pit. There was no period. Okay, and last we have our giveaway. And I'm actually going to put this in Roach Crossing competition, something else. I put it in the Roach Crossing competitions. I don't have a particular. Oh, Kevin O'Leary and Shark Tank. TJ, okay, TJ, you won. TJ wins. I gotta watch this clip because it plays in my head rent free sometimes. I gotta watch this. Oh, what is this? I don't want an ad. I'm gonna get demonetized if I have ad something playing in the background. Just show me the funny haha.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Absolutely disgusting. Thank you, TJ. So there we go. We have the clip. Now I got to think of a better giveaway thing. Well, I got one. I gotta figure it out myself though. All right. The question is, how many bug collecting trips have I taken to Flora? Prize is a group of 12 magic potions X12. Just had to slide that in there. There's your prize. Aiden S, you got it. 5. I've actually taken 5 bug collecting trips to Florida. Aiden S, you got it with 5. And Shame on whoever, Adam Hawks, you typed 1 twice, and then you typed 1, 2, 3, 4, and then John Doe put 6. So you guys were like right there, and I'm gonna print screen this for posterity's sake. Aiden S, you got it. Whoops, I put that in the wrong channel. We're gonna just get rid of that. We're gonna put in Bid Central. There we go. Aiden S, you won a group of magic potions. I've been there 5 times. I went there once in 2012, short weekend trip. Once in 2013 for I think over a week with a bunch of other people, including a lot of non-bug people. And that was actually a very magical trip, honestly. Once in 2015 for a dedicated bug trip. Once in 2021. And once in 2025. 5 trips total. So with that being said, everybody, we have wrapped it up. And we've wrapped up this section. Other invertebrates are over. We have isopods coming up next, followed by grain pets. And we're going to try to just go right through it and do it all as one big chunk. So I'm going to take a longer break this time, maybe 2.5 hours, 3-ish hours, 2.5 hours. Sounding pretty good. The time just melts away, though, is the problem. So let me go get my tape. How do I make money off depressed people? Absolutely disgusting. Kyle will return at what time are we gonna do? Let's mid ground it. We're gonna give me 2:33. If we do 2.5 hours, that puts us at 5 p.m. We're gonna do 5:15 and try to run it from there. So Kyle will return at 5:15 p.m. Eastern. Next up, isopods and grain pets. Try to get creative with this stuff, guys. What's another beloved grain pet? I tried to draw like the grain pets having a little party, but it's not really going as well as I thought it would. But I can at least draw some isopods. That does not look, there we go. That's more isopod-like. Now, kind of looks like a brain actually or something else. We're going to just leave that as is though. This is good enough. You know what they say, everybody out there who's struggling with doing something, just getting something done, just getting somewhere, showing up, just doing it is 80% of the battle. just do it. Just get out there, follow your dreams. So, all right, everybody, I need a break. So I will see you all after that break. We're doing isopods first, and then we will do our grain pets the rest of the night and have ourselves a good old fun time as we wrap up the third day of the Bugapalooza, October 2025. I'm going to close this in case of I can just mute the mic. So I'll see you all in a bit. Hi everybody. How you doing? Forgot to plug my decorative lights in. How could I forget to do such a thing? Silly me. All right. We got a lot of good isopods coming up. I wouldn't necessarily say save the best for last, but boy howdy, we got a lot here. Look at them all. In fact, I'm going to try and organize them in piles, stacks of 10. Stacks of 10. 5, 8. There's 10, so I can keep a more accurate gauge on how many we got going on here. For record keeping's sake, and also so I can tell you guys how much are going on. What's the dealio? All right, we're at 40 already. All right, now we're at 50. Uh, 60. Whoops. Let's see. Got to keep on keeping on. That's what they say. Keep on keeping on. 70. 80. 90. And we're out of room here. Let's see. I can get rid of that Sharpie. We can fit some more on here. We'll put our next ones up. Scoochy this around. Scoochy that around. Uh-oh. Scoochy that. Gonna have to have somewhere to put the ones that you want to save. This is 100. 109 isopods. That's close to the what's that cursed number in Eastern mythology or whatever? Was it 108 evil spirits or something? Needed to summon an ultra demon, something along those lines. So we're at 109 isopods. We almost summoned a demon. Almost. Here for that Cubaris wallet decimator. That's my cherry blossom, says Blada Beans. Well, we got a bit of a tight squeeze here. For me, I can get rid of the knife. We got all the apples out of here. That's everyone bidding resumes. And everyone resumes in hashtag bid central. It's isopod time. And then I isopoded all over the place. And we're going to go shamelessly promote myself in that other bug Discord. Just got to grab the link. More shameless self-promotion. Bam. All right. Saw some interesting conversations while I was gone. We always like to see that. European hornet eating a robber fly. That is a Trichonephila, one of the Joro spider species. I wonder if those will make it up to Michigan at some point. No, I don't want Copilot AI. Let's see. He's back again. He's back again. Okay, we got 36 people in here. Maybe I should ping some important people to tell them that isopods are up and going. I'm going to do that. actually get my phone involved here. Let us see. All right. And we got a couple more items in 109 because we also got grain pets coming up. We got some Stella Springtail stuff. So far, we have had 356 items. 356 items, and let me see if I can find where the past Bugapalooza stuff was, past auctions. 2025 was our biggest. 2025 was the biggest Bugapalooza yet. We had 413 items, and that was with finding random stuff at the end. For this October one, we are at 356 plus 109. 356 plus 109. Plus, I did some stuff for TJ as well, and then we're gonna do some stuff for Austin. But as far as stuff coming straight from me, we're gonna be 465 when we're done with isopods, and then we have another like 30-ish grain pets. So guys, we might be at 500 items. Lizard Bean says, "Don't worry, Kai, I'm already here." Oh, thank you for showing up, VIPs. All of you are VIPs. Some of you are more very important than others. Just kidding. Kyle, it's our secret. Give me the buge. Any more assassins? Kinky Fungus, we're kind of past that, but in a moment of desperation at the end, if I'm trying to reach 500 items or something, I might be able to might put some extra stuff up at the end just to get out to hit our 500 things thing. Elsie says, okay, I'm going to lock in and get something else than roaches this time, maybe some grain pets. It's going to get bigger next year. Oh, man, at this rate, like what, 5 years from now, we'd be at 1K items. Bugapalooza 2034, team that dwarfs Josh's frog roster handles in excess of 10K items. Or maybe more realistic, Bugapalooza 2034, 10K items, and Kyle has still done them all, but has found a way to suspend the animation of every single bug, every single protostome. Bugapalooza week, Bugapalooza month. It would be kind of ridiculous to just be like, okay, I'm never selling bugs publicly again. You have 1 month out of the year why I auction everything off, and that, that actually kind of sounds like what I would do if I was retired. Would be like twice a year, just clear out extras of the whole collection, and there's your opportunity. So, okay. Let's see what we have to start off here. Ooh, how happy. We have 40 Cubaris species happy none starting bid of $1. $1 for happy nuns. And again, we are there's a fair chance with extra stuff tonight we will hit 500 items, making this the biggest Bugapalooza yet, and hopefully earning me some much needed time off before October 17th, because as some of us know, if you've been keeping track, I think I posted it somewhere, Nazig is due to have puppies on October 17th, or roughly then. So we got some that's coming up. That's coming up. And that's going to be a lot of fun, but also a lot of work. Well, it might be. It might end up being a lot easier. Got a couple of weeks while the puppies are helpless, and Nazig's got to take care of them. But then after that, once they start getting their legs and ooping around, then it'll probably be a lot easier. Do the happy nuns promise to make you happy? Can I replace my antidepressants with them? I wouldn't take them as if they were antidepressants, but to be honest, the greatest source of happiness is being content with what you have, with yourself, and having a good plan that you can execute to make things better in your life. That's my 10 cents. And sometimes that doesn't happen, and then we can overthrow the system and burn everything down. At a personal scale. All right, I think that the happy nuns are getting a whole piece of dog food. They're abundant enough for such things. Happy nuns equal happy endings. Derek N says, ha, ha, ha. All right, here's an X. That picture makes them a makes them look a lot cooler than I feel like they are. I don't think they're Panda Kings though. That's the other thing. They don't act like Panda Kings. They act kind of more like Pak Chongs, honestly. I guess, yeah, they're pretty cool. It's nice to get extra isopods. These were an add-on from an order I got from Tie-Dye Exotics, so that was nice. Just a happy little extra that I got in there, and I was very happy about that. All right, going once on the Happy Nuns. Going twice. Sold. To the winner of TJ. TJ, what are you doing getting these? TJ, TJlicious. With a winning bid of 31, a snipe. I guess he really wants these just to see what they're like. All right, moving on. Normally I kind of, again, I move things around to put like, ooh, we'll do Zesty this over there, but we've got 108 evil spirits of isopods to go through, so I'm going to try to be less picky about that. Also, I was creeping on the channels a bit earlier, and I guess somebody thought maybe somebody viewed the GIF of me, the deranged Sonic GIF, and thought maybe it was AI generated. It was not. That we did that yesterday. That's an actual screen cap of me that I did for Super Chat. Speaking of which, let's set a goal with some Super Chats. We're going to do 5 for teal and higher. We're going to give it a time frame of 3 hours, and we will celebrate with I feel like there's a bug I wanted to show off. Maybe we'll look at an enclosure. We'll look at a bug enclosure. We'll check out a coveted bugs enclosure. Ooh. Dare I make it 10 and higher? You know what? I'm a chancer. 3 hours, $10 Super Chats. We're only going for 5 of them, though. Only for 5. Let's see what happens, because you guys will probably want to see this enclosure. We'll bribery. Lydia says, grain pets after ice pods. Yes, grain pets after ice pods. Catch Connolly says, line breeding Happy Nuns for high orange has been pretty fun. I want the end result of that project. If you get that going, let me know. I want those for sure. And the dump of AI generated pictures. Yeah, I think somebody was just messing around. It's just a meme. It's just a slight haha funny. I think it's an interesting tool. It's a good joke. It's a gab. It's a funny sometimes. I don't think it'll replace. I really don't know if it's going to actually. I don't think it's going to replace actual artists, because human style is just, it's based on your perception of the world, and that's kind of where the artistic value lies in. But I could see if you were doing like graphic design or something, like prototype pitching, more of a concepts person, where that could really be a danger to you if it isn't already. So that's my 2 cents. I could be ignorant. I could be the smartest person in the world, or I could be completely ignorant on the topic. Who knows? We have my babies, 20 Af Levis regular cow, starting bid $1. They produce less than 1. They produce like less than 0.5% mutants now. So these are wild type dairy cows. They're just solid gray. They're big. I'll show them off. I'm very amused by them. I just thought, what if we undairied the dairy cows? And this is, whoops, that is a piece of mycelium. But this is the result. Just a big Levis looking type isopod. And that's what it is. Oh no, people are absolutely replacing real people's jobs with AI slop. I am distraught by the number of AI ads and stuff that I get pitched. It does suck. Honestly, the world's going to be a weird place 20 years from now. Just think about it. 20 years ago, YouTube was barely even a thing. I don't want to think about it 20 years ago. Catch texted me a pic of where the project is at right now. I'll have to check it out. I'll do a quick check on it in a second here. Any Cubaris caps? Maybe. Stick around and find out. Here's an X for the regular cows while I check out Ketch's hard work on making the those are so cool. I love that. Ketch, do you mind if I show everybody? Like, I'm just gonna show them on my phone and point and gawk. Are you okay with me doing that at what you've gotten the Happy Nuns to look like? Because that's great. That's great. They've been around, what, 2 years, I think? 2 years? Can I show to chat? Go for it. All right. It said go for it. So here you go. Now that is a cool isopod bred out of the Happy Nuns by Ketch Connolly here. And when those traits stabilize, let me know. I want some of that line. For sure. All right, going once on the regular cows. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 18 for the regular cows. I knew somebody would appreciate my work. A couple of you appreciate it, actually. Winning bid of 18 to JoJo. Thank you very much. I've been working hard on removing what makes them unique. It's been a hard, long road. All right, next up we got, and somebody correct me if this is out of date, Armadillidium palassii, Corfu, orange, starting bid of $1. If anything is wrong there, I think our photo bot finally woke up. So if it's, well, actually, they're CF, AF, this, actually, they're species Corfu, etc. Anahawk's asking about zebras for sale. There should be something. Again, we got over 100 cups to go through here. Some monkey says AI is going to replace me as a software developer, and I won't be able to afford bugs. No, get rid of it then. I'm relying on you developing software. It's one of those like chains of dominoes where it's like the U.S. dropping the atomic bombs on Japan, and then at the end of it is the femboy cat girls on the dominoes. But this is like AI technology is developed. The Roach hobby implodes on itself. Charlie's working on a pure black anisatum. That should be interesting. All right, here's an X. Why does that not seem quite like what's going on here? I guess it is. It must be the lighting that image. I do like these. They do look different for an orange mutation armadillidium. They are more of like a creamsicle color, and I do like them. I have them for a reason. I have all my bugs for a reason because I like bugs. Might be right, but Corfu orange. Are you confusing these and A fronted triangulum orange Corfu? No, these are definitely not the fronted triangulums. There's none of the little speckles of white and orange, and the texture is wrong on the carapace. So, all right, going once on the Armadillidium palassii Corfu orange. Going twice. Sold. To Dark Knight. Dark Knight with a weighing bid of 36 to Dark Knight. I'm gonna have to take this thing back and sort it out when it's half filled. Okay, here we go. Just happened to cross these in the stack. That's just how it is. We have a group of 10 Troglodillo species green spots. So early on, get your keyboard warrior fingers warmed up, everybody. Here's 15 Troglodillo green spots. Charlie talking about his anisatum that has no markings and was in a colony of normal nasatums. Yeah, sometimes the males are really dark like that. And usually hets for orange are more of a purpley color also. So if you see some purpley ones, I was deceived by that as a lad. I thought I'm going to create these cool purplish Nazatum, and they ended up always being het for orange. Sierra Bird says, I don't know why everyone likes these green things. I was given some and I pretty much could care less. That's not the sentiment people had as little as a year ago. I really like them. I still have to finish up my platinum credit card, refinance your mortgage line. Maybe I'll get to that this winter. It seems like every month I get another 10 plus strains of isopods that I have to set up. And then after I set them up, I have to take care of them. So Charlie's saying that the green spots are the best isopods. I do like them. Their colors are something special, I would say. You can see a couple of them up there, good size. And I'm going to give some dog food and a pee to these other guys. I got to get back in that habit, guys. Got to give them a little bit of extra food. Top them off, although most of them look pretty content. They're munching away at the live white rot and also paper towel, and of course everything was fed when they were first put into the containers too. So they got a little splash of fish flakes, which is good for a lot of them. But the penis seems to help as well. I bet they don't even taste good. They're green because they're moldy. Fighting words. Here's an X for the species green spots. Charlie says, mine seem to maybe be remounting after the mass dry out death, which I'm really happy about today. I'm moving them to a bed with a bit less ventilation so they don't dry out. Any more raffles? Raffles, you mean giveaways, Double Z? Yeah, they're pretty resilient against drying out as long as they don't, like, if everything gets physically dry but the air humidity is high, they seem to be good with that. All right, going once on the green spots. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like J Fell could be Ocean. To J Fell 80 with a winning bid of 60 because of Randon Plus. There was no period. J Fell 80, winning bid of 60. So very sorry, Randon. What a steal. It is compared to days past. Oh boy, we'll just light this fire right now. We'll light this fire right now. I alluded to these yesterday, but we have a group of 100 Cristarmadillidium muricatum starting bid of $1, the spiky pineapples. We have a group of 100. They're just going gangbusters. They're just I say crab raving a lot. I need some better terminology. They're just dead man's partying. They're just doing the flop. Here's a whole clump of them up here, and there's a lot more where that comes from. Container is a little bit moist, but the abundant holes in the side seem to be keeping the conditions just right so as to not cause them too much anguish. So, fresh penis. Are the peas fresh or freeze-dried? They are freeze-dried. You may want to check your text, Kyle. Exciting things. Why does this keep happening? I don't want the phone near me. I have enough distractions as is. But let's see. Are you serious? I feel like Oogway from Kung Fu Panda, where it's like there's no bad news, only news, and it was Tai Lung escaped, and he said, that is bad news, but it's the opposite. So when you say exciting things, those are exciting things, and I will stay hush hush about them. But everybody else, this is high important. This is show stopping importance, actually. That's game changing. All right, TJ, you do not disappoint. I gotta contain myself because such things may or may not happen. But if they do happen, it's big news. It's big news, everybody. It's huge news, actually. So sorry, everybody, I ripped out of the moment, but that's some really good news to receive during the Bugapalooza. Very timely. Of course, it's regarding bugs, but I cannot say much more. Zen Monkey Sakal just found out that he's being swatted. What did TJ just unleash? What did you do? Let's just say I'm feeling a little degenerative Sonic here in the best way right now. The game wardens are coming, furrowed brow. It is good news. It's shockingly good news, actually. All right, did I already put an X? I didn't. Let's put an X here for the 100 count of Crystal Armadillium Miracon. Oh, no, not the Sonic. It's good news. TJ, that is awesome. And of course, the other things are good too, pertinent to that. The things that we've already talked about in a prior section of the Bugapalooza that I need to try at some point. But man, that's great. All right, going once on the Miracatum. Going twice. Sold. To the eager winner, which is Ocean, with a winning bid of 106. It's $1, almost $1 per isopod. Not bad. To Ocean. It's dry in here. I'm having my contacts drying out. All right, next up. Oh, we got another spiky. We got a group of 15. We have to double check to make sure which species is okay. Never mind, I knew what it was. It was just it's the similar Latin situation coming up, and I said I wouldn't fall for this yesterday, but I did. We have 15 Armadillo tuberculatus, starting bid of $1. I said, well, I'll know when I am on the Armadillo because it's a lower count than the Reductoniscus, and I played myself. I'm a gosh darned fool, everybody. I'm a gosh darned fool. But we'll give them a little bit of P. They don't need much. Sierra says, how many more isopods you got? Bug Pastor. We got about 100 more isopods. So, and then maybe 20 to 30 grain pets, and then whatever comes after that. Zen Monkey says, like the stream. Sunday night, let's get some momentum. Sunday at the Roach Crossing Bugapalooza. Like the stream, let's get some more visibility. Super chat if you want to see some Roach, some coveted Roach husbandry. I'll show you what an enclosure looks like. Owen asking if that was the only group of Miracatum, and there was one yesterday or Friday, and I think there's one more group, but I'm not 100% sure. So, all right, here's an X for Armadillo tuberculatus, one of my favoriteest isopods because they're bluish and they're just cute little guys. They're very fun shaped. They're happily shaped. All right, you want to keep these very well ventilated also, and the substrate half dry, half moist, like front half dry, back half moist. Let them choose where they want to go. Full top ventilation. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Pseudoscorpions are best, beating out Blada Beans' bid. Let's see. It is Pseudoscorpions. Spicy. You've hit him with the old spicy bid. The old spicy 60 bid. I'm surprised we didn't see a 66 or a 69. Pseudoscorpions wanting tuberculosis. All right, that's fine, I guess. Whatever floats your boat now. We're actually hitting quite a few specialier things at the beginning of this here. We have Tennyson was drooling over these before, but I was finally able to get my act together and get some to him because I thought I lost them, but they rebounded. We have the very rare, almost non-existent in the U.S. Armadillidium pulchellum that I've had going since 2021 with mixed results. There have been times where I'm like, yep, they're dead. They're all gone. I've fudged the bucket this time for sure. And then water heavily and wait a couple of months and all of a sudden, oh, hey, they're still alive. So there we are. Here we are. There we are. Thank you for all the likes on the stream, everybody. It means a lot. That's really good. I'm hoping we can get to 50 likes. Can we get to 50 likes? I would say we'll do a giveaway, but I know there's more giveaways coming up in the pile in the mass. Stella's Springtails really wants the pulchellum. Also, these are tiny. These are the smallest armadillidium I think I have, and it's hard to think of another armadillidium that comes close in size. But they are quite pretty. Here's an X for the pulchellums. Again, just one of those things. Sometimes we get lucky. We fail upwards into success with things, and this is one of those things that I failed upwards into success, I guess. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. The special little pulchellums will be going to Blatto Beans with a winning bid of 50. Beans getting some special guys. Take good care of them. I think the only people in the U.S. with them right now are me and Tennyson. I could be wrong, though. And this does not have quantity written on it. And this needs a little bit of pee. Just a little bit, though. There we go. That's good. All right. This, you guys need a quantity. Looks like a 40 count. We're going to go ahead with the assumption that is a 40 count. We have 40 Porcelio. Yeah, TJ was bested by Beans. Fascinating. 40 Porcelio Levis White. Starting bid of $1. These were sold to me as white a while ago, I think in 2017, 2018. And they're interesting. Writing down Blatto Beans and stuff. They are interesting in that they seem to be a line of actual Levis, so they're not dairy cow derived. I haven't tried to cross them to anything. And I think they're really low expression Dalmatians, but again, they were sold as white, so I'm not changing the strain name from what it was. Yeah, they're very low expression Levis Dalmatians. Tennyson said, probably my favorite ice pods, to be honest, regarding the Armadillidium pulchellum. And Double Z says, that me with my Cubaris Firefly, thinking I always lose them, but babies pop up. LCF, that's funny. How long do you think till grain pets hour, says Charlie? 2-ish, 3-ish hours. Caucus ice pods. Cauliflower, if you will. Is the mycelium in your closures added or naturally occurring? It is added, although sometimes there is naturally occurring as well. I'm going to put an X here, and we're going to try and get a glimpse of these Levis. Again, the strain name is white, and they look whitish, but if you look really, really close, if might we be so privileged to look that close at them? Okay. You can't really see it on the individuals that are up there, but there's little specks all over them, so they do seem to be actually some sort of Dalmatian. All right, going once on the Levis Whites. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo. Who else but JoJo? With a winning bid of 27. JoJo's got a thing for these guys. And other Levis, beware. All right, next up we have a group of 30 Cubaris species. Panda King, Red Panda. Came to me producing some solid oranges. Working on a line that doesn't have those. Starting bid of $1. So these sometimes throw the what they are calling Cubaris species Panda King citrus, and I suspect that that is where citrus came from. It was a sport in red panda kings, and people pulled it and isolated it and whatnot. But these still produce a couple of the solids. I pulled some good looking bicolor individuals to breed that out and get that consistency back up. But again, that's just how they were released. These came from Carlos at Tropical Isopods. All right, Mr. Kyle, that was not my question, though. My question was in jest. Oh, did you have a question? Oh, it was in jest. I didn't read the last couple of words of that. My apologies. I'm getting tired, guys. It's been 3 days. It's really been more like 10 days of prep for this. I'm tired. I have not left the house. I have not left the house in like 4 or 5 days. And I'm looking forward to going for a walk tomorrow, like in the morning or something. Looking forward. TJ says apparently all red panda lines produce the citrus. So oddly, I think citrus, when isolated, breed true. Yes, they do. Again, that's why I pulled red pandas to breed the citrus out of them. If I can bottleneck the population and stop the hets or whatever's going on there, I think I can get them proven out. Charlie says, basically, I say how drunk we think you're going to get. As drunk as I can without feeling awful about it, or as at least as tipsy whipsy funsy onesie as I can. I remember some of the beautiful username attempts by Drunk Kyle. Yes, and I remember having to clean up after Drunk Kyle's handiwork by trying to figure out what I actually wrote on the cups. Wow, this really went far. Did I already put an X? I don't think so. All right, here's an X for the red pandas. We'll get to wrapping this up. Now, those are the kind of numbers that I like to see here. I think we're going to be sitting quite pretty at the end of these 500 items. We still got almost 150 items to go. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Aiden S. with a winning bid of 50. 50. Congratulations. Photo finish from Aiden S. and getting down to the wire between Aiden and Stankosaurus for these guys. And I like that these are going to be a pickup and not a shipping. A little bit easier on me. Oh, funsy. All right, we've got 20. These have kind of fallen out of fashion. 20 Porcelio spatulatus starting bid $1. Somebody here sent me these back because I begged them because I think I sent them a group and they got them going. Can't remember who it was. You're in my messages somewhere though. Anyway, so but they're back here. They're doing well. I'm actually, what am I keeping these with? They're being kept with the Tuscaloosa boat ramp snails. So it's a communal of the isopods and the snails, and they do very well together. Isopods and snails and puppy dog tails and whatnot. So here's a couple of them. Come on. There we go. I have to say, in this lighting, this presentation is maybe the most beautiful I think I've ever seen spatulatus look. So that's nice. I'm glad I took the time to show them off like this. You guys get to see them literally in an all new light. They're posing. They're JoJo posing. All right, here's an X for the spatulatus. And it looks like some isopod people have woken up, and that's exactly what I want to need to see this evening. Let's get this going on. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans. Blatot Beans with a winning bid of 58. To Beans for some spatulatus. Goody, goody. We like that. 58. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, next one down the stack. We have, for the first time in a hot minute, I pulled my colony out of the nosedive. They're doing really well again. We have the legendary Cubara species rubber ducky, original 2017 import with a starting bid of $1. The OG duckies. They do produce some that are kind of higher orange than others. I'm working on my own line of proven out solid species rubber duckies. And I also have the blonde duckies, which I also put into a brand new enclosure to try and bump the production, get the production up to snuff. And that's going pretty well. We also have the albino, the light colored species rubber duckies. Those are getting going. Does your crispy kind come from the OG crispy duck? Yes, those come from the OG 2017 stock. Sierra Bird says rubber duckies are my first ice pods, and I'm insane for it. And yes, the crispy duck does come from the original 2017s as well. And there we go. There you have it. And again, we're and by we're I mean me. I'm working on isolating what Derek sent me, which was some albinos. We were thinking, I think he recommended calling them lemon duckies, but I think somebody took that name for another project, so I'm not really sure. So we'll workshop it upon release, but we're getting that going too, and those are pretty cool because they're yellow and white, and they're, of course, good size and rubber duckies, so that's good. And I almost exited out the Discord and almost hit the end stream button, guys. We're flying in the danger zone there. All right, here's the X. Do you have the enclosure info somewhere to check out? Love the albino duckies. Enclosure info somewhere? And you aren't even tipsy, and I'm not even tipsy. What do you mean by the enclosure info? Whoops, I'm about to super chat myself. All right, going once on the OG 2017 species rubber duckies. Going twice. Sold. To terrariums by Laura. Chris Sniper is typing as Chris Sniper is typing. Terrariums by Laura beating out Circa, and Chris Sniper maybe looking to make a move there, but otherwise going to Terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of 115. Oops. That's right, I was putting by Laura. All right. By Laura. So not confuse it with invert terrarium when I'm sorting through things. Okay, more good stuff. This is lovely. Yes, thank you, Oranin. That's a good picture. Oh wait, is that you? Is that you, Derek? Those are that's what the special duckies we're working on look like, and I'm building numbers. Oh hi, I forgot that was your username. So there they are, and working on building up the numbers, and of course getting it isolated because I think some of the ones I see are actually hets. All right, we have Cubara species Pak Chong red, starting bid of $1, of course. These are the red Pak Chongs, and they breed true. I don't have any albinos or anything pop up in them. They breed true. They are consistently, completely red. And I believe that these came from tropical isopods very early on as well. I have to check my Excel sheet, or if I even filled out that info on there yet. The coveted bug enclosure. We're going to look at the coveted species of roaches enclosure if we hit that super chat thing. I'll bring it on in here and we can take a good in-depth look. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for showing a nice picture of these, and they're consistently look like that. Maybe we got some good evening lighting in here. Maybe they'll stick to the paper towel and we can get a good look at some of them. So you can at least see the general size that's going on here. Lighting, they don't seem to want to stay put like the spatulators did, but you know what? That's their prerogative, and it has served them very well for however long they have occurred in the wild. We all have our preferences. Any dung beetles, or did they go already? No dung beetles, but we also are past beetle day other than grain pets. All right, here's an X for the species Pak Chong Reds. Pak Chong Reds. And make sure I think I nudged the cable. Okay, we're still here. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 50. Squirtle. There you are, uncontested. Sometimes that's nice. You don't have to panic and upbid. You don't get outbid by $1, something redonkulous like that. Do people still say redonkulous, or am I dating myself? We're going to save that as a boss of this stack. We're going to save that for. All right. We have a group of 30 Arma, Delidium maculatum. Here's the zebras. Yellow, starting bid of $1. This is a good, consistently breeding yellow strain. I'm working on upbreeding the yellow, but I was quite pleasantly surprised with the extent of the yellow on these compared to some of the stock I saw a couple of years ago at expos, where it was like, why are you calling these yellows? They don't look yellow at all. So, but these definitely, especially on some of the older individuals, again, the lighting, we have very blue lighting here, but like this dude right here is very yellow. And a lot of them are like that. And again, it seems to be the most intense on the males, but this is very good quality yellow stock. It is fertile ground for selecting for more consistent yellow and different maculatum projects. It also doesn't throw those weird marbled ones like other lines is. So this is probably unrelated to that stock. Tennyson said European stock is where the good yellows come from. So this is stock that came over from Europe lately. Zen Monkey said, not dating yourself any worse than recognizing all your base. That's very true. Here's an X for the maculatum yellows. How do you feel about leeches? I appreciate them. I'm weirded out by all the feeding videos and pictures people have been making about them, but I also respect it. So that's why we have the Leech Life channel for that. Tennyson says yellows produced here don't produce consistently for some reason. Different genetics. So here's that gateway into more yellow maculatum projects right there. All right, going once on the maculatum yellow. Going twice. Sold. to, looks like Stankosaurus. Bebop, I don't see a period there. Let's see when I refresh if I see anything. Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 55 to Stankosaurus. Fooled me, Bebop. 55. Sorry, Bebop. Sorry, Bebop. Gotta put a period. Somebody post the meme. All right, now we have some. Fool them, got Kyle an extra $3. 60 Porcelionides. Floria from Montgomery, Alabama. Throws white individuals. I don't know if it's genetic. I've been working on proving it out, and I think that I keep pulling too few of the white ones and too many wild types to try and get a mixed colony going. So I got to double down my efforts in the future. But for now, you at least know this was started from 3 individuals that were taken out of an ant nest where a bunch of house geckos and stuff also ran out of. And I just like it because it's pretty far north for Floria over Prunosis. But so you can see it's just a mix of a lot of big uns. And they will be giving dog food and curses. I have left my knife on the ground, but I don't wish to pick it up, so I guess you guys are going to get a pea. You get to taste the penis. You may exalt over this occurrence. My little flowery dudes. All right, here's an X. The picture of the Floria there is actually of some from Key Largo from outside the Wendy's. I don't actually have that stock anymore, but, just it's a historical image. All right, going once on the Floria. Going twice. Sold. To Jade with a winning bid of 22. Thank you very much, Jade. I knew it was a good idea for me to collect these guys. Again, I only found 3 of them in that in the ant nest, along with some house geckos. But and that was back in 2022. So, all right, next down the line, this is a 20 count, Kyle. You windbag. We have a group of 20 Porcelionides, Virgatus, Big Pine Key, lots of Florida, lots of parentheses there. You guys know what these are. It's the Big Pine Key isopods, and I'm going to try and show them off. I'm kind of liking this showing them off. It's helping me to pace things. Kyle says, I left my knife on the ground. Kyle failed knife safety class. Any Magic Wendy's locale today? Perhaps, who knows? I don't know. Actually, I'm building up my Waffle House locales of isopods. Here we can see some of them. Put them back by me. We bring everything up to the close front here. There we go. Maybe I just have to shove my face in the camera and you guys can see all the horrific details of my pores and whatnot, but at least you'll get to see the isopods and stuff better. They like high ventilation, seem to appreciate more calcareous or higher pH soils, and other than that, pretty easy. Keep them moist, but again, very well ventilated. A good picture has also just been put up in the Discord, and I put an X for wrapping up bidding. Kyle, I told you that you still needed that knife. I know, but now Monmon she's sleeping in the room and she's got one of her paws over it, so clearly there's a reason I shouldn't be taking it. She says, do not resort to violence, father. All right, going once on the Big Pine Keys. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner of Phil. Could be Stankosaurus. Actually, I'm going to control R. Always at the last second. Got to control R and see who the real alpha is. And it is Phil D in this case. In this situation, it is Phil D with a winning bid of 50 to Phil D. Those Floridas are going to town on the peas. All right. We're not stopping with the hits. Again, this is I went on about these on Friday about how much I like them because you get a nice change of their aesthetic as they grow and they're good size and they're good breeders, etc. Filipino Dillo species Cordova starting bid of $1 as I record Phil D's win before. Species Cordova. Kyle, she's planning something. She could be planning something. If out of all my animals, there was an animal least likely to plan something against me, number one would be Victor, and number two would be Mon. I think maybe Baloo might try to pull a fast one, and Nazig in a power struggle may try to do something as well, although I think Baloo is less likely than Nazig. So it probably goes Victor, Mon, Baloo, and then Nazig would be my order of operations out of those guys. And you know what, actually, and I'm going to put most likely is probably the goats just because they're capricious, although they're very loving, but I would put them at the top of things. Double Z says, when are we getting a podcast going talking about everything you keep? Well, maybe after I buy a streaming headset, and then I'll try to stream while I'm doing husbandry to stave off the crippling loneliness of being in the basement doing bugs instead of listening to a podcast and or music. I can run my mouth all day and hopefully make some money while I'm doing something I have to do anyways. So, but that would be a good way, bring you guys into the day-to-day torment of being the bug breeder and whatnot. Lizard Bean says, you think you can stay focused long enough to do that? It would have to be split days. I think I could do that. I'd get into a vibe of just like, toning things out for a minute. The only thing is like I'd have to have another stream relay pulled up on my phone or something so that I could see what you guys are saying so I could respond to questions, but it wouldn't be like right away. I would just, ramble while I'm doing other things. We call that the wiggle. Yeah, exactly. So we bring back maybe a daily wiggle. Good Lord. All right, here's an X for the Cordovas, and we're going to say hi to them. There's a lot of smaller ones, so they are prettier when they're smaller. Oh, yeah, look at that happy family right there. Look at that. They almost look like ambers when they're smaller, and then they mature into these beautiful, like jungle leaf litter camouflage, and then you got the big guy up there. That's Dennis. You don't mess with Dennis. Or maybe it's Danita. You don't mess with Danita and Danita's child. Don't you ever talk to me or my child ever again is what's going on up there. Don't you ever talk to me or my son ever again. So there we go, the Cordovas. Seriously do like these guys. They may not be as flashy as some other species, but they got a lot of personality. My dad's name was Dennis. Dad? Father? All right, going once on the Cordovas. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 51. Stankosaurus really getting in on the action this time around with that winning bid of 51 from Stankosaurus. We're almost on to the mid-boss of the stack, or a boss of the stack. 51, Stankosaurus, although part of me kind of wants to save them for later. Maybe we'll do that. Do I have another thing I can put? Yeah, we'll do that as a mid-boss. I'm going to save this other thing for a later thing, just so we have hype at the end of Ice Pods. We like the end hype. Stankosaurus purchased your father and you, because it was father and son. Give us a call. Anybody get that reference? Cordova cleanup crew info, good, bad? I don't know. Probably for a high humidity setup would probably be pretty good. EDC, a lot of people want me to bring back the Roach Wiggle. EDC Geek says, please bring back. Please, I really miss it. I know Life's gotta settle in somewhere before I can start doing that again. But I do want it, and maybe again instead of the wiggle, it'll be easier for me to do live streams while I'm doing husbandry. Diana says you can get a wrist strap for your phone so you can have both hands free but can easily glance over at chat from your phone. Oh, I hate that idea. I like having my hands free. Like if I could, in an ideal world, I would feel comfortable with and would do bug husbandry basically naked, but with like just something covering the sensitive areas, to reduce the body friction. And my body does not like necessarily wearing clothing. I feel more comfortable in the nude. It's a tactile thing. Oh God, am I not neurotypical? I don't know. I think most people feel better without clothes on for the most part, although I could be projecting. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Please, somebody affirm or deny what I'm saying here. Anyways, while we're doing that, we're going to go on to 30 Armadillium vulgari Orange Vigor, straight from yours truly, the originator. This is pure stock, descended from Montgomery red males that Alan sent me in the dead of winter, and I had to cross them with females that I dug up from under the snow out in my yard in Dearborn. So they are a locality cross, and they're very vigorous. Clothes, hold on there, Kyle. Clothes are uncomfortable. Guy who says he's not autistic. I like to feel free. I want to feel free. I want to feel the sensation of the heat and the cold and all that stuff on my skin. King Campy says, yeah, you're weird, man. Diana says, unrelatable, and I'm autistic. Lizard Beans just gawking. King Campy says, but all the best people are. Charlie Bug says, armchair diagnosing Kyle right now. Adam Hawk says, to each their own. EDC Geek says, TMI, hey, listen, it's the basal human state. It's a reason. There's a reason they call it your birthday suit, okay? You're born with it, and it's the only clothing you take out of this world, too, I suppose. All right, here's an X. Oh, that is a nice picture I got of those back in the day. Oh, back in the day when my collection was small enough to get intimate photographs at a reasonable time frame of how the days pass. All right, going once on the Orange Vigor. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel put a comma. Beetle Pixel put a comma. Might be the odd pet who gets it. Might be the odd pet. It is the odd pet in a first time ever. Beetle Pixel done goofed. It's the odd pet with a winning bid of 27. 27 to the odd pet for the Orange Vigors in this historic goof. It had to happen eventually. It happens to everybody. It's like death. You can't imagine having a silly little goof here and there. So the odd pet, you have won the Orange Vigors. Already on to another stack. Oh boy. All right, now we have a group of 12 Cubaris species white ducky, starting bid of $1 for the white ducky isopods. Cubaris species white ducky. Jay Boogly with a meek bid of 1. Confused Squirtle just launching out of the gates with a bid of 50. Kyle, you can't just say intimate photographs after that conversation. Will there be any new species named Vulgari again? What does that mean? Oh yeah, because they wouldn't be common if they were newly named, unless they were cryptic species. Sierra Beard suggesting the biblical fig leaf for me. Laura Taylor says we watch bugs and reptiles reproduce, and you are uncomfortable with our own bodies. We are a strange animal. Yeah, I wish it's life goals is to end up in a situation where wearing minimal clothing when at home alone or when at home in Settled in is the ideal. Do you sell phasmids? Lover Dino just cutting right through the conversation to a question. And yes, we had some go up before. If you're looking for what's still available, it's not going to be at auction pricing, but you can always send me an email or a Discord, etc. Lizard Bean says, I mean, as long as I'm wearing boxers, I'm happy. Yeah, sea bunches are wearing boxers. That's pretty close to it, you know. Kinky Fungus is care on these guys. I could never get them to take off. They seem to like fair to good ventilation, so not low vent and not high vent and not medium vent, just a little bit lower than that, and higher humidity, but not so high that it's necessarily wet. That's the other thing. So they're a little bit finicky, but in that zone, they seem to do really well. Here's an X for the white duckies. And here's a P for the white duckies as well. There we go. You get your shell and all. Perfect. All right. For the white duckies. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the odd pet with a winning bid of 65. The odd pet went from being the villain in Alan's eyes to being one of the winning bidders today with a winning bid of 65 from the odd pet. 2 in a row will be a 3. 3's a hat trick, right? I think so. All right, that's a boss level thing. We're going to save that for a bit later. Let's bring in something from this stack, okay? And then I'm going to go grab a non-alcoholic drink. I think maybe around 7 or 8 I'll start grabbing some other stuff. We have 30 Cubaris species penguin. Starting bid of $1 for Cubaris species penguin while I go run to get a drink real quick. Where's the person that took issue with the way that I open difficult to open cans? Where are you? I had to stop for a second and appreciate the dusky hognose in the kitchen because she's looking real nice and thick right now from eating a lot of food. And I think I'm going to name her Boss Hog. I think she's earned the name Boss Hog. So BOSS space HOGG. I think that's going to be her name. It feels right. Please, Kyle, please the teeth. That hurt my teeth. Everybody who says that, how will you eat isopods? They're pretty soft. Oh, it's Baloo. Do not try to come up here, Baloo. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Okay, he's on the windowsill. It's all the space you get, buddy. I can't afford any space here for you. There's no room at the inn. The inn is closed, okay? It's funny. Mon went out and Baloo came in. Or you can name her Bog. All right, going once on the species penguins. Dangerous closing my eyes right now. Going twice. Sold. To could be Chris Sniper, could be the Odd Pet, Control, R-ring, Refreshing. The fun stuff is coming, says Stella's. Yeah, Stella's, I think in about an hour we'll probably get to yours. We'll get through a couple more things in mine and we'll get into your stock after that. There's going to be a couple of some springtails and whatnot. And the winner is Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 42. Chris Sniper. Winning bid of 42. Now this is a good evening. We got a good pace, I think. We're making good time, making good fundings, etc. Oh, we got to reward these little guys. You guys performed well. You need the P-ness. All right, and Baloo, you are beautiful little gato. You are wonderful, but you are in a very inconvenient place right now. All right, here's our mid-boss for this stack. We have a group of 20. Don't do it. Don't do it, Baloo. I know you think he did it. Porcelio succinctus. Is that a little monster? No, it's a squirrel outside. 20 Porcelio succinctus. Starting bid of $1. Do not step on my keyboard. Do not end the whole stream. I know you want to get comfortable. I know you remember yesterday, but you can't. There's no room for you there. Your tail is a liability. He's as cats do, he's fitting into the least amount of space possible right now. I need to put some cans or something here. Don't put your paws on the keyboard. No, I know. Why are you sitting where it's warm? It's like 90 degrees outside, buddy. It's like 90 degrees out, and you're sitting right on the heat exhaust vent. Type for us queen, type for us king. This is Baloo, this is the boy. For those tracking, that was my first purchase in over 4 hours from Zen Monkey. A lot of people enjoying the cat stream, but Baloo, I gotta work. Daddy's gotta work. We want to hear him. I'll try and work him up into a good purr. Let me know if you guys can hear him. Is the mic picking him up? Did it pick him up? I'd be pretty impressed if it did. Did it? Daddy has to work to buy cat food. Don't eat the peas. I know there's pea protein in cat food, but the peas themselves are more expensive than the pea protein that's put into your cat food. This is isopod food, guys. I might have to exile him. He wants to eat the peas, and I don't have a problem with him doing that because, again, they use pea protein in cat food, and he's probably craving it for some reason, but I don't want to lose all my freeze-dried peas to him. Okay, I'm going to lure him. I've got a good way to lure him. I will be right back. Baloo. Okay. Vegetarian cat. Yeah, the meme of that. I mean, I've seen them eat all kinds of things. When they're outside, they would eat the pea. You know what? Now, come to think of it, I would catch them eating the scarlet runner bean flowers sometimes too. And they eat grass and all this other stuff. So, there's probably trace nutrients that they're getting from that. There's got to be some root to that behavior. But anyways, he's just too much of a liability with the stacks here. So maybe later when the stack numbers decrease, I'll open the door again and let him back in. But all right, an X for the Sakinctus. It's the sodium, probably. I don't think there's much in these peas. The ingredients is just peas. That's the essence of the penis. And the sodium, 5 milligrams, which is like almost nothing. So, maybe they're just tasty to them. They may be hyper carnivores, but they probably get cravings for weird, like if it smells good, they're probably inclined to eat it. Not the essence of penis. And Zen Monkey says cats need fiber too. They just don't digest much of it, more like roughage for the stomach. It could also be helpful for that. What I just walk into, oh no. Baloo was in here causing a ruckus, wanting some love. At any other time it would be good, but we got business to do. Going once, Daddy's got to buy cat food. Going twice. Sold. To KRM2 with a good deal, but also a stealthy snipe. Not a snipe, just a bold enumeration of 86 to KRM2. KRM2. And well, the isopods like the Sakinctus like the PNS as well. All right, I'm forming, guys, what I think I'm going to do is as we go through all these isopods, I'm going to form the final boss stack. And that will be our final boss, is the final boss stack. Be the last thing we do. All right, we have a group of 15 Cubaris species amber. I like the gifts going on here. Species amber. Yeah, I love both of my cats very much. I know indoor outdoor cats somewhat contentious, but honestly, like it's not like they're stuck outside. They know if they hop up on the if I have all the doors and windows closed in the house and they hop up on the windowsill and they meow, they can come inside whenever they want to. So that's that. And Monmon really doesn't go. Monmon's always, she basically stays in my yard from what I've seen of her. She doesn't, like, I guess female cats have smaller home ranges than males do. It makes sense. The males need to wander for resources and for that sweet, the P word for a female cat that's actually not slang, in this case, because we're actually physically describing the cat. But they got to go out and tomcat. So I guess I'm sure Baloo has a range of maybe a mile or two, but Monmon doesn't really go anywhere. More often, she's pestering me when I'm downstairs because she wants feeder mice. All right, going once for the Cubaris species amber, and somebody bred these to have none of the dark markings, and I want some of those. If that person's in the U.S. and anybody knows who it is, let me know because I would really like to get some of those from them. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, Bug Boy, with a winning bid of 61 and with an easy username for me to write out. Bug Boy, 61. Perfect. All right, moving along. We have another group of 15 Armadillo tuberculosis, starting bid of $1. I can't remember if there was only 2 or 3 groups of these packed up, so this might be the last one. If you want tuberculosis, now is your time to act. And we're going to give these guys a little bit of the P and S as well. I heard that somebody mocked the way I pack isopods on social media, on Facebook or something. Somebody took a picture of my setup that I brought to the Michigan Reptile show, and was like, "Can you believe he has them on paper towel?" And everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, that is so dumb and so stupid. And you need 18 inches in every cup of AGB, and you need to feed them this, and you got to do that." And then you see these people that do that with these cups of isopods at the expos, and you open it up, and it's supposed to be like a 20 count, and it's missing like 10 of them because they've had them in the same cup for 5 months and just sprinkle in food, assuming they're all still alive. But me, I painstakingly pack isopods the day before every Michigan reptile show to make sure that they are as fresh and tasty as possible. And the paper towel is to cut costs, but also to ease the transportation and make it so that when you look in the container, if you want to see what you're buying, you can actually see it. So I will answer some questions in the chat once we wrap up the tuberculosis. Here's an X. Will buffalo beetle infestation and Orgala enclosure interfere with their breeding and growth? There's a fair chance of that, I think. Charlie says, my mom's friend has indoor-outdoor cats, and multiple of them have been killed by cars and coyotes. Yeah, Mon and Baloo are terrified of cars. Like if I'm holding Baloo in the front yard and a car comes within about 100 feet of him, he will leap out of my arms and run off. And there's not many coyotes in our neighborhood. My backyard's fenced. A lot of the nearby yards are fenced. So there's a lot of safe places for them to go to. But I do also fully accept the fact that I could wake up one day and never see Baloo again. And, that's just kind of my decision. I accept that. And the ethical / moral morality side of that is a discussion for another time, but I do accept that. But so far, 2 years. He was also raised on a farm, so that helps. That he was already exposed to navigating and avoiding things like that. But just maybe cats from the local shelter will not be as able as a cat that grew up in that sort of environment to avoid threats. All right, going once on the tuberculosis, armadillo tuberculosis. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 59 instead of 69. Blado Beans, 59 on the tuberculosis. Good. All right, we have a giveaway. We have a giveaway for 15 Cristarmadillidium muricatum. And the giveaway question is, how many kittens did Mon raise last spring? And did I spell Mon wrong? I think I actually usually spell it Mon. Not seeing it. William Yadeski, you got it. William Yadeski. The answer is 2. She raised 2. She's a first-time mom. She had 1 stillbirth. She had 1 that she had probably early on in the night. And by the time I had woken up in the morning and found her, there were 2 kittens born, and one of them was cold and not moving. That one didn't make it. But then later that day, she had the stillborn, and then she had the cat that Kai currently has, Taylor. And so she had she raised 2 healthy kittens, Taylor, which is with Kai, who is with Kai, and then Kayla, who is with my parents. So good guesses, everybody. Some of you, looks like cats can have quite a few kittens, sometimes 11, 14. But yeah, you got it right. William Yadeski with 2 kittens. She raised 2 of them. So congratulations. And if anybody was here at the spring Bugapalooza, they were just weaning then, and we were able to see them at the spring Bugapalooza. So if you were there, maybe you would remember that she had. 2 kittens, definitely not 4,000 kittens. That's too much, man. All right, we have a group of whatever they call these nowadays. 30 Armadillidium maculatum chocolate, starting bid of $1. Chocolate. And these have been throwing some weird lighter individuals, and I just got these as an extra and a swap or something. I don't have much of an interest in really figuring out what's going on with why some of them produce the weird individuals that look very similar to my angel line, honestly. But so it's a lighter maculatum line. Been around for a while too, since probably 2018, but who knows if it's been the same line the whole time. Aiden says, dang, I thought I had it. Aiden with the 4. Yeah, so she raised 2 of them, but she did have 4. Zen Monkey says, cats are one of the most invasive species on the planet, but they can't do it alone. They need our help. That is true. They do have to get places and usually be lacking in an abundance of larger predators like canids. All right, going once on the maculatum chocolate. Going twice. Sold. To Leah with a winning bid of 46. To Leah. Beating out Bebop. 46 to Leah. Making pretty decent time. Okay. And I have to do the ritual, which is every time I post these, I have to look them up on TJ's Instagram to copy paste for the locality information. Tis indeed a ritual. All right, 20 Hilaria brevicoris Provence Alpes Côte d'Azur France. Starting bid of $1. This is the U.S. stock of Hilaria brevicornis, the largest conglobulating terrestrial isopod. We had I foster kittens. The one in my photo is a foster fail named Fish. What's a foster fail? Dewey says birds of prey and raccoons will eat cats too. That's weird. The local cats fight with the raccoons. I never thought that raccoons would eat them. Maybe they eat the immatures. They eat the young cats, perhaps. Tennyson says I must check my text really quick, but I discarded of my phone. Can you send it on Discord, Tennyson? Can you send it on Discord? I'm being asked if I have Decaralampra fulgencio. I just received a small restart of them earlier this week, and there are a couple of people in the bug circle who do still have Decaralampra. So I think they're secure, but they can always use some more love and help. Foster fail is when you adopt a cat you're fostering. That's funny. That's a very tongue-in-cheek way to refer to that. You end up keeping it. That's really funny. You failed to adopt them out to another person is the idea of the name. It means I raised him for adoption by adopting him instead. Well, you did. You did raise him to adoption. Now, let's see. What am I being told here? All right. I've been informed that that William Udesky has 1 billion C. muricatum and does not require more, and that I'm cleared to give those to somebody else. So we're going to go with the next person who posted a winning bid, which was Altered Pants. So Altered Pants, you have won the muricatum, actually. So Congrats. There you go. I hope you're listening, Altered Pants. Otherwise, you're going to end up with some free bugs you weren't aware of. Good enough. All right. And I think that we haven't started the countdown yet, so we'll start the countdown for the Hilaria now. There's an X, everybody. There's an X. It's a small X, but it's there. Aiden says, that's why I guess 40,000. I have too many of those little dudes. Leah says, grabby hands. Testing, he got excited because he knew the answer. I'm glad he kept track of the lore. He kept track of the Roach Cross and Kyle lore to know that answer. All right, going once on the Hilaria. Going twice. Sold. To Incredible Isopods, who bumped their bid from 50 to 70 and wins solidly with that. Incredible Isopods bumped to 70 to beat out Confused Squirtle's bid of 63. 70. Incredible Isopods getting some Incredible Isopods. What do you know? You don't say. All right, we have another group of Miracotum going up for grabs. 30 Cristarmadillidium, Miracotum, and again, I can't remember how many more groups there are of these. I have a suspicion that this is the last group, though. Up for sale. So here we are. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for the beautiful picture of the spikies. The winner of the spiky pineapple giveaway has conceded them to you, Pants. Wait, I actually wasn't listening until you said that at the end. I had to let me dog out what happened. Yeah. So yes, Altered Pants, since you were the next in line with the correct answer on my screen, you get the Miracotums. And Double Z asking how my Neolax are doing. I pull them out of the death spiral. I put them into a setup more like what I have my Schizopilia in, and they're doing a lot better that way. So I have 2 males and 3 females left, and I had 1 either fresh adult female or subadult female when I refreshed the whole enclosure. So now we're waiting on the males to mature, and I feel pretty confident that they're going to pull out of that spiral. And it was a good lesson to learn, to learn to keep them like Schizopilia instead of how I had them before, although they were doing okay, especially over the summer, over the winter with more watering. And I would suggest when you give them, when you're taking care of them, try to have some fresher wild bark for them, the stuff that has kind of some pulpiness to it so that they can eat it, because I think kind of like Schizopilia, like Xenoborids, that they probably need that extra fiber and do better with that. Somebody said, Elsie says, someone please donate to Goal. We must see Epic Bug. You get to see the enclosure. You get data. You get to see something with your own eyes if you do this. Lizard Bean says, I am scared YouTube will eat my money again. No, that's a valid fear. It's a valid fear. It's fine. It is what it is. Here's an X for the Miracotum. Delicious. And what we got coming up here? Oh, yeah, this is pretty good. We still got lots of isopods to go through, everybody. We're going to be here a while. All right, going once on the Miracotum. Going twice. Sold. Two could be solutionist nonsense. Control R-ing, and it's Bandensis with a winning bid of 66. Bandensis, your second win. I know that because I keep looking at your username when I have to put the bugs away when I'm sorting them, and I'm like, just the Bandensis, they just won this one thing. When are they going to win something else? And there it is, right there, your Miracotum group. All right, we'll cool off with something. We'll do a group of 30 Kibara species, Panda King Black, starting bid of $1. And I got these from Stella's Springtails, and I yeeted them in with my Rhyperobia materi, and they exploded, and now they're in there, and the population goes up and down as I do and don't remember to add extra water. So he even said, error, you will not be charged, and PayPal sent me a notification, $2 charge. Maybe if you find that and you screenshotted it and send it to PayPal, contested the charge on PayPal, maybe they give it back to you. Sierra Bird says, Kyle can eat my money for bugs. And Double Z says, should I offer white rot wood in the enclosure? I don't think it would be a bad idea to put some really good, nice, tender white rot wood, just like a nice, maybe like a 2-inch by 1-inch piece of it somewhere in the enclosure, just in case. I think that is a good fail safe that you could try. Sierra Bird says he can use it to cover himself instead of a fig leaf. Yes, I suppose that I could. Fig leaves are not, listen, the biblical allegory is the fig leaf is not an effective way to cover yourself. At least if you're a guy, it's not effective. That's the meme. That's the meme there. It doesn't actually cover much. You're supposed to be naked and proud like a member of Nudist Beach from my favorite anime, which is Kill la Kill. Although everybody, as time goes on, I get older, things change in life, etc. Kill la Kill, as of right now, is still my favorite anime, but I can feel that maybe there will come a time in my heart where my favorite anime will switch to Fooly Cooly, because that also has been slapping. That's also a banger. So the fig tree next to my house could cover many a man's ween, huge leaves. I would see. Here's the other thing. I was thinking about a culinary fig. So like, I don't know what species the Chicago hardy fig is. Hardy ficus carica. I've never seen large leaves on the ficus carica. And also, can I say that using a fig leaf to cover your nudity is like, those things are rough. Like they're not soft. That is not a gentle, pleasant sensation. Honestly, no, One Piece. Get out of here with your 5 billion seasons. 5 billion seasons of One Piece. Here's an X for Panda King Black, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 42. Chris Sniper coming in there wanting the Black Panda Kings. Thank you for the Family Guy gif. 42 to Chris Sniper. And we're going to give you guys a piece of dog food. There we go. Our dog food supplies are still looking good, everybody. Don't worry. We're not running out of dog food. It's a lie spread by big something that we're running out of dog food. All right, 15 Cubara species rubber bee, another one of my favorites, I guess. They're good little guys. We can put them in the top 20 as well, maybe top 30, definitely top 30, maybe top 20 for me of isopods. The species rubber bee, and there's actually an isopod that might even break into my top 10 that we're gonna get to, and it's gonna be like, huh, what? But they're just so bizarre. Behijager, bug enclosure, maybe H Vitata. Thank you, Behijager, for your donation. $10, everybody. Thank you so much. Make sure to look at Behijager and covet his existence so that we can see rare bugs. We should all follow in Behijager's footsteps. H Vitata is a 10-gallon glass tank, and probably not easy for me to bring into here, but as we get closer and closer, as we get a couple of more of these super chats, I will allude to what species we're going to be looking at here. But I will say that it is a roach, and it is one that a lot of people ask how to take care of. Mushishi is a banger for animes. What's Mushishi? I think you would like Mushishi. I have to look into that then. All right, here's an X for the rubber bees. Rubber bees like high ventilation and half moist, half dry. They seemed to actually do the best over the winter when I was watering more frequently, when the air was dry, high ventilation, but the substrate was being moistened and I was misting more. They seem to do well with that. So not a high humidity species in my experience, not a low vent, high humidity species. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of 80. By Laura. By Lord Laura. Winning bid of 80 for the rubber bees. Thank you. This is some great bidding here, guys. We got some good spirit. And I'm noticing that I'm probably going to need to bring the supplemental lighting in here in the near future. Vidya says, oh no, haha. Who messaged me? Who dares to message me? I don't know where that went to. Great Steel says incredible isopods. Okay. We're gonna take this one that's precariously perched over there. And we're gonna do 40 Armadillidium Perachi. They're back, everybody. Here we go. We got something beginner isopods, something if you want to work with a new species, you can get into these and not break the bank. The Parachis. Did I feed these guys? I got to feed the rubber bees. We're going to give them again a little touch of the pea nest here. Whoops, and there goes my pea nest onto the floor. So we're going to crack open a new one. There we are. Parachis are savage creatures, and thus they will be getting the dog food. Dog food upon you. Very textured for our enjoyment. Do you know what time Stella's items will go for auction? Probably in a half an hour. I think maybe even at 7:30 I'll say, all right, that's it. We're going to do Stella's stuff. So probably a half an hour. And there are some good things there. All right, here's an X for the Parachi. Get a nice, good group of these. Use them as a dryer-ish cleanup crew, feeders, what have you. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 35. Bebop, you got something. B-Bop. Good job. 35 to Bebop. Oh, you already got something before. Well, you got another thing. That's good. We like victories. We all congratulate each other here. All right, we have a group of 30. Oniscus, Acellus, British Columbia, orange, starting bid of $1. BC oranges. The stock is from Derek. And Derek's currently isolating some mutation, some other stuff out of this stock of the BC orange. Somebody laughed. Which one of you was laughing? Jojo. Oh, Jojo, you reacted with the laugh. That's funny. Somebody said Braille isopod. I'm reading this bug from Sierra Bird. Yeah, they are. Again, there's a nice texture on them and a nice shine when they're drier too. Leah says, are there any ingredients to for sure avoid when feeding dog food inverts? Or does it vary from species to species? A lot of stuff, like if they eat it, they eat it. Like if it's bad for them, they're probably not going to want to eat it or be inclined to eat it. So I try not to overthink that kind of thing. Again, I've also found my brand of dog food. So it works. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to think about it. And I will think about it more hardcore if they ever stop producing Country Squire. Oranon says it's actually a cross with Mardi Gras / Stardust morph. I got to ask you, Derek, if they were, from what I'm seeing, that looks like it was probably crossed with the Mardi Gras Dalmatian stock, since the Stardust is much less common and the spots are much smaller. So I'm going to assume that I gotta delete that though, because it's confusing people at the moment. But We need. I had to delete that. We need the orange one available. Where did the orange one go? It's the maple orange, but they call it maple orange, also British Columbia orange. Thank you, photo gallery. I'm starting to have a conniption over here. I was starting to have a fit. Here's an X. I didn't want people thinking that was what they were bidding on, but also Derek, you could post that picture like after the bidding for these ones are done, so people can see what you are working on. That's fine. All right, crisis avoided. Back to bidding. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 50. Bebop coming in heavy here. Really wanting these guys. Well, we're not going to say no to that. Bebop wants what Bebop wants. Winning bid of 50. B-Bop. Okay, next on the list we have another Derek stock from Derek. We have a group of 20 Armadillidium Gesteroi Zinger. Starting bid of $1 for some very nice zingers, and I'll probably show them off, and hopefully the lighting will cooperate because it's getting dark pretty fast. There's some clouds moving into the west, and it's getting dark on this October 5th day. It is October already, everybody. Where does the time go? But you can see at least a little bit. Okay, we learned the trick as I get up close, so it has to focus on every horrific detail, not just on the bugs, but also on me. And we're also going to try not to get the bugs falling off with the paper towel. And this is a nightmare. What have I done? Okay, well, we'll give that a go some other time, I guess. Everything is happening so much and at all times. Tennyson says he broke my code. All right, here's an X for the Gesteroi Zingers. Lizard Bean says, I get free dog food from my work once a month, but it's high quality. Good for dogs, but I'm sure more species would love if it was lower quality, though. I picked the one highest in grain. Are the Zingers the ones with the white spots? Those are super pretty. Might pick them up at the next Bugapalooza. Yes, they have whitish spots instead of the yellows. Just put the bugs on your face. Easy. They won't cling to me. They won't. My facial hair is discouraging for them to cling to. It's kind of like the hair on plant stems that discourages bugs from really getting on close. All right, going once on the Gesteroi Zingers. Going twice. Sold. Two could be Kinky Fungus, could be AMS. Let's see. I'm control R'ing. I'm control R'ing so hard right now, guys. And it is Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 36 to Kinky Fungus. Kinky Fungus. Winning bid of 36. All right. Next up, we have a group of beloved 40 Porcelio Scaber Piebald. Oh, yeah, Derek, that's definitely the Mardi Gras Dalmatians because they've got the chimeras in there. So that's definitely Mardi Gras Dalmatians crossed to the British Columbia orange. So you're going to get some interesting stuff. These are the hats. Nice, nice. All right. We got a group of Porcelio Scaber Piebald, the best piebald scaber around. The best piebald scaber around or the best piebald scaber in town? Let me go find my picture. I was so proud when I posted them a couple months ago. There we go. There's my babies. I will use my beautiful photo. This is, what do you mean the file exceeds the size limit? I posted it here already. All right, fine. I'm going to just copy. I'll just screen cap it and I'll paste it in there. There we go. Here you go, everybody. This is my stock of piebalds. These came from Valerie O'Neill in around 2016, and I've been viciously refining them ever since. and you still get some solidish ones, but this is not koi. Do not think you're getting koi going into getting these. You're getting something that's gone through a lot more rigorous refinement, pain, suffering, blood, tears, more blood, but no other bodily fluids. Here's an X for the scaber piebalds. Allie Lass says, I have old grain-free dog food my friend's dog doesn't eat. Well, that's not a good sign. Can I feed that to my roaches and ice pods? You could try it. And King Campy says, Kyle, I have several varieties of relatively cold, hardy, edible figs. Trade you some cuttings for some critters. Once I'm settled in, I think I could maybe take you up on that. I'm quite content with Chicago Hardy, and my neighbor down the street works with a ton of different varieties too that he's having basically in the ground success with, and I get to kind of watch and learn what works and what doesn't work from what he does. But anyways, let's wrap up these scaber piebalds, and then I'm going to go get the light so we can have some better light in here. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Leah with a winning bid of 50 for my beautiful, beloved scaber pieballs. All right, I'm going to go grab the light. There we go. All right, and once we get some more of these ice pods cleared off, I can open the room back up to the kitties. Tennyson said, any luck on finding white tigers again? You mean the white tigers I auctioned off yesterday or on Friday, Tennyson? Elsie asking about U.S. Hobby, asking if we'll ever get Archaeblada Hoveni again. We had them. I bred them. I screwed up royally during stressy, depressy, lemon zesty time of my life. I'm sure over the course of my lifetime, there'll be a handful more opportunities to work with them. But nothing on the immediate horizon that seems promising, I would say. All right, 40. Cubaris Murina Glacier, starting bid of $1. Here's some Murina morphs, if you would like them. These are the solid white ones, the whiteout Murinas. A good-sized group of them who may deserve dog food. Let's see. We'll be kind. We'll be merciful. Give them a little taste of the P-ness. Everybody needs a little taste of the P-ness. Let's see. Sierra Bird said, oh, no scaber. No, the white tigers seems like it's a wash. Nobody seems to have them. Nobody kept them, and everybody who got them, they died. But I forgot that I had outcrossed them to some other stock to work on a project. And there are some that kind of look similar in that project still. I haven't really been refining it. I basically did the cross and just let them go crazy after that. So I still have the genes. So I can create like a white Tuger or something out of that when I have time, pull a good female, and then just start to go from there. So Lizard Bean says, I'm probably just going to head to Daiso later this week to buy Critter Keepers. What's Daiso? For anything I don't have crazy. Isn't that the like import store maybe? Everybody's saying I get my beetle enclosures from Daiso. A lot of people seem to like, oh, I think I remember people posting the beetle enclosure things from there before. All right, here's an X for the Murina Glaciers. Whiteout Murinas. You don't know Daiso? It's like Japanese dollar store. I don't think we have them in Michigan. The Daiso store near you. All right, I'm going to look that up after we wrap this up. All right, going once on the Murina Glacier. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 69. Bebop is on fire, apparently. Really wants some isopods. And I got to look up the Ness Farms pinto beans. There's none of those in Michigan. The closest store is they're in the Chicago area, but there's 0 of them in Michigan, which is interesting because we do have a good Asian population, especially around Ann Arbor and Rochester Hills. So interesting. But if it ever did pop up, oh boy, you bet your sweet bippy, I would be there. All right, we got another group of the look it ups, but I'll just copy paste it from here. We have another group of 20, Hilaria, Brevicornis, Provence Alps Côte d'Azur, France, starting bid of $1, the Hilarias. Lizard Bean says ours isn't even a year old for the Daiso, and Sierra says, man, mine only has the small ones. They aren't deep enough. And Sierra Bird says, I paid $80 for a custom acrylic for my Derby Beetles. Custom acrylics and fish tanks. So many heavy glass fish tanks full of dirt. All right. Here's an X for the Hilaria. We're going to speedweed breeze through these guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 50. To Confused Squirtle, winning bid of 50. And thank you, Photo Gallery, for posting that picture. I didn't copy paste this. There we go. Winning bid of 50. All right, next up, and we're getting close to, we got 15 minutes until Austin auction time. We have a group of 30, Porcelio, Scaber, Rainbow, Stock, Roy G. Biv came from, starting bid of $1. So this is years and years and years of outcrossing Scaber lines to get as much color as possible. We've got Lavas, they've got Scorpio, they've got Orange Calicos, they've got U.S. wild caught red female calicos mixed in there. It's a lot of stuff. Lizard Bean says, if it's not a pre-made enclosure, it's bins. I hate glass so much. Ellie says, I just make my glass enclosures easier for me too. Well, that's nice. 2 shelves at this point of glorified dirt with legs from Sierra Bird. Glasses for frogs or bug I know are going to be out and about. If you have enough roaches, most any species will be out and about at all times, in my experience, but you need a lot of them. And Lizard Bean says, I use PVC cages for display. I have PVC with glass front sliding doors for my herps that are in my kitchen, and I really like those. I like how lightweight they are, and the material seems easy to clean, and the price point is really good, and the herps really love them, so we like that. I like that a lot. All right, here is an X. A little bit of a washed out picture of them, but trust me, this is very colorful Scaber stock, especially if you keep them dry, if you have dry air during the winter time. And of course, we're not going to be able to really see the colors. Maybe we will in the soft glow of the evening light, but you've got a good mix of colorations in here, and we will give them some of the penis. So ripe for the pickings for personal Porcelio Scaber projects for those interested. Where this stock originally come from, mix of different ones. It's over a decade of me crossing Lava to Scorpio to Orange Calicos to wild caught like individual wild caught female Porcelio scaber, like red calicos in Michigan, and just line breeding for color and trying to get different traits fixed in the population. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Valid Frequa with a winning bid of 40. Valid Frequa. All right, so we have a new release. Ooh, never before available anywhere. Ooh, we have 15 Porcelionites Virgatus, Tallahassee, Florida, from this spring's Florida/Alabama trip. This is from that rest stop that ended up having like the coolest stuff possible at it when we were just passing through. Oops. Accidentally deleted a column thingy or whatever it's called. All right, there we go. And these ones have a lot of individuals that are gray with a red border. Let me see if I can find them on iNaturalist. Porcelionites Virgatus, the oak woodlouse, Tallahassee. All right, we got a couple of pictures from nearby. We're going to look to find one that is good and representative. Here we go. That's pretty good. There's a picture of one with what I think is a Venezuela parvis next to it. Confused Squirtle 20. My hometown heart. Yeah, I thought these were pretty cool. I spent a good amount of time digging around in the mycelium mats to try and find enough to get a colony started. And some of them were more of a red color, like this individual I'm about to send here. So, new locality. Good little cleanup thing to toss in with a medium-ish humidity roach. Again, I have them with Archimandrita. They do well. Here's an X for these guys. Helped me to pay off the Florida trip, although honestly, I was paid off pretty soon after the trip with some of the stuff that I sold that I had collected, but helped to make it even more of a good investment to encourage future trips for the very purpose. Lizard Bean says, I post my leopard gecko and Euthir Happa Pacifica bio cage in general. I'll take a look at it. King Campy's got some nice setups too. Oh, wow. I like the little gems all over the place. I kind of feel like it needs like one big gem somewhere, but that is a very nice bioactive for a Leo. Reptile keeping really has come a long way. All right, going once on the Tallahassees. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 37. Stankosaurus, this does seem like something you would be interested in from our conversations about the Lygidium and whatnot. So glad you could get it. Glad you could get this locality. Who won the 36 bid, though? 36 bid? Oh, it looks like AMS would have won it if it was for 36. Did I get all the information down? So it's 37, 37, 27, 37. What'd you say? All right, we're going to get through a couple more, and then we're going to... All right, we're on to one of my top 10 favorite isopods here, everybody. I got to find a picture on iNat for these. Top 10 favorites, everybody. And I'm going to butcher this. I need to look them up before I post them because I feel like I have screwed up the the Latin. I have the locality information, but I don't want to mess up the Latin. And I feel like I really need a good picture of these to do them justice. I can't find a picture. If Alan or Satchel, are you here? The New Orleans. Is it Paraphylosia or is it Papaphylosia? I want to make sure. Oh, it's Papua. Okay, it is Papaphylosia. These are really cool. Oh, there might be this little. There we go. These are really cool. They're so elongate. This is a mid to high humidity species with lots of well-rotted wood and leaf litter and stuff like that. And they will dry out pretty easily. It's a burrowing or tunneling through stuff kind of species. And in the wintertime, they were like in the moistest part of the substrate and whatnot. And now in the summer, even with the polycarb covering most of the lid, they're in the kind of a little bit more evenly distributed. But basically, it is a drying out sensitive species. So you got to be aware of that. This is Papaphylosia species, New Orleans, Louisiana. Starting bid of $1 in my top 10 favorite isopods for just how weird they are. And these were a find, I think late last year was when they were gotten to me. Let's find the best, coolest picture. Oh, Eric Maxwell got pictures of them. Cool. Here we go. Again, one of my top 10 favorite isopods because of how weird they are. Lizard Bean says, I made the gems myself. They're food grade resin. That's pretty cool. I have no idea how to do something like that. But yes, it is Papaphylosia. And they get to 1 tick over 1/4 of an inch. So how many millimeters is that? About a centimeter? So good size for what they look like too. So, oh, Eric Maxwell's got that picture is beautiful. They're just so like wiggly, like whatever word describes this looking. Like their body flexes and contorts. It's very snake-like. It's not kind of more rigid as a lot of isopods are, where they look like they're operating on tank controls. They're definitely more like they can curve and flex and shape their bodies like that. They're definitely giving the crustacean vibe, says Zen Monkey, the crustacean vibe. All right, here's an X for one of my favorites. And again, high humidity. Can we see some through the bottom? No, it looks like they're up in the little wood pieces and on the paper towel probably. But again, high humidity, everybody. Do not let them dry out, but also don't have a zero ventilation enclosure too. More millipede or centipede vibe. It's maybe more millipede vibe, I would say. They are pretty fast, but I think it's more millipede-y. They just seem to have a lot of flexibility in their body. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Barnacle. A lot of people jumped in there at the last second. Looks like Barnacle. It is. It's Barnacle. The winning bid of 41. Congrats, Barnacle, getting one of my favorite isopod species. Try to have some diversity in there. They're just so different from a lot of other terrestrial isopods. That's what makes them special. Okay. We're going to do 5 more, and then we're going to hop into some Stella's springtail stuff. We're going to go relatively quickly with these. We're going to do group 20, Porcellio ornatus South, starting bid of $1. Ooh. Starting bid of $1 for some Porcellio ornatus South. These are the spotty guys. Everybody isopede. That's kind of an interesting term, an isopede. The missing link between isopods and millipedes. The isopede. Ornata South have fallen a touch out of favor. I'm isopeding myself right now. It's a Sierra bird. Hilarious. All right, here's an X for these guys. I think a colony of thousands of these would be just super cool. And I bet they'd look cool if we had an orange mutation too. It'd probably make the yellow spots on them really pop. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two looks like AMs, but could be Leah. And it's AMS 613 with a winning bid of 25. Beating out Leah 613 AMS 25 AMS 613. Is that your first? Excuse me, first win? Maybe not. All right, I'm gonna ping Stella's just to we're gonna do your stuff soon. Pinging. And next up, we have a group of the original, the mighty 25 Armadillidium vulgari magic potion. Okay, you got some roaches yesterday. Okay, good. It wasn't showing up in the Excel doc. Like, we didn't autofill your name, so maybe I capitalized it before. Anyways, pure from the source, like fresh spring water. 25 Armadillidium vulgari magic potion. May the magic potion be with you. And I'm going to find the picture of them. Rip says, rip the red/brick line of Ornata South. Yeah, I know. Fumbled the ball there. I didn't have my hands in a chokehold around isopod husbandry like I do now. But if I somehow were able to get them again, I don't think that would happen. Was I looking up magic potion? That's right. That's right. So we'll put my picture of them up here. My beautiful, photogenic, large dorso anterior posteriorly spotted magical potion isopods. Here's an X for my magic potions, everybody. Are these American Tennyson? I'm going to you is what I'm going to do. There are no Japanese. There is no American nor Japanese, as it is written in the Isopod Bible. There is neither American nor Japanese, only magic potion. Lizard Bean says, when I got my first leopard gecko at 6 years old, I was told you're lucky if they reach 5 years old. Now I have leopard geckos over 10 years old. I strive for the most enriching cages I can give. Delightful. It's been a hot minute since I've had a Leo. Aiden says, I'm very happy my wife won that giveaway earlier for these ones. They were my main goal for this auction. Well, yeah, that takes care of that, doesn't it? All right, going once on the magic potions. Going twice. Sold. To Darkica Knightita with a winning bid of 70. Good job, Dark Knight, getting some of my babies. Mine, J. Fior. J. Fior was the person who first pulled them out of his colony and sent them to me. I did the refinement. But Jay's the one who realized there was something important. Special, one may say. Darkica Knightita. All right, 3 more things, and we're doing Stella's stuff. We got a group of 20 Porcellio Silvestrii, starting bid of $1. This is stock from TJ, acquired within the last year or two from TJ's stock. Lizard Bean says, plus we have learned that they can live 25 years. The care was just shite back then. Yeah, again, I think people keep a lot of stuff too dry, and it's why the most popular why a lot of the most popular exotic pets were things that could take it dry. Think about it. All kinds of desert tarantulas and scorpions, African millipedes, leopard geckos, beardies, North American colubrids, all these things that are pretty well adapted against desiccating, you know. So, all right, a good picture from Photo Galleria. And is that a good-sized male that I see here? Whose color we will not be able to appreciate due to the lighting, but he could make an appearance. This is actually kind of a small adult male. Definitely sexually mature, but a little bit on the small side. So, give you guys a taste of the penis. Haha, hilarious inside joke. All right, here's an X on the Porcellio silvestrii. Lizard Bean says, hot take, but beardies should not be sold to people as great beginner. They have more complex diets and light requirements than people realize. And Derek N says, this is the line that threw Dalmatians of silvestrii? No, it was species Valencia that threw the Dalmatians, which I do not think that those are silvestrii. I think that that's something different. Just like how I said, species Sevilla, which we found out was Flavacinctus, and Hoffman's Eggii weren't the same. And also, Hoffman's Eggii and species Almeria Mountains were not the same. I strongly doubt, based on husbandry requirements, that silvestrii and species Valencia are the same species. So, no, it's okay, Derek. Don't worry about it. All right, going once on the silvestrii. Man, these used to be so popular. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Photo Gallery butted in there. Looks like our bot butted in there. It is Photo Gallery with a winning bid of 31. How hilarious. And a really good deal on these too. That is in almost in the steal department. All right, two more. We have back from the brink. We have a group of that does not look like a 0, 25. Oh, that's why, because it's a 5. 25 Porcellio Haasai light starting bid of $1. Back from the brink of almost being extinct in the US and reacquired some stock, and now here they are performing for you. Doubles, he says, hell yes, Scorpion propaganda. Lizard Bean says, of course, any reptile can be your first with enough research. Eric Matthews says, we have a leopard gecko my kids got full grown over 15 years ago, and they gave it crap care. Now my grandson has it. Charlie saying, my bidding time is over. My budget is used up. I'm going to go get cozy in bed under warm blankies. Y'all wish you were me. I do, actually. I do wish that was me. God, I wish that were me. And you're still watching on the phone. I appreciate that. We need that diligent watching. Tennyson says, I've been wanting these back for years, just never pulled the trigger. And only 4:30 were lizard beans, just so you're not going to bed. Wondering if a top photo gallery was going to get anything for all the hard work. And apparently they're cutting in on the bids too, which is fine. All right, here's an X for these guys, for the Haasai lights. They got to get onto Austin's stuff. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Darkica Nightita with a winning bid of 60. Dark Knight also being the Dark Knight of winning isopods. The winning bid of 60. Darkica Nightita. All right. Now we have another near and dear to my heart strain. We have 40 Armadillidium Nazardum. White out, starting bid of $1. These started from individuals I collected in the rocks in front of my house when I was doing some planting back in like 2017 or 2018. So if you've seen these for sale somewhere and they bred true, they all descended from like 3 to 6 individuals from my front yard, from the rocks in front of my front porch back in like 2018. And I think just in time for Austin stuff, I'm going to go grab an alcoholic beverage. So I'm out of seltzers. They didn't have my special wine. All I got is cheap sake. I'm tempted to run out to the liquor store and get something like a nice spiked cider or something like that. What do you guys think about a short break? I could walk more steps than I have collectively in the last 3 days and go to the and also we are not Fimidams. We are not close to being done with isopods also. So I'm thinking after this here, I'll put an X here. I'm thinking I might run out and do that because I don't want to like completely trash myself by drinking just sake. At least not yet. Like I would like to ease into it. Was it beer before liquor before beer, never been liquor, beer before liquor, never been sicker, something like that. Yeah, that's right. Because then you can't tell how inebriated you're getting. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me hear your thoughts. If you're even okay with that. The liquor store is only like 15, 20 minutes away. Or I could also just politely alternate little shots of sake with seltzer waters, which I do have. I don't know. I'm on the fence. We need to teach you to drink bourbon. All right, going once on the Dazatum whiteouts. Going twice. Sold. To looks like JoJo. While I grab a P, we will see who has victory. It is the Odd Pet. On my screen, the Odd Pet has won with a bid of 41. The Odd Pet winning bid of 41. Now that's astounding. I bid 50. Wait a minute, who bid 50? Oh wait, never mind. Bebop. Way ahead of everyone. It is Bebop. I'm going to just copy paste. It's Bebop with 50. Bebop, what are you doing? Way back there. You just asserted yourself quietly. Sometimes that's the best kind of assertion. Okay. So I guess I'm going to get my sake, have some polite sips of it for now, and drink a seltzer at the same time. And that's what we're going to do. It's decided. Sometimes in life they don't have the special wine, but it's not always the special wine that's the special part. The special part is being with good friends and whatnot is the real special wine part of the special wine. So we got a little bit of this. We got a seltzer. Buddha smiles on Jack Daniels, but real men drink Maker's Mark. I do like Maker's Mark. My friend Mark always has Maker's Mark. All right, we're getting into Stella's Springtails Thingtails. And we have about 9 items here. I'm going to copy paste these all into a Word document and then chip away at them because a couple of them are big package deals of a couple different things. Let us see. And I need to grab my disclaimer because this is Stella Springtail stuff. Actually, this tastes pretty good, the combination of the two of them. All right, got my little copy pasta for the Stella's Springtails stuff. That goes down nice. I like that. And again, wonderful to be sharing it with all of you lovely and very supportive people. We have some alcohol discussion. Vodka tonic and gin and tonic. A good gin and tonic is really good. Is quite good. All right. We have this is a Stella's Springtails item. Be aware you are dealing with Stella's Springtails for this. All the stuff from packing to shipping to blah, 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 blah. So first up, we have a group of 15 Cubaris Orange Freezy edited for the starting bid. I can see we're going to have a fun night tonight. Starting bid of $1. I need to edit it to say starting bid. Edited it. Starting bid $1 for Orange Freezies. Somebody says, I want to know more about the Scooby-Doo snack cocktail. Vodka tonic. Hold up. Y'all are my friends? I thought it was just the bugs. We're tight. Sierra Bird. We are at times a surprisingly tight-knit community here. Do I want Kyle inebriated before? Oh, that is hitting the spot right now. I don't know what it is, everybody. Either you go for the really low, cheap sake is really good, or the really high-priced stuff is really good. The mid-ground stuff is just mid, is my experience. So why spend the money on the mid-ground or even the expensive when the cheap stuff is so good? All right, here's an X for these Stella's Springtails Orange Freezies. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Ninjas. Lil Ninjas, welcome with a winning bid of 56. Again, remember to catch up with Stella's Springtails. We're doing it. There's not seem to be much info on these guys on Google. They seem to like mid to high ventilation and middle of the road moisture, not high moisture, not low moisture, but just kind of average. They're just kind of average in terms of needs. There's Stella's. All right, perfect. We just did your Orange Freezies. We're going on to a 10 count of Spherulo species Hainan Black, starting bid of $1. And I can really start to go off the walls if we get to after 12 hours, because then YouTube stops recording the live stream. Somebody's going to bed. Anthony Linsla, I can barely hold my eyes open. I probably bid more than I should have. I'll see you everyone later. Have a good, fun night. I got to get some sleep. Have some good sleep, Anthony. Sleep well. Sierra talking the Scooby snack includes pineapple juice, rum, Midori melon, heavy cream, shaken topped with shipped cream. That sounds really good. That sounds like there's a barcade nearby called why am I forgetting what the name of it is? It's not Round One. Why am I forgetting the name of the barcade? We went there on my birthday. Anyways, they have a Donkey Kong drink that's like a banana rum something else, and it's just divine. Inebriated Kyle was how I was able to win Ember Bees last time. Get this man behind heavy machinery instantly. Give me a forklift. Better yet, let me go try and move my bug racks in the basement with the tanks still on them. Dry them up. PM me. It's funny because somebody was telling me to keep these even more moist. The drying them up was in regards to the Orange Freezies. Now the Hainan Blacks, seem to be a moister species from what I'm seeing. Cozy blankets obtained. We chillin'. We do be vibing. Zen Monkey says, I'm figuring that my expenditure doubles around that time, around when I get inebriated. All right, here's an X for the Hainan Blacks. These were all the rage. They were coming in. They were all over the place. Austin was like, check out them dudes. Them are sick to me. And hey, to be fair, I was convinced. But here we are. All right, going once on the Hainan Black Spherulos. Going twice. Sold. To JFell80 for 16. 16. That's crazy. That is so below anybody's listing or anything value. And that's sometimes you end up with that when you are auctioning something off and also when you are at the auction. What is this next thing going up here? I have not seen before. A group of 10. This is a package deal. You get all of these. 10 Cubaris polar bear, Troglodilo spoil, Cubaris red panda, and Cubaris species black panda or panda king black. What's this polar bear? Cubaris species polar bear. Anybody got pictures of polar bear? I can't find anything on it. Here's some reports from overseas. Cubaris species panda. Cell crustaceones, non-aquatico. Where is polar bear? I wish to see what this polar bear looks like. Armadillidium porcellio. This is just spam on terroristic.com or like terroriststreet.com. Polar bear. Where is it? I want to see it. I can't find them. Just stay away from the drink for each item that goes over 100, which sounds like minimum bid is 100. Lydia says, hey, I haven't been on in a sec. How many pods do we have until the grain pest? Probably about 70 pods. I think someone posted in the Discord. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Hey, Austin, high white panda kings. Oh, I need those. Because those aren't whiteouts. They've got black eyes. They're leucistics. I'm going to have to pick up some of those. Austin at the expo next week. Keep me in mind if you got some extras. I'll take even a pair or something like that. Here's an X for this big box of bugs. Our photo gallery has been lovely at posting pictures of everything here. All right, going once. This is a good group, guys. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner of Control R-Ring. Looks like a bunch of people tried to get in there at the end. Let's see. But I pulled the trigger. I didn't pull the trigger. It is Barnacle with a winning bid of 82 to Barnacle. Good job. You got a good group there. A very nice bundle package from Stella's. Could use some clarification on the name, the nomenclature there, but you know what? That was something. All right, we have a group of. We've got a panda. We've got a Panda-palooza here. You get 6 pink pandas, 5 lavender pandas, and 5 tapir/bandit pandas. All Cubaris Panda King. It's ridiculous. Cool beans. I'll just chill until then, said Lydia. Lizard Bean says, thanks. I am cool. Getting all my stuff ready. Getting all my stuff. That's a giveaway. Things, so we put it over there. Label these guys, get them in the next stack, yada yada. Oh, I love that one. Put that up there. What we got going on here? Put that on there. Oh yeah, stack it up to the highest point. There we go. And we got a giveaway coming up soon. Just wait till Panda King V.5 release. You really are hard. Lydia and Lizard Bean, some camaraderie. I love to see it. Keep the positivity, everybody. Keep it going. All right, here's the X before you tear each other's throats out for these isopods. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Refresh your stream in case it's lagging. 2 looks like Oranin Plus, but could be Incredible Isopods. It is Oranin Plus with a winning bid of 61 on this Stella's Springtails. I was going to call it a basket case. Stella's Springtails basket case. Okay, we're going to do, here we go. We should see some savagery for this. We have a group of 5 Loriola species Duran. 5 Durans. W Bid War. The Jurian Loriolas. Lizard Bean says, I don't know how to accept legit compliments. Oh no, just say thank you. That's very nice of you to say such a thing. That's how you do that. I learned that kind of recently. Just say thank you. That's nice. I appreciate that. And you call him a pumpkin and you go from there. But yes, we do have some Spikies proper. If you've been waiting for Spikies, and if you could please like the stream, we got Spikies going on here right now. Durians, as Austin would say, dem are sick. And they really are. Look at all those spikes. And apparently, Austin says they're pretty easy. So I got to pick up a group of them in the future. Here's an X for the species Durians. Go hog wild. I'm going to take my time with this countdown. With this X countdown as everybody starts to bid up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is... Oh, that's close. Touchable hat. You got the period there, so you would win. You would win Touchable Hat. It is Touchable Hat with a winning bid of 100. The period is there. Touchable Hat with a winning bid of 100. Touchable Hat. But wait a second. What's this? It's Stella's Springtails with a medal second group of Loriola Durians with a starting bid of $1 again. We got one more group of these. This is the last group of these guys going up. This is your last chance for Durians. Here you go. Charlie Bug says, the Spikies. Did I miss something? Is Kyle just drinking from a whole wine bottle? It's sake, actually. Lydia Oldham said, it took me a really long time to learn that too. Yeah. Sierra Bird said, I'm missing heavy cream and whipped cream for my Scooby Snacks. I'm ISO pissed. Laura Taylor said, no way to 2x I don't know what you're saying, Laura Taylor. 2x the whatever. Oh yeah, there's two groups of these available, and this is your last chance to get them. There are no more groups of Loriolas tonight. If you wanted Spikies, there they are. Do what thou willst shall be the whole of the bid war. There's the X, everybody get ready. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. Ho, 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 ho. Let's see. It shows Bladder Beans, but I'm control R-ing. It's Bladder Beans beating out Aiden. Oh, no. It's Bladder Beans with a winning bid of 123. Hot diggity doom. All right, we got another Austin thing. We got 3 more Austin things for you guys. Great minds think alike. You both thought of 123 of all the things to post. That's crazy. That is crazy. Delete that. Okay. Do the durian ice pods taste like durians? I would imagine not. Hive mind. All right, we got a group of, this is a bundle, 100 lobellus Thai reds, 100 Ceratophycella lilacs, and 100 Ceratophycella yellow albinos. This is springtails. These are the only springtails up for grabs in the whole auction. Intentionally, some of the cultures of stuff come with springtails just hanging out, but you know. That sounds like a significant shortage, Sierra. Yeah, that sounds like your Scooby snacks will not be quite so Scooby or snacks. What are the spikes for? Eric Matthews asked. That's a wonderful question, and I have absolutely no idea. Cannot fathom what selective pressure drove that in such small isopods. All right, here's an X for the springtails. Get ready to wrap it on up on this rainbow of springtails here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. Man, I've been doing that a lot lately. Pseudo scorpions are best with a winning bid of 66. Pseudo scorpions are best with 66. Okay, now we got something you really don't usually see at a Roach Crossing auction. We have an adult tarantular. Adult 6-inch plus Pamphobedius machala mature female. Purple bloom bird eater. Starting bid of $1. Don't often see tarantulas up for grabs, and Stella's is typing maybe to post a picture or give some more details. Taranchi with a decisive bid of 15. Just 15, that's all. And that is our second to last Stella's item, and we've got some more interest. Some people have woken up for this Stella's Springtails item. She's a hog, he says. She's a hog. Kinky Fungus says, walked away for just a second, missed all those springs. Any more springs tonight? Nope. But you can talk to Stella's Springtails if you need more springs. I'm sure that Stella's Springtails, being Stella's Springtails, has Springtails available of those sorts. All right, here's an X on the Purple Bloom Bird Eater. Get ready to wrap it up. Get your bids in now. Mature female, get a male, make your bunny back, whatever the tarantula people tell you. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two looks like Slicer. Slicer may be getting the deal of a lifetime here with a winning bid of 90. Okay, well, that's how that cookie crumbled. And that's why I'm Roach Crossing. I don't usually work with tarantulas. Tarantulas. All right, and our last thing, that period is going to keep me up at night from Lotus. All right, our last thing, we have one adult Lepidodactylus lugubris, just a morning gecko. Maybe Stella's knows if it's type A, B, or C, or what have you. Elsie asking about giveaways coming up. I think we do have one on the horizon after this next isopod stack. I got to cover some ground here, guys. Each spike raises their value by that much. That seems to be an accurate description. Lizard beans, that might be the case. Jose Nunez says, I was eyeing the Thai Reds before the Bugapalooza too. I see. So you were able to strike where it was most appropriate. All right, was holding my 10-month-old and he be squirming. Haha. All right, here is an X for the morning gecko. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of 56. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for bringing this up. It's been too long since that GIF was posted. And with that, we conclude our Stella's Springtails section of the bidding, and we jump right back into Roach Crossing stuff. Again, you'll have to square up with Stella's Springtails for all this. We have a group of 40 Orins, Calicos, Porcelio Scaber, straight from the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is pure Spanish stock of Porcelio Scaber that he selectively bred for more calico expression. It is the foundation of many other great Porcelio Scaber projects. Lizard Bean says, I have enough morning geckos. Isn't there a type C morning gecko? There's type C/D. People asking what the heck is the difference between all of them. Yeah, those type Cs look pretty cool. This forum, oh, it's the Fauna Classifieds forum, that's why, is actually cancer. Type C/D. There's a type D. There's a type D too. I'm too far out of all this. The flavor is the difference. Type D are the best. Insanely hard to come by these days, though. Type D morning gecko. It's a ridiculous nomenclature. Anybody got a picture of the type Ds? Hawaiian high expressions. It looks like there might be some on Morph Market every once in a while. I don't know. High white with spots all over. Well, if anybody finds those, it sounds like the kind that I'd want to get into. All right. Going once on the... Oh, thank you, Photo Gallery. That was something different. That's just... thank you for flashing me with that picture. Going once on the Scaber Orange Calicos. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Kinky Fungus, but could also be JoJo. And we're going to give you guys a P. It is JoJo. JoJo with the winning bid of 27. JoJo got in there, and you're not getting them out. 27, 37. What you say? All right, we're going to run another group of 20 Porcelio Silvestria. I'm going to try and knock out this stack pretty quickly, actually. All right, here we go. 20 Porcelio Silvestri. Let's get hype. Let's get a little bit more into it. They got to go for more than they did before. Beat out the Photo Gallery bot, guys. And maybe I'll start doing a drink for every... Also, our super chat thing is timing out here. I think we're... And actually, oh no, is my tab going to crash? Don't crash. I feel it. I feel like it's coming, the tab crashing. Hasn't happened all day. Let's see. Tennyson says, take a pic every time, takes a drink every time I post the wrong photo. Yep, my live stream interface has finally stopped updating. So, Stella Springtails, I imagine some insane possibility with morning geckos. No, after a couple thousand, you're bound to see something neat, right? I mean, they're parthenogenetic, so maybe something would glitch out in there, but yeah, maybe every time, every bit over, maybe every bit over 69, I could take a swig of sake, maybe. That seems like a good meme. Seems like a good meme for now. All right, here's an X for the Silvestrii. Porcelio Silvestrii 20 count. And we're going to give them a P. A little P, but a P nonetheless. A penis, nonetheless. All right, going once on the Silvestrii. Going twice. Sold. To Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 35. And we have hit an important benchmark in the Bugapalooza, everybody. So I think it's time to do a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway now, everybody. We've got a group of 8 Cubaris species, amber, firefly, and the question is, how many cans of beverages, alcoholic and non, have I fully consumed over the October 2025 Bugapalooza? And let's see. I have to count again because apparently I'm bad at counting. All right, let's see if we've hit the number. Somebody has to have hit it. Scrolling down to see if anybody has hit it yet. Okay, it jumped down to the bottom and I saw a couple of them, but we want the first ones. And the first, I'm going to scroll up and go down. Okay, I don't see it yet. Don't see it yet. Don't see it yet. Not there, not there. 888. 15. All right. On my screen, it shows King Campy with 15 is the correct number. 15. King Campy, congratulations. You have won the Amber Fireflies. Although I'm skeptical that you were actually keeping track. You got the right number, and that's all that really matters. It is 15. This is number 16. And I want to also say, somebody said that it said Bahijager donated 4 blue messages worth of donations at once, so it only gave 1. And Bahijager said, wait, Charlie, are you serious? It says, yes, he is. Bahijager, yeah, you gave 20, right? And I want to catch up and see what's developing with that. $10, and I didn't know I can change it. I was so close. I'm starting to drink now, said Sierra. Charlie Bugs, oh, wait, Bahijager, I was wrong. It's for yellow super chats. So, yeah, it's showing we have 1 out of 5, and we have 20 minutes to wrap that up. Also, I'm going to refresh the live stream tab so that I can keep just the one tab open. So it's just going to cut out for a second. Thank you, Double Z, for posting the image as well. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Okay, and I said we were going to up the pace, and we slowed the pace down to a crawl. So here we go. 20, Porcelio, Bolivari, starting bid $1. Go, go, go. I'm going to post an X soon. You don't know what Bolivari are? What, do you live under a rock? Were you not here for the entirety of the isopod hobby boom? Is that what's wrong with you, everybody? You weren't here? Where were you when Alan Gross was around? Where were you when the world stopped turning that 2017 day? Satchel Watsker says, excuse me, sir, do you have any assassin bugs for sale? We are hours past the assassin bugs, Mr. Satchel Watsker. We are hours. That the ship has flown is what that has done. Also, we're almost to 50 likes. Can we get 50 likes, everybody? Also, hope your vacation was good, Satchel. Hope it was good. All right. Here's an X for the Bolivari. Let's wrap it up nice and sweet and quick. When I'm done giving them the penis, we will be wrapping up the bidding. Okay, here we go. Going once on the Bolivari. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner, Rapanji. Coming back, I think the last time we saw you was on Friday. Rapanji. I keep looking at your container too on the table and being like, what is there more? Was this the one? Am I goofing? Did I goof here? But no, there you are. Bona fide, certified. With a winning bid of 65. All right. Into the stash it goes. Next up, we have another group of 15 Cubar species. Rubber bee, starting bid of $1. And I think after this stack, I'm going to start making it that all bids of $69 or higher, all winning bids of $69 or higher, inclusive of $69, I will take a drink of sake here. So, yes, 50 likes on the stream. Beautiful. Love it. Thank you, guys. That's a good benchmark. That's wonderful. During these peak isopod hours, and soon we will be into grain pets time frame. We have also the Bolivari was our 400th item. 400th item auction off, not including TJ stuff and not including Austin stuff, but 400th item. So that's a big deal. So we've hit a couple of benchmarks here. Ali Lass says, Satchel Oscar, my leather leaf slugs have oodles of babies now. We love oodles of babies. Even better than oodles are kit and caboodles of babies. Here's an X for the species rubber bees. Get them while you can. I'm going to feed them some pea-ness, some pea-ness. Maybe I should make an isopod diet and call it pea-ness. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 52. Stankosaurus with the 52 winning bid. Woo, 52. Stankosaurus. Yeah, after this stack, I'll implement the 69 rule. Execute order 69. Okay, we've got a group of 20. This is the last group of these, and the last time we saw them was on Friday. 20 Armadillidium vulgare Japanese Dalmatian, pure, starting bid of $1. Pure Japanese Dalmatian stock from Brandon Main's, preserved uncompromised by the bastardization of the various magic potions and Dalmatians. And why we went from 50 likes down to 49. What's the deal, everybody? Somebody else like the stream. Please like it if you haven't. Aiden says that would go well with the Morningwood isopod powder food. It's bupkis. It's bupkis isopod diet. You should be able to buy human food for pretty much everything and feed it to them. Like these peas. This is the food of the masses, of the isopod masses. Big Isopod doesn't want you buying the NutriStore brand peas off of the Amazon Prime account and having them shipped at a discount for like $2 to $2-ish every month to you. It's all a conspiracy, man. It's big ISO, man. They don't want you to know about the NutriStore peas, man. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I just had a little moment there. It happens to everybody. Thank you, Jay Boogley's Exotics. Here's an X for the Vulgari Japanese Dalmatian, the pure stock, if anybody wants. All right, going once on the pure Japanese Dalmatians. Going twice. Sold. To Jay Boogly. Jay Boogly, your first win at this auction. Usually you're there in Bid Central when I'm posting sale groups, but here you are at the Bugapalooza with a winning bid of 50, Jay Boogly. Jay Bugly. I keep saying Boogly, but maybe it's better to say Bugly. Okay, we have a meme isopod up next. Somebody's saying he just switched through like 3 impressions in one sentence. Zen Monkey says Walmart sells that stuff as well. I didn't know that they had this at Walmart. I'll have to check next time. Usually when I go to Walmart, it's like I need X, Y, and Z, and then I get out. I don't often wander through the food aisles. Here's a group of 40. Porcelio Scaber. Coming. Georgia starting bid $1. Combine with Scaber. Gay, Alabama at your own risk. One of these days, one day we will finally make the forbidden combination. Was it Gay, Alabama, or is another city? Cities named Gay. Gay, Georgia. It's Gay, Georgia. Gay. Wait, there's a Gay, Michigan? Really? Where is it? In Keweenaw County? Oh, it's way up there. Gay is really far away in Michigan. It's like as far as you can possibly get from me, basically. And it's Gay. There's Gay, Georgia. There's a Gay, Georgia. I gotta edit that. We're edit that to Gay, Georgia. It's Gay, Georgia, not Gay, Alabama. If anybody lives near Gay, West Virginia, Gay, Michigan, or Gay, Georgia, please collect some Porcelio Scaber from there for us. Please, we need them. This is very important. It's a matter of the utmost importance so that we can create the famous Gay X Coming line. Please, this is a high personal value and importance to me. Hell, Michigan sort of makes sense. I guess we can make a Coming Hell or Gay X Coming X Hell. You sure that's not where you're from? I've been to Hell before. That's not a far ways away from me. My cousin lives out near Hell. Lizard Bean says I will buy the gays to live in my gay house. But first we need to enslave and forcibly breed the gays. Otherwise we're not going anywhere. So somebody has to do that dirty work. Alan did the work of getting us the gays, the coming at Georgia. Just also interesting, there's coincidentally a Gay, Georgia. All right, going once on the coming Scaber. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo. And for the fun of it, we're going to give the Cummings some penis. So they may taste the penis. JoJo. Man. Now I'm wondering, boys trip next spring / early summer up to Gay, Michigan. I wonder if it's easier instead to go to Gay, Georgia. Like the logistics of it. Like it's a straight shot down to and more stuff to see and collect, I think, going to Gay, Georgia than it would be going to Gay, Michigan, but it could happen. Best I can do is something from Peculiar, Missouri. If only now, Truth or Consequences, New Mexico crossed with Coming, Georgia could be good. Zen Monkey said I might be able to find something in Intercourse, Pennsylvania, or okay. Zen Monkey, if you go to Bird in Hand, Pennsylvania, that'll do. I would say that's about on par with Gay X Coming. Bird in Hand is Coming X Bird in Hand or Bird in Hand X Coming strain of Skaber. Could be it. So, whoops, do not end the stream. Okay, we've had fun here. Here's some little favorites. You guys need a high humidity, Silisticus, Convexus, Dearborn, Michigan. The log I collected these from no longer exists. It's been decomposed, washed away by flood waters. Just one of those things that seems like it would last a long time. It would last forever. Nope, it's been completely disintegrated where I collected these. So just a good feeder, a good cleanup for a higher humidity enclosure. There's just a nice little pod to have around. Lizard Beans, I've been hunting for harvestmen here. There's a species called Cryptomaster Leviathan. That's actually really cool. It's a very cool looking harvestman too. Cryptomaster Leviathan. A very intimidating pedipalps and whatnot on that thing. That's a good endeavor to look for, I say. And it's so tiny. It looks very tiny. But also that probably means it's easy to culture in a high humidity, smaller size setup. Here's an X for the Silisticus convexus. And I will be giving them just some dog food. There you go, guys. People used to go nuts for these back in the day when we were isopod starved. They thought they were the coolest thing. They called them the teardrop isopod, or they look like little teardrops and whatnot. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two incredible isopods with a winning bid of 17. Get a nice historic strain of Silisticus. Coming up next, we got, and this might be the last group of these, 20 Porcellanites virgatus Big Pine Key, Florida, the Big Pine Key isopods. Again, I'm thinking this is the last group of these that we have available. So if you smoke them, if you got them, bid on them if you want them. Big Pine Key isopods. Okay, stream is still going. It's just a little slow. We finally got the 51 likes. Booyah, that's what we like to see here. Man, I hope that doesn't develop into a tick. That would suck. Who knows? Maybe I collected some with my Zootermopsis angusticales. We just took half a log, said Lizard Beans. That's one way to collect those. That is the way that mine were sent to me, was just a log. This is a freaking log full of Zootermopsis. Maybe one of these days the colony will actually take. I also noticed we lost viewers as I did the creepy Sonic. I'm taking my streaming career, guys, in real time. Here's an X for the Big Pine Keys. Oh, we have something fun coming up next. I can't remember if we've seen these before. Well, they're lovely. Isn't she lovely? All right, going once on the Big Pine Keys. Going twice. Sold. To 8 spiders a year with a veritable steal of 34 to 8 spiders. Wow. What a win. 34. You guys got to catch up to 8 spiders a year here. Getting some steals, even beating out Beetle Pixel. 34. Wow. Just 8 spiders. Okay, we have a group of 20 Armadillidium vulgari Pennypack Park, starting bid $1, straight from Bill Yanone, the Isolator. starting bid of $1. Pennypack Park, these start off very bright yellow. I've yet to see any strain of Vulgari match the yellow that these start off with. And then as they get older, they fade to a bit more. The males turn more of a salmon color, and the females retain a lot of the yellow, but they get a little bit more of a straw color undertones. Maybe looking, you can even see them on the towel, how yellow they are, these younger ones. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good way to demonstrate the coloration, how yellow they are, especially when they start off. They're very bright, and then again, it fades. And they are from Pennypack Park, which is in Pennsylvania, I think, but they're not. This is not the locality. He just named them Pennypack Park. It's some sort of hypo or albino of some sort. It only counts if they then proceed to buy the same thing at over double the price. These guys are neat. I might nab them someday. Banana ISOs. Yeah, maybe that would have been a better name for them. But yeah, they're pretty cool. And also, one of the things that was one of the first strains of Vulgari that was isolated right around the time where my Orange Vigors and Magic Potions were kind of started. Bill Yanone was working on these and got them going. So nice little treasure. This is definitely a big part of IcePod hobby history. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Darkica. Control R-ing. It's getting close there. To Darkica Nightita with a winning bid of 45. Jojo was sliding in there, but apparently Darkica Nightita really wants these. Winning bid of 45 to Darkica Nightita. Moving right along, we have a return of the spats of the 20 Porcelio Spatulatus, starting bid of $1. And we saw earlier in the right light, the right context, they are a very beautiful isopod, deserving of much more respect than they seem to be getting now. Double Z says Armadillidium Fanta Orange. That, if I crossed the St. Lucia oranges with the Arizona oranges that are starting to be produced by Darren No Name, 2 Orange Vigor, and tried to make the orangiest of the oranges, I think Fanta Orange would be a good name for it, or Fanta. Try to just interlock all of those and maybe even get some Punta Cana in there. Try to get all of those woven in together and see just how poppin' you could get the orange to make the orangest orange isopod. Maybe I'll do that one day. Maybe. Here's an X while I give them a P. No funny joke. We're just going to put a P in. There you go, dudes. Eat up. Eat some food, my dudes. All right, going once on the Spatulatus. Going twice. Sold. To the winner. Could be AM63. We're going to see. It is AM613 with a winning bid of 42. $42 to AM613. Woot woot. Very nice. All right, the stack's almost done, so you guys all know what that means. All right, we have a group of 100 Neguris cristatus. Starting bid of $1. Contains a few tiny nymphs of Blaberus, Discoidalis, Redlands, Florida. These are the cleanup crew in my Blaberus, Discoidalis, Redlands, Florida, and I didn't bother to separate them out. So just be aware there's a couple of nymphs of that in here, and it's totally fine. They do really well together. They have very similar care needs, so just keep that in mind. Zemmoy says, then you discover that the oranges are all different recessive loci and the F2s are all wild type. That could happen. I almost guarantee that will happen crossing into Punta Canas, because I think that orange, there's just a wild type coloration that's orange, and then there is a simple recessive in there. But Yeah, making them into one big fustercluck and sorting it out by what I look at and say, "Ooh, that's the prettiest." That's basically what I did with the Sunshine Levis, and again, it took me about 3 years to feel comfortable and say, "Yeah, I think I've improved on the orange, even if it's not a lot. It's at least noticeable to me." Just going to pee in, says Eric Matthews. Allie Lass says Kyle is just peeing on all the ice pods before he ships them. Peeing with an A, Peaing. No, don't pee, Eric. It's cat time. We haven't seen the cats in a bit. If I open that door, we're going to end up catified. We have to be aware of that. So here's an X for the Nagurus cristatus. And again, you get a couple of Blabberus Discoidalis redlands. This is a little bonus, little facilitators for these guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 25. Howdy, Bebop. And your winning bid of 25. Howdy doody. On some cristatus. I don't know if those are very common anymore. And here we have a repeat of what Austin already put up. We have 10 Spherillo species, Hainan black, starting bid of $1. A lot of people were very hyped about these. They are pretty cool. They have a luster to them, and they've got a weird shape, but I don't know. They don't really tickle me that much. The Pleon shape is pretty cool. It's different for an isopod, but they just don't really do that much for me. It seems to be a higher humidity species. They might want leaf litter over the stuff that I normally give them. So I don't know. Taranchi has bid 10. Everything is off camera, so you don't know what type of pea. Tennyson says, any babies from that Hoffmorph you sent me recently, proving I have a few individuals that may be expressing it as well. No, the individuals I pulled are not mature yet. They're a little bit over half grown. So we're probably not going to see anything coming out of there until maybe early to mid-November. And then I really wonder if the 50-50 individuals are het for the Dalmatian or whatever that trait is. So, or it could be a male versus female thing. The males could have that higher expression of the regular patterning, and the females have lower expression, as is the case in stuff like Procellonides. We're just going to have to wait and see. I don't know enough yet. We're going to have to just wait it out. Tennyson says, cool, keep me updated. Then definitely want to culture when they're ready. And I need just the regular oranges. Please pull some regular oranges and get those going. Okay, nobody wants the Hainan blacks. That's okay. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like For the Roaches slid in there. Let's see when we control R. For the Roaches with a winning bid of 13. Just so crazy how little these are going for compared to how much these go for, like $100. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I got them in swap from Stella Springtails, so I'm not too upset about that. But what a steal, says Circa. Winning bid of 13. Yeah, you know what you're getting here For the Roaches. You know what you're getting into here. You know it. And with that, I put the announcement at everyone. For every winning bid of $69 or more, I will do are my sake glasses are out in Holly. I will do a swig of sake. We're playing under new rules here. That sounds like one of my gatos outside. Anyways, every winning bid of 69 or more, I will do a swig of sake. And we're going to pin that for all to see. Oh boy, alcoholism speed run. Too late, Crime Bear is already coming for you. All right, let's reach on to this stack and start going here. We have 20 Porcelio Scaber Agni Kai, starting bid of $1. The trial by fire Scabers, which can take lots and lots of dryness and abuse. They've been bred for it. They've been bred to be abused. Used as a dry cleanup crew. Also throw some interesting individuals, and they throw leucistics in. It's an NSFW channel anyway, so you'll be fine. Just don't spam it. Crime Bear is coming for you. Geez. Well, I gotta at least wrap up the bids. That sounds like, and hello, it's Baloo. Baloo is on the windowsill outside. Buddy, I can't let you in through that window. There's a screen there. I know, I love you very much. You're coming to see me. He's rubbing his butt all over the screen. We're gonna just, can you guys see the butt? And there he goes. All right. Sorry, buddy. Well, that was fast. Oh, SpongeBob. Vin Diesel once made it a go-kart that runs on the hopes and dreams of orphans. It goes fast. Do not press on the screen. Do not press your hairy butt on the screen, buddy. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo. JoJo really making this the swigging speed run here. Let me give these a little bit of the penis. Yeah, Stankosaurus, you really did miss that, honestly. Here we go, everybody. Y'all are fortunate I love sake so much. Really needs this as the chaser. Really rounds out the flavor. Brings it all home in my palate. Okay, next up off the stack, and he's just rubbing his butt up against there. What is this? Ooh, I like the white line in their skirts. That's the thing though, they're very variable. You get light grays, you get some leucistics. They're a cross of Agni Kai's a cross of the stock that made Lucy with lava, and then selected not for pattern or color or anything, but practical, just to be able to survive horribly dry conditions. And so that's their purpose. Agni Kai, the trial by fire. All right, 50. Porcelio and Canis. These came from Oran over the winter, and they got going really good. I feel like they're probably related to species Valencia. I like them. I like when I have an easy isopod that just takes off and I don't have to think about, and I open a bin and I get that night's dopamine rush. Oh, just nuts. JoJo, you are quite the jester, JoJo. And these in Canis, we'll give you guys a P, actually. We will be kind. There's enough of you to warrant a piece of dog food, but we're going to be kind and give you a P. They're basically just slightly off-color Scaber. I have no more of a pitch for them. They are what they are. It's a different Porcelio species, and I like them because they pad out the number of species that I keep, and I like that. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To TJ with a winning bid of 21. TJ stepping in to get some in Canis. Winning bid of 21 to TJ. All right. We have about 50 isopods left, everybody. We got about 50 isopods left here. All right, next up, we have a group of 15 Cubara species amber firefly. I'm going to be taking a swig for this, I'm pretty sure. Cubara species amber firefly. Starting bid $1. I'm going to be having, what is this? West Coast Perks from Lizard Beans. Charlie Bug says, man, I'm starting to get legit sleepy and it's not even Grain Pets hours. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the end of the Bugapalooza this time. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. Charlie says, it's not even 8 p.m. It's not a time zone thing. I'm just God's eepiest soldier. Are these normals or LCF? Didn't come with label. We're from Tie Dye Exotics. These came without, there was no normal or LCF labeled. They just came labeled as amber fireflies. Maybe somebody like Stella's who's gotten them already can attest to what they might be, but I'm just labeling them as I got them. All right, Bebop with the 69 bid. Here's the X for wrapping up bidding for the amber fireflies. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To catch. What a catch for $70. And I am on the hook for a swig. $70 to catch. Gnats. Chaser. Okay. Next off the stack here, we have 15 Porcelio Magnificus while I go and get another seltzer sparkling water. Starting bid of $1. And this is just the standard oranges, the hobby, the industry standard Magnificuses. Tennyson says, don't think dark color farm are in the hobby, but LCF. Ellie asked from Ty Randall. Ty, it's probably normals. He had them at an expo and said normal. So, but I also got these about 2 years ago. So I don't know if that changes things with the inventory, but I'm going to go grab. Will you be taking any more breaks today? Nope. We are going right on through. We are going right on through to the end of the Bugapalooza. Doing grain pets. Doing all this fun stuff. We're going to do it. We're not even taking a break between isopods and grain pets. We are smashing right through. And there will be some weevils, I believe. I'm going to go get that seltzer. I'll be right back. And maybe we'll let the kitties in now. Mixed reception on the Magnificus, but we haven't even entered the final phases of this bidding cycle here. Let's put an X and see who wakes up from their deep slumber. You slumber, cucumber. I already made that joke before. It's from Xavier. Lizard Bean says, dang, I want to take a shower but slept through the first break. Tennyson says, the two forms are different localities, but we haven't been able to get collectors to share what localities. So it's just light color form, and dark color form for now. Charlie Bug says, I took a shower during the first break, but probably should have slept. I probably should have slept too, my friend. All right. Going once on the Magnificus. I've been growing these numbers up to try and get them into the Bugapalooza because I like having them. I like being able to offer this species. Going twice. Sold. What are you doing? Sold to Control R. Might be Aiden. Beetle Pixel. The winning bid of 68. Beetle Pixel saving my liver, or at least buying it some time with a winning bid of 68. We're going to give these guys a nice big P because they can have pretty good appetites. Beetle Pixel, my liver thanks you. 68. Beetle Pixel is was it true neutral, true good, lawful good, not posting the 69, going right below it. I can respect that. All right, 20. Porcelio Ornatus Witch's Brew, starting bid of $1. Witch's Brews going back up for grabs. This might be our last group of Witch's Brews brewing here. Witch's Brew, brouhaha. How many more isopods before they're all gone, says Wandering X Lotus. We have about 45 more isopods. Allie says, I slept in during the reptile section. I'm all awake. Good. Get ready for grain pets, everybody. Witches. We're going to pull these guys up and put them out on display here. Unless Photo Gallery has already nabbed a picture. Circa's got a video, it looks like, of a colony, and they do like it dry. Everybody who's bidding on these, take notes. This is the setup in Circa's picture is a very good setup. Look at how dry the upper materials are, and look at how much they love being up out of that and away from the substrate. Take notes. Write that down. Here's an X for the Witch's Brews. And a nice picture from me. And some P's for the Witch's Brews. And I got high yellows back too. I got them back earlier this week, so I will have that line going too. And maybe I can pull chocolates out of them. I don't even know if the Ornatus chocolates are still around, to be honest. All right, going once on the Witch's Brew. Going twice. Sold. To Solutionist Nonsense. So close to our special number. But Solutionist Nonsense with a winning bid of 65. 65 to Solutionist Nonsense. 65. Good. All right, nexty wexty, we have a group of, that looks like a 550. Karai, Bosia, Christiani, Puerto Rico, starting bid of $1. This is Angel's Rice or God's Rice, not the Devil's Rice. This is Angel's Rice or God's Rice, in contrast with Trichorhina tomentosa, which is the Devil's Rice. Do not confuse the two. Circa says, high yellows. King Campy says, never mind, found in chat. I think more people with chocolate high yellow than high yellow. Circa, if you can find somebody with chocolates available, I'd like to get some if somebody still has them going. Ali Lass says, Witch's Brew looks like a high yellow Japanese potion to me. Yes, with the smaller spots going on there, I would agree on that. What I really need to get is some of the Porcelio Ornatus Nord. And the last person I know with them or who had them was Smugbug, and I contacted Smugbug. And I was supposed to get some, but then they went to check on the colony and said, I'm down to like almost all males. I don't have any available. So it's probably going to be a minute before we see those again, if ever. So, if Trichorhina tomentosa are the Devil's Rice, this is the Angel's Rice. They are much less aggressive and more suitable for keeping with other isopods and other things than Trichorhina are. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ectrol with a winning bid of 18. Picking up the Angel's Rice or God's Rice or Heavenly Rice as opposed to the Devil's Rice. Ooh, we got a group of these. I forgot I had my own group to put up for grabs. We've got a group of 15. We saw them earlier. 15 Cubaris species orange Freezy. Orange, you glad I didn't say Freezy? Starting bid of $1 for some orange Freezies here. And the last thing was 18 Ectral. Orange Freezulas. And these are very cool in person. They've got kind of a yellow glossiness to them. That picture is very saturated. They look a lot cooler in person. It's a weird name, but I kind of see what they were going for there. And apparently not a lot of care info for them. That sounds like Baloo jumping into something outside. Yeah, not many pictures. Isopod Factory's picture seems to be pretty good with respect to the color. It's not really all that saturated. It's got some pale components to it. But yeah, they're pretty cool. I like them. Maybe not top 20 material, but I like them. Maybe if they get breeding even more for me, they'll move up the list. Maybe seeing a whole mess of them would do something for me. All right, going once on the orange Freezies. Going twice. Sold. Looks like love with scales, but I'm going to control R. Is love with scales for a winning bid of 36, just barely beating out Milo, just barely to love with scales. Okay, the isopod pile is shrinking, everybody. Oh, a crowd pleaser. We have a group of 20 Cubaris species cappuccino, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for 20 cappuccinos, a crowd favorite of the Cubaris, and I think that it's pretty well deserved. I like them. They're pretty good. They're pretty hardy. They get good size. The colors are nice. I like them. They get a thumbs up from me. Circus says Shield Wall Exotic says chocolate high yellows. Okay, that's good to know. Title says Cubaris are my devil's rice. That's more like the devil's dumplings or something like that. They're not really rice shaped. Devil's dumplings may be more suitable, I think. Neutron asking, do you co-op the orange Freezy with anything? No, they're in their own Critter Keeper enclosure where they've been since about February, and it took them some time to get their feet under them, but they're doing pretty well now. Eric Matthews says, yellow spine bamboo locust in China strongly preferred human urine incubated 3 to 6 days. Some ants attracted to urine, especially from type 1 diabetes, high in sugar. That's an interesting fact. Double Z says, Cubaris blonde ducky infested by troglodylo green spots. I could see that if the humidity was a bit higher than the green spots liked. I could see that happening. Come on, everybody, get some cappuccinos. Here's the X for wrapping up the bids. Somebody, 69 right out the bat. Circus says, I wish that were me. All right, Bebop, 69. I'm having a swig. Going once on the cappuccinos. Going twice. Sold. Phil Dresty, though, with a bid of 70. But was it soon enough to beat out Bebop? It was not. It is Bebop with a winning bid of 69. We all know what that means in this context. We all know what that means. 69 Bebop. All right. Sake bomb. Gekaken sake. That's some good stuff. Cheap but good. We like that. Sometimes it's nice when pleasant things in life are cheap or free. Oftentimes the best things in life are free. Baloo was free and Mon was free. And those are really good things, although Victor and Nazig were not free. So, and neither were the goats. But anyways, all right, we got 40 Armadillidium depressum. This is a special line, guys. Christchurch. Starting bid of $1. The largest armadillidium I've worked with. Bigger than Gestroi granulatum and Vulgari magic potion. Vulgare. Can you send your blonde duckies to me, circa begging double Z to beg blonde to send blonde duckies? Eric Matthews says, I thought you said over 69 you drink. It is 69 or higher. That is the cutoff. So, Title says, I missed the towering shelves of bugs as the Bugapalooza backdrop. Someone put Kyle back in the basement. That was in the office. That was actually upstairs. That was just like right down the hallway. And it is being swallowed up by more and more shelves. This is definitely a lot more convenient. The space, and with this thing behind me, the acoustics have been pretty good too, I think. Lizard Bean says, no wonder they're depressed. How are they compared to officinalis? They're even bigger. The biggest ones of these are bigger than armadillo officinalis too. And Title says, oh, wow, thought that was your old place. No, this is my old bedroom. I moved all the office stuff into here because the actual office is getting swallowed up by more bug containers. It's easier to temperature control in there than in the basement. And I pay a little bit more attention to my watering schedule there. So that's why that stuff is in there. Now we got to do these guys justice. I'm going to go to INAT and find some reportings for these guys. Again, this isn't your standard hobby stock of Depressum. These get big. They may be unicolor, but hey, maybe one day there will be a mutant that pops up. Let's see. Christ Church, UK. Christchurch, UK. There's one record. We're going to just extend this to try and find a good representative. Ooh, there's a picture on somebody's hand. You can really get an idea for the size. Again, it's the largest armadillidium I've worked with. It's bigger than the Croatian giant Frontorostras. Just so you all know. Just letting you know. It's a well-kept secret of the isopod hobby is what these are. You got a nice cohort of 40 that are about a fourth grown here. Grow up a nice army of them. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like circa. Let's see. I'm control R-ing. And the winner is Circa with a winning bid of 50. Circa busting out some bids for some really cool armadillidium locales. Excellent. For the Christchurch Depressums. Winning bid of 50. Cool. All right, that's the end of another stack. We have 45, including this next thing. We have 45 isopods left. Exactly. We have a group of 30 Armadillidium maculatum skull stock. Starting by $1. Descended from an individual with a skull on its front, but it wasn't heritable. Consistently produces zebra individuals with thick white stripes and light background color. There we go. This is not the same as Skull Creek Cave. This is skull stock. This is a project I started with an individual had a skull on the front of its body, not the pronotum, whatever the main large segment is, but it didn't prove out. But I kept the line going anyways, and it just ended up producing some nice high white, consistently striped individuals. There used to be a blow-up roach floaty in the background. That was Kyle Jr. He's still packed away in Holly. Wandering X Lotus is not sure if you saw, but I'm seeing black and white pigmentless ember bees showing up. I have not seen. I haven't looked at my phone. I haven't looked in the other channels. I'll come across them eventually. Invertebrate Dude says, do you have the Flavoscutatum, Armadillium flavoscutatum? Yeah, I just got some a couple months back, and they've already bred very pretty and active for Armadillium. Yes, I did get some from Stella's Springtails. I tossed them in with the Thai giant millipedes that I got, and just they're doing fine. So it's just a matter of time till they breed. They're probably just going to get bigger and then pop out a bunch of babies. Allie Last says, I have your host skull stock from years ago, I think 2023, I believe. Preach them up. Say how cool they are. Health Fitness Adventure says, you're going to have high white maculatum in the auction? I can't remember if I packed up the high white Dalmatians or not. But if you want a high white striped maculatum, that would be these guys. So if you want those, here they are. I'll try and show some of them off if we can here of the skull stop. They've got good consistency of striping. Get everybody up close. Come on. There we go. So that gray, they're not as dark in person. That gray is consistently much lighter on all the individuals, but you can get a good sense for how consistently striped they are. So it's not my stripy line. Again, I like that to be nice and dark. I'm working on making sure that it's a high contrast between the white and the black. But with these, the color in good lighting, it's a light gray. It's not a dark gray as you see in like the original 2014 import stock. So title says, do those remind me a lot of A. klugii at the Flavoscutatum? Wow, we got some big interest here. All right, going once on the skull stock. Good stuff, good stuff. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 61. Stankosaurus really wanted these, maybe for a project, maybe just to have them to see what the hullabaloo is about. Don't know, but you got them. Winning bid of 61. We're not quite hitting that magic number. Not quite hitting the magic number, and I'm a little bit thankful for that in some ways. Whoops, do not delete that column. There we go. 61 to Stanko. All right, on to another tower. The tower La Tour de Isopods. I got a group of 30 Cubaris species, red Panda King, red panda. Starting bid of $1. Group of 30 Cubaris species, Panda King, red pandas going on here. Oh, my back. I heard something click. Squish up that penis. Eat that ketchup nice and good. What has been going on in the conversation? Charlie Bug says, someday I might try to get my hands on some Thai red springtails to go with my albino Narcissus. I think they'd be in a combo. I second that very notion. That is an excellent idea. And Tennyson says that Klugii and Flavoscutatum are very closely related. Never mind, think of a different. The Armadillium Flavoscutatum don't even seem like an Armadillium to me. Like they're just, their body's too weird and the behavior's weird. I wonder if it's a sister genus or it's actually just been misidentified as with a billion other different isopods. They really don't strike me as being Armadillium. Exactly. Willis says, wouldn't Panda King, red make more sense? They were being called red pandas. So the strain name is red panda, as silly as it is. Because it's a red panda. Oh, it's Mon. Hi, little monster. What you up to? What you doing, little monster? You having a good old time just existing? Yeah? Is it fun to exist? All right. Here's an X for the species Panda King, red panda. And Tensa says, I wouldn't be surprised. Send me some. I'll let you know. I will as soon as I get them breeding. There might be immatures in there as we speak, but I won't be checking until the beginning of November. I did all my husbandry to get ready for this auction and pack everything up. Once everything's shipped out, I'm taking the rest of the month of October to chill, to get ready for puppies, all that stuff. Or cat auction or flying squirrel auction. All right, going once on the Species Panda King Red Panda. Going twice. Sold. To the victor. Looks like it could be Bebop or Jay Boogly. It is Bebop with a winning bid of 45. Bebop really getting in here with some of these definitive final bids on isopods. Y'all better respect the Bebopster. All right, we got another group of. Did I PNS them? Yeah, I did. Okay. We have another group, and I think the last group of Porcelio Bolivari, starting bid of $1. I think our last group of Porcelio Bolivari. Cannot guarantee, but I think. I can't believe Nazi is going to be a mommy. Nazi, but yes, it's been a long time coming, and she's been getting so big and chunky, and she's so tired. She's not quite as feisty as she once was, which I think is great. She really needed something to kind of slow her down. So, but yeah, geez, in only 12 days, I still have to get the whelping room fully prepared. She's been on full-time livestock watching out in Holly. It's just something else. I can't believe Nazi. That's fine. It's all right. But you can be sure we're going to get some good pictures and videos once those puppies come. Those sweet little things. Who did you get your Bolivari from? They came from originally from Sean Kramer back in 2018 or maybe 2017. And more recently, I had added individuals from, or maybe did I reset with Allen's? I must have had a couple like males left over from the old stock. So then I topped it off with individuals from Allen. So it is a combination, but Bolivari seemed to have only been brought in once. So Ali Lass's message retracted. All right, here's an X for the Bolivari. Come on, guys! If this was 7 years ago, people would be faint out. Never mind. There we go. There's a little bit of that. The fear. You've woken up. TJ says mixing bloodlines. If I was not so sure they were the same, I wouldn't have done it. But simultaneously, if something came in now, I would not do that. But I think Alan actually got his from Sean. I think we can actually trace that. There's inbreeding between Sean and Alan Gross and Alan John and then me at some point there. Do we even know what the locality info is for it, TJ? Do we know that? All right, going once on the Bolivari. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Beetle Pixel. Smells like Beetle Pixel Spirit. Beetle Pixel. I forgot this is one of those trigger isopods for Beetle Pixel that they will often snipe for. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 52. King Campy getting frustrated. 52 to Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixla. TJ says Spain for the Bolivari. Perfect. We have, I think this is our last group of these too. 30 Armadillidium. Oh, it's a 30 group. It's more than before. Group of 30 Armadillidium vulgari Penny Pack Park, straight from Bill Yanone. Thank you again for the images. Let us see. Is there a little monster in here? I feel like I can feel her presence, but I don't see her. Let's see if we can see some of these. See what we can see here. On these penny pack parks. Oh yeah. That one's extra light up over here as I tilt this whole thing just to get a look at it. Nicknamed the Princess of Spain, Porcelio Bolivar. Wait, really? How much longer for the grainy guys? When we get through the mountain of isopods that's left, dude, I just fell asleep for 5 minutes. I'm going to have some dinner, see if that wakes me up. Getting sleepy. Need some coffee or something. It's the last day of the Bugapalooza. Wake up. Wake up, sheeple. Wake up, bug people. Wake up, people. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Almost looks like it's either JoJo or somebody else. Usually on refresh, JoJo's the victor, but it's Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 51. Beetle Pixel waking up for some nice pods. I see. Winning bid of 51 to Beetle Pixel. Oh, goodness. He's back again with his coconut gun. All right. Oh, another top shelf thingy. Again, crowd pleaser. Upgrades people. 20 Cubaris species. Cappuccino. Starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for the cappuccinos. Tennyson says Flavocutatum are definitely accurately identified, but I wouldn't be super shocked if the species description misidentified them as Armadillidium. Sent a photo of wild type in the Discord general. Look at that. That just does not say Armadillidium to me. It's just like the skewed arrangement and like the edging and all that stuff and the pattern and the surface texture just really doesn't say Armadillidium to me, although maybe it's in a different subgenus or something. It's clearly not closely related to like Vulgare and Depressum and Granulatum and Parachi and all that stuff. Something's just wrong. It just looks wrong. It's wrong. I think it's wrong. Eric Matthews says needs to post the X 6 seconds after the photo. I'm pretty sure their ID is correct. Yeah, I'm not doubting the ID. I'm doubting the higher placement of somebody looking at them and saying, yes, this is a species in the genus Armadillidium. So going once on the cappuccinos. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop, winning bid of 68. What is this? Last time everybody was hitting the min bid thing to get me to drink, and this time everybody's being nice to me. Everybody's withholding. What is this? What are these random acts of kindness instead of random acts of cruelty towards your host? We have a giveaway. We'll do the giveaway at the end of this stack. All right, we have a group of 25 Armadillidium Gestroi, just regular wild type Gestroi, starting bid of $1. My stock came from the ISO chick. What was her name? Brittany in Wisconsin. In Beloit, Wisconsin, I think was where that company was based. And I haven't heard anything from them in a while. But apparently my stock is interesting because both the males and females have lighter skirting on them. But I haven't selected for that or anything like that. Tennyson says, pretty sure Verhoef tried placing them into a subgenus or two. Maybe the crazy man was onto something for once. Yeah, they just don't scream typical Armadillidium for me. Adam Hawk says, where do you get your clothes to put over your cloths to put over isopod enclosures? They are, I used to use muslin and would cut it up myself or pay somebody to cut it for me, but the tattered edges just really started getting on my nerves. So instead, I've been buying 100% cotton heavy duty handkerchiefs off of Amazon, and that's been working really good. Handkerchiefs, napkins, etc. You find one that has a good gauge to it that isn't, you know, isn't like you could tear it apart easily by pulling on it. And I've been using that, and it's changed my life. It's so much less work. Kinky Fungus says, any caps left? That's a priority. There might be one more thing of cappuccinos left. There might be. All right, here's an X for the Gesterwai group. We have two mid bosses or two final bosses in this stack. Going once, and no, they don't throw any weird puddings. They don't throw anything weird. Going twice. Sold. To Jay Boogly with a winning bid of 51. Jay Boogly, good to see you bidding and not just snatching up all the stuff that gets put in the sale group. 51 to Jay Boogly. The power of penis compels you. I might have to take this group of containers out of the room actually soon. It's getting a little unmanageable. Okay, 20 Cubaris. Actually, I'll probably do that while these are up. Cubaris species, Pak Chong, comma, red, starting bid of $1. The red Pak Chongs, they don't throw anything weird. They've been very consistent for me. No whiteouts, no albinos, no anything, just consistent. And again, I am going to take these isopods out and just get them into the other room because we need more. There's not enough space and the stacks are getting too high in there. So I will be right back. Had to do a little potty break. It's a small potty break. All right, we'll put an X up here for the Pak Chongs, the Reds. Tennyson asking, oh, and Ali saying using muslin cloth over their enclosures. And again, I was using muslin before too. Zen Monkey saying we need to set you up with an Amazon advertise account so you can hand it links and make $1. Ooh, maybe we could. Tessa asking if I have purple pudding kloogie eye. No, I don't think I've even heard of those. Purple pudding. Yeah, I have no idea. I need whoever sent me the kloogie eye puddings before. I failed. I failed you again. I've lost the pure stock of puddings that you had sent me. Have mercy on me. It's one of the few things that completely burned out, and I didn't pull back from the edge. And title commenting that the OG Josh's Frogs purple pudding sounds like a weed strain. It totally does. All right, going once on the Pak Chong Reds. Going twice. Sold. To 8 spiders a year with a winning bid of 41 to 8 spiders. Good job, 8 spiders. 41 to 8 spiders a year. Splash. Nobody can defeat the penis splash. Oh, here's another group of cappuccinos. Maybe our last. We have another group of Cubaris, and maybe our last group, Cubaris species. Cappuccino, starting bid of $1. Somebody was asking if we had more. We apparently have at least one more. Photo gallery is right there, ready to post that cappuccino imagery. Oh, it was Frog Daddy, actually. Tennyson said even better. Yes, OG Frog Daddy's purple pudding definitely does sound like a weed strain. All right, I got a niche trivia question for you guys. We got a really good niche trivia question for you. Very, very, very niche for our next giveaway. All right, I tire of this cappuccino nonsense. Going once on the Cubaris species cappuccinos. I don't care if somebody gets them for extra cheap. It's about sending a message. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Bebop swooped in again. Let's see. It is Bebop. Beep, boo, boo, beep. No, you're thinking about Beep, boo, boo, Bebop. Winning bid of 45 to Bebop. Bebop really getting some isopods tonight. Wow. Okay. We have some final bossy type material here. We have 12 Porcelio Scaber, Roy G. Biv, my beloveds, my very long, hard years of work creating what I really feel is the most colorful of the Scaber lines. Much work has been put into making them as colorful as possible. Much extensive inbreeding, and as humane inbreeding as I can do inhumanely. Oh, photo gallery, you beat me to the punch. I tried to run up and grab the pictures, but basically they're very colorful. And in general, the drier you keep them, the more colorful they are, I've also noticed. So Again, my pride and joy. Always got to get them in the auction somewhere, sneak them in. In fact, they're pretty much an auction and expo exclusive. I don't really advertise them for swaps and much outside of that. I see some naysayers. I see some people hesitant. TJ says, the ones you keep saying you need to send me, that is a mosquito. What was it? The ones you keep saying you need to send me but still haven't? Pester me. I have stuff apparently I have to send you still, TJ, that you didn't even know that I had. Derek N said quad colors, and TJ says low key. I'm not enthused by scabers, so not complaining. You just shut your dirty mouth, TJ. You just shut it right on up. You're reading my mind, said the exact photos I did. Yeah, I tried to go up. I know that we had photos posted before, so I tried to run up and grab them, but you beat me to it. You beat me to the punch. All right, here's an X. The Piebalds went for so much. Somebody's got to love these. If you've had Lemonade and all those other trashy lines, these don't produce solid grays like those do. This is not like any sort of scaber you've ever seen. Got it. At any expo, at anybody's table, at anybody's Facebook page, unless it was labeled with this. All right. Wrapping up the bidding on the Roy G. Bivs, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 66. We are 69 averse tonight. Dancing around it. 66. I really can't believe there haven't been more 69 bids. I'm in a bit of shock and awe over it. Okay, and now our final boss of this stack, the mid-boss of this stack. We have a group of 20. Porcelio Sakinctus starting bid of $1. Whoa. Good thing I have a towel. Don't forget to bring a towel. That could have been much worse, but it wasn't. Just keep that as your life motto, and you'll always have to look up to bigger and better things and happier things if you just think it could have been worse. That could have been worse too. All right. So what happens when you have all of these here? All right. Beautiful. Gorgioso. Muy delicioso. Images of Sakinctus. And so far only a $1 starting bid. Redonkulous. Lizard Bean says, one day I'll do a 666 bid. JoJo says, do it now. No, do it now. Kinky Fungus is asking again, good sir, any caps left? I really don't know at this point. Aiden says, just pretend the second 6 is upside down and take a swig anyway. Lizard Bean says, I need money for grain pets. That's fair. Sexy mosquito species. Eric Matthews says, he doesn't have water bugs. Sell the mosquito. Did I wipe the corpse here? It may not be the first. If I went out in the backyard and I stood T-posing, the universe would definitely reward me with another mosquito if I so choose. 69 from Bebop. All right, we're going to start the countdown. Thank you, Bebop, for getting us down this path of the 69-ness. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Bebop, but Leah also tried to sneak in there. Let's see. Bebop with a winning bid of 69. Bebop really doing it tonight, earning a nice cozy place in my heart with all these 69 and reasonable isopod bids. Bebop, and of course Beetle Pixel's always there, but man, Stankosaurus too. We got a lot of people doing some nice stuff here. Nice stuff for the Roach Crossing Collective. Bebop. And as promised, Sake. Sake chaser. All right, we have a giveaway now. Is this Steve Harvey drinking heavily in that meme image? Kinky Fungus is seeing all these bids makes me realize how poor I am. I just want some cool assassin guys and cappy guys. You say that, but the fun fact is that most of this auction's funds are going to go straight to paying off the rest of my roof that I had done in May. So that's just how it's going to be. All right, I have a quote. We have a giveaway. Giveaway for 12 Porcelio, Hasai, Light. And the question is, scared me. What comic does the quote, "I'm going to smoke my smart weed, I'm smarter when I'm high," come from? See if anybody, Kyle said it just now. Going to pay the alcohol bill. Kyle said it just now. I'm going to smoke my smart weed, I'm smarter when I'm high. Superman, Deadpool, Young Dolphin, Deadpool again, Pineapple Express. That's funny. I haven't thought about that movie in a while. Maybe somebody's frantically looking this up. Pineapple Express. Somebody said Knuckles. Robin Williams. Wolverine. How high? Somebody said. Nobody's gotten it yet. Somebody's saying Sonic. Some of you are finding the image. You're finding the image, but you're not finding the comic it's from. Cart Williams. Pop Yee. Batman. Cat Williams. Tails gets trolled. It's Aiden S. It's from the infamous webcomic Tails Gets Trolled. I'm going to smoke my smart weed, I'm smarter when I'm high. I don't know if you knew that off the bat or if you looked it up. If you did, if you want to get into reading that series, you're in for a wild ride, my friend. You're in for a real wild ride. It is Aiden S. Tails Gets Trolled. Okay, we have 34 isopods left. 34 isopods left, everybody. We have a classic here. This is Oren's line, Armadillidium, 40 Armadillidium Nizatum Peach. This is Ohio stock of Nizatum selectively bred for the orange. Not to be confused with Nizatum Orange, which is stock from Bloomfield, Michigan, that was bred to be orange. This is your basic Nizatum here, but this is stock straight from Orange. So Aiden says, I feel bad. I had it for a while, but I felt like I shouldn't send it through. But everyone else looked it up too. Aiden, are you a friend? Are you a fan of Tails Gets Trolled, or were you just able to find it easily? Because if you type that in, you get the comic, but you got to do a little bit of digging. And there's so many good quotes from that series. No, I looked it up. That's okay. Again, I always hope it's like Dragon Grimoire. Dragon Grimoire won that pair of Rhino Roaches, knowing the Pikmin 2 trivia, and that's what I hope for when I do these cuts. Is I hope somebody out there, the wires are in their brain and it just clicks together, and they get to really capitalize on that. So I always hope for it. Doesn't always work that way. Here's an X for the Nizatum Peach from Oren again. The Deep Lord. This is Oren stock. This is out of Ohio. Ooh, we got some of these coming up too. All right, going once on the Nizatum Nizatum Peach. Oren's Orange Nizatum, the Peach line. Going twice. Sold. Somebody's rummaging around outside. It's probably Baloo again. Sold. Looks like Talia, but we're going to control R. Control R. It is JoJo with a winning bid of 28 after the refresh. 28 to JoJo. The Peach Nazatum. 28. All right, next up we have 20. Porcelionides. I think these are really cool. Porcelionides pronosis. I don't think they're pronosis, but I haven't tested it yet. And I'm not going to rename the stock until I do. Porcelionides prunosis powder pink. Starting bid of $1 for the powder pinks. More powder to the pink, everybody. More powder to the pink. Oh yeah, that's a nice picture. The eyes on that thing look creepy though. I'm noticing just now. All right, we're gonna feed him some P. We're gonna put an X. We'll use a big P. Oh, that's a big gravid female right there. A couple of gravid females in here from what I can see. All right, going once on the powder pinks. Going twice. Sold. To looks like JoJo, but could be Leah. Ooh. It's JoJo with a winning bid of 35. JoJo again. You gotta watch out for JoJo sometimes. There's a very specific list of isopods, but JoJo is usually on top of that when they come around. All right, we have something new, I believe. We can't keep getting away with this. JoJo, please. 20. Venezuela Key Largo, Florida. Starting bid of $1. My first time offering Key Largo stock of Venezuela Pisum. Usually I have the Everglades stock available. We've got Key Largo stock. I don't know how I've resisted eating these peas this whole time. When I'm feeding millipedes and stuff with them, I'm just grabbing handfuls the whole time through. Zen Monkey says, I think JoJo's list is whatever Kyle is selling. So it would seem. Give you guys a little taste. Find the smallest of the pea nests and put it on in there. Just a little bit. Okay. Let's move it along here, everybody. We got to get to grain pets. Going once on the Venezuela Pisum, new locality, Key Largo, Florida. Going twice. Sold. Looks like it could be Circa. Is it Circa? Circa beating out Leah with a winning bid of 35. Leah, you are getting thrashed and trashed. Everybody seems to just be getting their last bids in right before you. I'm so sorry for your loss. This is, I'm so slow, my God. All right, I think I know somebody who's going to go for these. 40 Porcelio Af Levis Vanilla Beans, starting bid of $1. These are smaller spotted dairy cows, basically smaller black spotted dairy cows. So they're Af Levis. They're a species that's very similar morphologically to Levis, but is not, and they have been bred for having smaller spots. And they get a piece of dog food. Philly Chili Feast Steaks. Is there a pass list or is everything claimed? Everything's claimed. There is nothing left. Even the ball pythons are gone. Now, all right, here's an X because I feel like I know who's going to win this struggle. Maybe. All right, going once for the Vanilla Bean Af Levis. Going twice. Sold. The dust settles, and the winner is JoJo with a winning bid again, not of 69, but of 66. Winning bid of 66. What is up with you guys? Is this the new joke? Is to almost hit the number required but not be there? 66 to JoJo. All right, they've been fed. They've been bred. Next up, we got, all right, something new. What is that number on there? 40. It's probably more than 40. 40 plus Myctoniscus species. Norris Dam State Park, Tennessee. Starting bid of $1. This might be that other Myctoniscus and not Medcoffi, but I haven't gotten any donate for him to look at and identify. But it is a Myctoniscus that I started from 2 individuals found under a log when Angela and I went to Graceland. On our way back north, we stopped in Tennessee, and we went to Norris Dam State Park and poked around and went for a nice hike in the middle of winter. It was nice, and I found those 2 Myctoniscus, and it was nice. Leah says, I'm laughing my arse off right now. And Jojo says, need to preserve the liver. Well, that's very kind of you. I suppose that's nice to think about. Grain Pets Hours might be a different story. And thank you, TJ, for the lovely JoJo's Bizarre Adventure gif. JoJo the Merciless. These Myctoniscus, it's a high humidity, lots of rotting leaf litter type stuff. It's very similar to that, but paler. I don't think that they're Medcoffi. I think that they're a different species, but I don't know enough, and I don't have the tools to properly identify them, so I need to wait for Nate to ID them. But you have the locality info, and that's what matters here. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Leah. Leah, congrats, you did it. You beat out TJ with a winning bid of 21. Congratulations. All right, we are going through this stack at a good pace. Okay, we got some of these. We saw an appearance of them earlier in the Stella Springtail list, but we have 20 Troglodylo species, soil, a nice species. A good size. I love that their antennae are white. Again, I was kind of skeptical of them at first. I think they're from a time in the isopod hobby circa 2021, 2022, probably around 2022, where there were some low-key stealth bangers coming in. And I think this is one of them, along with White Pigeon. I very much so appreciate the White Pigeons as well. So these came in, and they're close to my heart, but they're not a favorite. Maybe in the top 50, top 40, 50 isopods for me. Leah says, JoJo might actually be saving my wallet. Kinky Fungus asking if I watch anime. Oh boy, have I watched anime? I have. And I'm on a bridge says, hello, I'm back. Is there still going to be some plants maybe? I think the likelihood of plants is pretty low, especially outdoor stuff. Michigan is in a drought right now, and it's also fall, so everything's going dormant, and it's also all shriveled up and dilapidated. I think I may do an independent plant sale, just post a list in Bid Central whenever we end up getting rain, because I can cut the top stems off of stuff that's already going dormant. You got all those nice growth buds forming at the bottom, and then it's just not a good time to dig up plants. They're so stressed right now. Have you seen the show Mononoke? One of my faves. Princess Mononoke? You up to date on Solo Leveling or Demon Slayer? No, I actually don't watch those animes. I'm more of an older anime guy. Gurren Lagann. Oh, that's older now. Gurren Lagann. Kill la Kill. Fooly Cooly. A little bit of Attack on Titan at first. I watch a bunch of random stuff with my friend Brandon. Golden Boy was one. Evangelion, etc. All right, going once on the Troglodylo species soil. Going twice. Sold. Oh, how can I forget Spy Family? Spy Family already came out the next season or something like that, right? Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 43. I do really like Spy Family. Squirtle with a winning bid of 43. 3. All right, up next, somebody brought these up earlier. Here they are. Fight for them. The legendary Porcelio Scaber, Excalibur, also Soul Eater. Forgot about Soul Eater. Excalibur Scaber with white edges on their body. Very clean, very consistent from Wisconsin stock. Not Princess Mononoke. It's a show. I think it's on Netflix. No, I've never heard of it. Kinky Fungus says, "Oh God, brother, you need to treat yourself. Akame got killed, gives old vibes. One season, but it's intense. 10 out of 10 for sure. Man, I'll give it a go." Mononoke is an anime TV series that spins off a different anime. The art style is really unique. Well, I guess I may have to look into watching that. Trying to think what else I watched. I did really enjoy Soul Eater. It's probably the longest anime I've committed to watching other than Attack on Titan and parts and some other stuff. Ever watch Macross, says Replantation. Let me look this up. Sounds kind of familiar. No, but they use that character on a lot of different like Japanese radio funk pop videos. So I am interested. I do kind of like mech style animes. I watched a bit of Gundam, one of the Gundams, a couple of years ago. The one with the guy who's, "Have you seen this man?" And I did rather like it. I also tend to watch anime with my friend Brandon. It's kind of our thing. He'll introduce me to an anime, and I'll really sink into enjoying it. So it's almost less of an enjoying the anime experience and more of an enjoying watching the anime with my friends situation. But I do still watch them, enjoy them on my own. I like Big O. The first season of Big O I thought was really, really good. All right, here's an X for the Porcelio Scaber Excalibur. Ooh. And they're even better looking than that picture in person. Anytime I see one that doesn't fit standards, and there's very few of them in the colony, he or she meets them in timely end very quickly. So they've become very well defined in my care. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Leo Bebop here. What could it be? It's Leah with a winning bid of 70. Thank you, Leah, for that beautiful gift. I can't think of one more appropriate one. Bebop, you put up a good fight, but Leah, every dog has its day. Every Leah has its licking dealt out. And that was that there. Good job. That was exciting for a very good strain of Scaber, everybody. Oh, what do we have here? We'll put these. These will be in the last, actually. Oh, I have another group of these apparently, too. We have another group of 20 Venezilla Key Largo, Florida. These part of these glow under black light. And I also realize I owe you guys one of these. Let's see if I can style on it. There we are. It's been a hot minute. I'm glad the bids kicked up to the point where I could do that. Let's see. G Gundam is major meme. Maybe it was G Gundam. That's G Gundam. My friend Brandon loves G Gundam. Charlie Bug says, "I returned almost choked on my dinner, but it woke me up. LMAO. How drunk is Kyle? Not really that drunk." Wandering X Lotus says, "Gotta watch Samurai Shampoo and Blue Eyed Samurai. Never seen Blue Eyed Samurai. I started watching Samurai Shampoo with my friend, and honestly, it was good. There's some good strong points to it, but I don't know. It just didn't. How could I remember? How could I forget? Angela and I watched the entirety of Inuyasha. I really loved Inuyasha, except for the Band of Seven arc. Absolute trash, the Band of Seven arc, but everything else really good. How could I forget? I watched the entirety of Inuyasha. Anyways, yeah, Samurai Champloo just didn't really grab me really that much. And what's the other? Cowboy Bebop. didn't also really. I know people love Cowboy Bebop, but it just didn't really grab me. In fact, kind of in that same vein of Space Odyssey type animes, I prefer Outlaw Star. To Cowboy Bebop, surprisingly. I think Outlaw Star came first, too, right around the same time. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Kidding. Trigun? My friend Joe really liked Trigun. I haven't actually watched it. Watched The Vision of Escaflowne. I've heard that Escaflowne was pretty good, too. There was, maybe somebody knows this. Joe just said I like Trigun, but rewatched it as an adult and not so much. I'm going to put an X here. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for that beautiful picture from Peter Rushton. There's an anime that I saw at Youmacon 2 years ago. 2 years ago that I wanted to watch more of. It was like these, I think they were police women. They were like mechanics, worked on motorcycles, and they had very 80s hairstyles. I don't know what the name was. I never internalized it, but it seemed like it was actually pretty good anime, and I kind of want to watch it. And also Shin-Chan. I like Shin-Chan a lot. All right. Here's I already put an X. All right, there's an X for the Venezillo. Sorry, guys, I've been drinking this evening. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel. We'll take that. I mean, that character isn't a number, but I can see it's clearly supposed to be a 53. So you know what? We give that to you. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 53. We can get behind that. So yeah, does anybody know that anime I'm talking about? Girls, they have motorcycles, mechanics, police officers, maybe. Winning bid of 53 for Beetle Pixel on the Venezillo Pisum from Key Largo, Florida. All right, and we have, well, we'll save that for the final stack. We got another stack of 10 here. We're down to our last 26 isopods. We have a group of 30 Armadillidium maculatum angel, starting bid of $1. This is refined out of my OG 2014 import stock. And when they're kept dry, they turn a nice, almost solid white, aka, giving the angel name to them. But if the humidity is higher, they look a little bit darker than that. So this trait is very closely regulated by the keeping conditions. So, whoops, come on. We learned our trick, we think, here. We get everybody up nice and close. I'll put this up even closer. Come on, focus. Oh, yeah, that's better. So, again, kept drier, more ventilated. You're going to end up, these will be almost solid white. And if kept at Michigan summertime humidity levels, they look more, there's more of these markings on them, but they're definitely not striped. They're also 100% proven out. So again, it is a moisture / ventilation / temperature related feature. Here is an X for the Angels. Somebody said Dirty Pear. I don't know who you are. Oh, Dirty Pear might be the name of the... no, but I'm also interested now. It was not that anime. I am pretty sure it was not that anime, but maybe I should watch this anime to understand it. I swear it was, maybe there was a couple of ones that came out that had that theme of exploring like And it wasn't just a pair. I don't remember focusing on just a pair. I'll have to ask Brandon. Maybe he knows. You need to check out Soul Leveling, Dan to Dan, Dr. Stone, Clevatus, Sword Art Online. A lot of people talk about Sword Art Online. Reign of the Seven Spellblades, Frieren, Shangri-La Frontier. Somebody recommended Shangri-La Frontier also. To name a few of my top ones. I got to keep that in mind, Derek, and in this anime conversation.